Lil Tay, that's my hype girl, that's my mascot. Lil ones go for hours and some hours till we pass out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. Stay inside the house, turned up with the racks out. If I got it, they got it. Family strong, they solid. For them empty my pockets. If I got it, we got it. Foundation been solid. Taking over. Yeah. I count money when I'm bored. Watch the money hit the floor. Make it rain, make it pour. In my house, don't need no tour. It's just me and the family.
Yo, what is going down, everybody? Long time no see, but NACT Stage 2, Day 1 is finally here, and it's live, so let's not waste any more time. Let's jump straight into it, and I appreciate everybody across the land of Dawn tuning in. Right now, as we're vibing it out, make sure you guys hit that free giveaway code, redeem that on the following site, so that you guys can get an amazing Nana skin. I think it's the Slumber Party skin, but hey, it's free, and that's the best price, right? So appreciate everybody tuning in. We got Rim in the house. How you doing?
If you want to hoist this holy
like I haven't seen you in a minute.
then know this. You will never.
We also got Clumsy in the building. What's up, Clumsy? Are y'all ready for the NACT fall season?
Now it's your moment.
Man, I was casting and my Wi-Fi went out last week, but I wasn't at my house, dude. My heater went out, or my AC went out. It was crazy. Now I'm back at the crib. Wi-Fi is great, and NACT is here, so let's go ahead and jump into it, man. I appreciate everybody being here. And if you guys can't hear it, let me know. I'll definitely turn it up.
North America will clash for the pride, glory,
but let's get into it.
Honor. Representing North America in the Philippines for the upcoming M5.
But Private in the building. This is first
of your caster,
caster.
Private Dancer, bringing you that big boy energy for this big
NACT
boy
fall.
competition. Unfortunately, Liz will not be joining us tonight, but
no Liz.
it is my extreme privilege and honor to introduce you guys to international sensation, former pro player, analyst, and coach in the Philippines and Indonesia, making his casting return.
I think
Jemek.
that's a great intro.
Welcome to North America.
I wonder if
and
he wrote that.
Jemek.
That's pretty good.
Thank you, Private, for announcing me. Thank you guys for having me. It's an exciting thing. It's really been a while, like you said, but I will do my best to bring in my
Jemek has a lot of
and try to brighten
analytical
some people's
points,
day
man.
on the
It's
stream
definitely
and try to explain the
on point when it comes
complexity
to
of
breaking
Mobile
things
Legends
down.
and dissect it together. It's gonna be exciting. Looking forward for this stage 2. As you guys know, stage 1 was last week. It was a smaller format than stage 2 and stage 3. We have a lot of games to watch today.
This one was small. It was only 2
tomorrow,
days.
Next week, a lot of things
That's
coming
right.
For NACT in the future. Thank you, Private, and let's have fun.
Yeah, we talked a little bit about it, the format. It was 96 teams in the opening qualifiers. That got narrowed down to the top 8 teams in North America. Last weekend, we watched the stage 1 envelop and crown a new winner there. You can see here stage 2 and 3. That's what we're going to be competing in starting this week. Every single stage of this, you're going to be awarded points, and that will decide who actually goes to the playoffs. Of course, we've talked about it before. The winner of those playoffs will be crowned champion and holding the banner of the North America when it comes to M5. It's going to be an exciting time to be a North American fan.
All right, like we explained, stage 2, much more games, double
elimination. I'm feeling
today to start the day.
The energy feels good so far.
Avalon versus KnightsOfFate.
Vibes are there. Vibe checks
TOB versus AggravateOne, and then to end of the day, beautifully, BTK versus TheNighthorde.
OhioBrothers, AggravateOne, Bloodhounds, Area 77, BTK, NighthTorde, Avalon, KnightsOfFate. I placed my votes in all this. TOB is going to take the first series. Bloodhounds
will join first, and then
I don't know. I feel like Area 77 will get them.
When you lose,
BTK is going to win theirs. And Avalon's going to beat KnightsOfFate.
Eliminated for this stage.
I'm pretty sure that's how today's going to go.
Much more room for teams that are a bit more slow starters.
TOB did take a loss in a match, surprisingly.
Their synergies
stage 1.
Maybe fixing a few draft issues, few communication issues, and hopefully we get the best at the end, the best 4 to represent NA in the playoffs and then in M5. You know, that's really what we are looking for.
Well, not only are we starting a stage 2 here, let's see what they are also
Look at them
competing
diamonds!
for. A whole lot of moolah there. First place going to be walking away with $10,000 and 100,000
Everybody on the
diamonds.
Facebook side of
Second
things, I
place going to
appreciate
be
y'all
walking
tuning
away
in
with
as well. Let me go ahead and get that
$5,000
up
and
now.
75,000 diamonds. Third place going to be getting $2,500 and 50,000 diamonds. Nobody is going home empty-handed. You can see 4th through 8th place still going to be walking away. Then, of course, there's that $100 per series win that these guys are going to be getting. But I mean, that is a lot of moolah.
Private, is that for us? Is that our cash prize? You didn't tell me. No, that looks really impressive. I'm glad that NACT is kind of ramping up in terms of cash prize.
Oh, yeah,
and everyone's getting more and more exciting motivation for the pro
Look, we got
players of
Jimmick on
NACT.
this. I seen on Wikipedia that we're supposed to have like a turn on all of them as well. I don't know how that's going to actually happen, but
type in this code
that'd
will
be
get
pretty sick, right?
access or a chance to
I've never actually had the chance to be a turner. I think I met everybody else though.
So just go for it right now and then come back to us as fast as possible. And yeah, best of luck for the winners.
Yeah, you can enter that code in the description of this YouTube live video. And it's, I mean, free skins, top 30 users though. So you're going to have to be very quick with it. Let's take a quick look though at the standings so far here. We saw last week as stage 1 completed. You could see there in first place with 100 points, the Ohio Brothers. Second place going to BTK. Third place we have Avalon and the Bloodhounds in 4th. And then a 4-way tie for 5th place with 60 points apiece. AggravateOnes, the TheNighthorde, Knights of Fate,
on Area 77. Y'all got to make something shake this time around. I had high hopes for them in NACT Spring.
More
Hopefully
exciting
in NACT
as
Fall,
we are moving into
it.
stage 2 here. It's not just a one hit, one quit. These teams have a second chance with the losers bracket, so it's going to be very interesting to see how they adjust their strategies.
Indeed, so let's get
there
on
goes.
the caster prediction. I personally went for Bloodhounds, you two Private, so not much discussion here. We won't be arguing about who will win, but I know Area 77 for years, for a long time. They are one of the oldest organization or name in MLBB in the West, and they have always been an interesting.
I got 7-1 now. I'm so upset. I voted for BTK.
They are gonna be
and TOB took them down
this week, or get back to their older form, older shape that they used to have, where they were very, very.
It is what it is.
All right.
Yes,
I'll get it back today though, right there. I'll get it back. I'll get it back with this series.
Old guard
Watch.
here. Bloodhounds have been fighting,
Watch us get it back.
scratching, and clawing away at North America here for the last year, trying to find a seat in the top 8 of North America. And they are looking to make sure that people understand that they belong up here. On the other hand, you have Area 77, like you said, has been a long-standing name here in North America. And some may say have kind of fallen off a bit. You know that they are here to prove a point, to let people know that they are still a dangerous team.
What's up, Issa?
I think the format has been made in a way, those free stage, those double elimination.
Yeah, you ain't struggling.
To everyone
You're on the struggle bus right now.
Go to the playoffs. Area
He said he was rooting for the underdogs though.
For target because they have been around for a while. Everyone knows how they play.
And that's the risk you take, right? I rooted for BTK, so I lost one. Upsetting.
They have something in store.
I thought BTK would take down TOB.
Playing amazing. They even got a map
smoked.
from TheOhioBrothers. It was a very contested game, of course. They had
so how do y'all feel about Jimmick, man?
He's
He's first time on the desk, but
he's a bit heavily.
A well-known prospect in the Mobile Legends
community. They are still sort of the favorite with BTK, I would say. We'll see. Those two teams have to prove us wrong. I would like one of those two teams maybe to get to the top 3. That would make them much higher in the standings and put them closer to the playoffs. But everyone wants to win. Everyone is here for the job, you know?
Well, that's not the only exciting thing to talk about. We also have the Starlight actually coming up. August Starlight is coming with an exclusive skin for Yin, Eternal Guardian. 10 returning Starlight skins and a new Starlight exclusive killing notification also awaits you in August. Unlock Starlight membership with only 300 diamonds and get rewards worth over 6,000 diamonds in total. Plus, your first Starlight purchase yields a bundle worth over 17,000 diamonds. You can buy the weekly diamond pass to unlock rewards earlier. Look out for more Starlight exclusive bonuses and be sure not to miss all of the good stuff.
All right, thanks, Private, for that. I cannot wait to see.
Hopefully
the
y'all can.
draft.
Okay, y'all can
This
hear
is
me.
going
Just
to
wanted to
be
make sure.
very important.
I'll turn my mic up a little
many
bit.
times in my career. When you are
Let me know if my mic sounds like
team,
off.
you gotta start strong in those best of 3, best of 5. You don't want to get frustrated and
Yep.
then completely miss your story entirely. So I want to see who is going to be winning the first draft, who is going to be winning the first game, and I think this is time. Let's go, Private. What do you have to say about those boys?
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm really
Versnesian.
excited about this because this
A
is
little
probably
pun right
the
there.
most contested match when it came to the casting for this week. Like I said, they're both kind of in the same hot seat right now. One looking
Oh,
to
they got the
prove,
pictures up there.
One looking to
Hold
show
on.
that they haven't fallen off. Not just
Yo.
that when it comes to this mix-up, but we just
Yo.
had the most recent patch that happened, I want to say on Tuesday.
me and Boca are partners
so all
now.
of these guys are basically being thrown into the fire right now. You either are able to
This is crazy,
swim
bro.
or you're drowning with all these new updates and the changes that have come in.
What's the one pick that you have in your head when you come when
Come on,
it comes
Boca, we
about
got
these
this.
buffs and these nerfs? What the
Been
one
training
pick you
for
want
this
to
our
see,
whole life, Boca.
right now coming
Alright.
back into the screen. Just one.
Well,
I will talk
the
to you guys
one
from
thing
here.
that I can pick out for me for the change is probably the XP change when it comes to the battlefield. Roams
Ah!
don't get the XP as quickly
Yo, that's
as
crazy,
they used
bro.
to when it comes to that first turtle fight.
That's
so
crazy.
It's gonna be a little iffy. Are you gonna give up on the turtle, or do you base your plan around having that early game burst?
Yeah,
to
they
be
changed the
able
way
to
turtles
grab
work
that
now, guys,
turtle
so
away
Come on,
from
that's gonna be
the
interesting.
enemy team there.
Or not
say-
turtles,
you
but
want to say,
the
Alucard,
yeah.
you told
Actually,
me
they changed the way
earlier before
turtles.
we started, I remember.
If you get
I
turtle,
don't
you
know
get
why
an
you're
XP boost
scrolling
for your
right now,
entire
but it's
team
Alucard, I know
by like
that.
12%.
On my
It's
side,
crazy.
That would be Natalia. I agree with you. The changes with the
Nuts.
experience is going to be very important for the early game. We'll see how it impacts the game. I felt it as well playing the game. And as you can see in the draft, Ling, Kaja, and Valentina.
I like this,
on
man. I
Bloodhound
think this will be
side,
where we hide at
really
in the
straight
draft
up
from
out.
now on.
And Kalita Uranus.
But when the
I
hero
think it's
pops up,
nothing
I'll be
really
kinda screwed, so.
Surprising. All those picks are amazing, and you gotta start with, let's say, more general, neutral bans when you're starting on the first game, and then you refine if
Do I
you're
look like a pro
struggling
player?
in the next game.
I don't feel like I
But for
fit
now,
on Bloodhounds.
Pretty basic stuff.
I don't look like this would be my
Nothing
group of
really
guys.
surprising. What to expect on the first pick?
Well, it's interesting to me to actually see a Ling ban. I know he did get a little bit of a round of nerfs, actually, to his kit there when it comes to nerf to his attack speed, a nerf to his crit chance as well, but apparently still considered a viable threat by the Bloodhounds, especially when it comes to Area 77. We do know that Boca Roscoe, when it comes to like important picks, Boca Roscoe, easy peasy on the jungler, Boca Roscoe on the mid, they have been kind of leaders when it comes to kind of formulating this team, being able to carry it and push them through to these victories. So it's going to be very interesting to see us. I've seen that we usually go for the XP lane or the mage first here, so we're going to see what the Bloodhounds are going to go ahead and pick up here.
I would love to see that. Regarding the Ling, I feel like Ling, you really want to nerf him down. You gotta do something about his mobility across the map, because having those heroes.
I feel like Ling will still be good. I mean,
that play in
his
the jungle
split
that
push
are able to
potential will make up
gank
for it.
and
They got a new
rotate
item
around
in the
the
game
map
now, guys.
from the
I
early
forgot what
to
it's
the
called.
late
I need
game,
to look it up
and
again.
kind of switch between being very
A lot is
impactful on
changing
team
from
fights,
Mobile Legends Bang
surprising
Bang.
your opponent, outnumbering him really quickly.
Supposedly,
and
Gord
then,
is really good now, too.
If it doesn't go your way, you go on the
Those
split
are
push,
export.
no problem. And we see Borg. Borg has been a nightmare. As far as I know, in my games, I don't know. I know probably in the pro team is going to be the same. This differential between the movement speed that Borg has with the slow he's applying.
Alright, I'm gonna
on
have
other
to move
people
myself
is
now
making it
because
really hard to handle, and you
if I
really,
don't,
really have to kind of find a few
Pick will
picks
get
to
taken
handle him,
over.
otherwise you're just going to be overcome.
Dino has a long neck.
A lot of sustain.
I was
and
like,
very
that
neutral,
thing just
as
keep
I would
growing.
say. You can play him on the XP lane, you can play
Crazy.
him on the jungle, you can switch things around. It doesn't really give much about
Alright,
your
here we go.
strategy going into the game.
Oh, very interesting, but it is answered immediately by an Arlot and an Eve pick.
think it's just the
And
angle he
I think
took
we
the
talked
picture
a little
on.
bit about it. There
He
was
took
some
it, like,
pretty
down,
serious
like
nerfs
this.
to the kit of
Like, look down at it,
Eve
so
and
they
the
just
slow that
neck,
she's able
like,
to do. But we had talked about it, and you
twice
said you
as
still
long.
consider her very dangerous when you face them in there. I do like on the side of Bloodhounds that you have an
Yeah.
expert out there. It's almost kind of a flex
Crazy.
pick. It could
see
go
what I
into
see
the
though,
jungle.
right?
I kind of
I
prefer
know I'm
the
not the
jungle
only
because
one
of
who
how
sees
fast
that.
it gets farmed. You get to that late game a lot faster.
Alright, so
You're
X-Borg,
moving
this is
around and
more of
just
a
zooming
Bloodhound's
and
traditional
able to
thing.
dodge a lot.
Got the
But
two
it
out of
also
the order
go
there.
into that XP lane.
I like the fact that
Franco, they got suppression. The Eve being picked with the Arlat, that's still normal. The Irithel is, they're picking the Irithel because of the new item, bro. Irithel could be a complete monster.
To get involved. Regarding the
source.
I played against
God,
States with the new buff.
He's gone now.
Felt like
that was crazy.
It would be easier, but it didn't in the end. It
no,
was
no,
still
but
really
they should have asked him to take another picture.
I
do like how they asked the players to send in pictures now, though. That's awesome.
You're really going to be unexpected wherever you are.
That's like gonna definitely help grow the
NAC. The mid game to get
put a face to the name.
The Avalon is always a nightmare to handle because he's just.
Yeah, I'm about to get my neck tatted. Isn't that crazy? I'm about to get like big wings
faster than you can
react,
and that's a big issue. We get the retail. I love to see that. Retail Franco a bit more
think it's gonna hurt?
Bloodhounds and retail.
Anybody ever got their neck tatted before?
On the ultimate, but also shorter duration, which makes her able to be involved more into
should ask Cardi. I think that dude's
team
like
fights if they happen a lot, right? If you pick your fight very carefully, then it doesn't really affect you too much.
Crazy.
But if you have
I should do it, Rim. You can talk me out of
kills, a lot of contesting objectives, a lot of face-off, and then this is going to be coming handy for her. And then Beatrix, I mean, it's just the popular pick.
Oh, Rim, I got this list finally sent from Moonton that we got to get the teams from
across all the roles.
So Cyberpunk to fill out.
Why not? You know.
That's gonna be
well,
fun.
not just that, but Irithel also.
I don't know if we
might
just
be
probably
able
just
to
do
meld
top 8 instead
with
of top
that new
16 to get
item,
the time. So I feel like
great
trying to track down all top
spear as
16s
well, where you
infos
get cooldown and a critical chance, as well as when you ult. With her heavy crossbow, you're gonna get a burst of movement speed, and you're just gonna be flying around the map. So, and that's where she shines too. Able to kite, able to get into good positions around the map. So we're gonna see how well that might actually play into here. We're moving into the second banning phase.
Irithel's supposed to be really good, especially after the new item. You know they got rid of Scarlet Phantom and mixed it in with Frostclaws. Frostclaws doesn't deal as much damage now, but. Send you the list. Okay, I'll send it to you. If you could make an announcement about it, that'd be awesome. Just have them like send you the information.
Very scary to face.
I'll send you the form though. Let me get it.
When it's well handled, you can do a lot. I don't know in NA if you guys play.
We can get this sooner than later. That'd be dope. I'm gonna see if we can add ourselves to get diamonds as well.
That deserves to be tried. I even faced global Natalias in jungle, and they are very impactful at just being well positioned at all times, even through the early game when you don't know if the guy is gonna be on his purple buff, on his orange buff.
It's a link to a Google Drive,
so Natalia, I believe, deserves.
All we need from the teams is their ID. Here, you can just see it. You can see what they need.
We'll see. We see Lapu Lapu and Area 77 being banned, and Grok. Grok is always a bit of a surprising pick for me to
oh,
see
really?
Because statistically,
you got your diamonds though. Everybody got their 25K, I believe.
But he is
stacked on diamonds right now.
A particular setup, of course. If you have a team that's very forward,
been like kind of chilling out since we had to host 2 back-to-back tournaments.
Hard all together.
Taxing, man. Taxing on my brain.
You have some teams like I don't feel like Area 77 have a full-on dive. They have very.
Hope I get selected to cast in Los Angeles, though, dude. I really want to go to LA.
Dive and kind of
see Eunice and UA out there. That'd be cool.
Your backline with the enemy front lane to cover them.
And I've never been to LA before.
Pretty good stuff on both sides.
Yeah, and you were mentioning that back line. With this Cho pick, you potentially have that Way of the Dragon. He'll be able to Jeet Kundo into the back line, Way of the Dragon somebody back into his line, and for them to be able to kind of set up around.
They already filled out their applications.
Are they going to
That's
be
what
able
I'm doing that in the background.
Being able to break into their lines, or are they going to have an answer for it? It's going to be very interesting to see what the Bloodhounds
filled out their stuff, so now it's on Jill.
These final 2 picks for them.
I had to message Jill and see what's up.
Okay, this is a bit of a fun thing. If you guys watch me, you know that
I even got Kazu under
I play Gore a lot, and I've been vocal about the fact that Gore was a very, very good pick right now. It's very funny
make
that
sure everybody's taken
Bloodhounds
care of.
decided to play it because I don't think it was played last week.
All right, there goes the Gord. We mentioned this. We said Gord is a monster. I like the Gord. I like the Irithel. Shows you that Bloodhounds is doing their homework. Area 77 is still going traditional. They're not really picking out anything that got a buff or anything. But Bloodhounds is going straight to what just happened in recent patch notes. So I will give this match slightly to them. Eve got a huge nerf, bro. Huge nerf. Because Eve wasn't really good for damage. She was good for utility with the ultimate. But now, bro, they slowed down. Her slow does not slow as long anymore. They cut it by like a quarter of what it used to do. So she's not going to be that good anymore.
So pretty good matchup.
That sucks for Area 77. They're definitely not reading the patch notes, bro.
The Gord, I just can't. think about anything else, man. What
I
to
don't.
say?
I really don't
Hey,
think this Eve is
thank
gonna
you,
profit like
Bloodhounds.
these two. She got a big
I was about to
hit.
say,
Like I'm
yes,
talking about like
you
the
have
biggest
been
nerf.
very vocal about
out of
Gord's
everybody in
place
the,
meta,
patch notes.
and like they're reading your thoughts here. They're gonna go ahead and pick him up, and it's gonna be very interesting. You do have
I know,
Martis.
Gimmick
I
loves
feel like
seeing
he
the,
might be able to break
loves
through
seeing
those
the
lines,
Gord.
especially in the early game here. We saw
He
it
was the one who's
last
kinda
week.
brought it
Easy
up.
Peasy is an absolute menace when it comes to his early game. He really takes
Game
advantage
number
of that
1
early game. The damage
in
he
Area
can do,
77
the mortal coil,
and
which
Bloodhounds.
basically means he's immune
Let's
to
now
CC
jump into the
through
land
that.
of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are at game
Let's get it
1,
started.
our first game of stage 2, the Bloodhounds taking on Area 77.
I made a best to win, aka Bloodhounds with the Gord. That's all I can think of right now. No, I think the early game is
Still
gonna be
decent
so,
if they don't
so
run
vital.
split
These
boots.
Martis versus
People have been also
Landspeak.
building her damage.
We all know those mages.
Oh,
they
Eve?
take a bit of time to
Really?
get.
What's
impactful
up,
in this
Clumsy?
game. As we see Copra getting a little pick onto Merciless here. Nice little
I didn't
hook to
burst
start
your
things off,
eardrums
but
with that.
that's
How you
cutting
doing?
off the distance between Bocarosco and Merciless and Gals. While we get
What's the in-game
Dino
sound?
coming in on the flank. What do you think about this little face-off here, huh?
Let me let them know. They
Right now,
know
they're
in-game
just
sound
Area
right
77 making sure that there is a lot of early aggression. They don't have a rust. Well, we can go ahead and take a look at the emblems here if you want, Jemik.
So we see a lot of little movement speed on Bloodhound's side. Huh? They really favor those 5% MS. We got
there it goes.
the fighter emblems on board. We got the mage
About
emblems
to- it's about to
on
say, MS is quick.
on Gord. Yeah, pretty basic stuff, I would say. Pretty basic. I don't see anything very special. Do you see anything on Area 77 side?
Area 77, it does look like we have the Quantum Charge on Beatrix, a big tanky boy for the Cho as well. But as we can see here up at the map, you can see Dino and Merciless just kind of duking it out. Merciless actually getting the advantage here now. He's going to be able to rotate a lot quicker. We have the first turtle, and this is what I was commenting on before. How is this first turtle fight going to actually shape up, especially because roams are not going to be having their level 4 yet. In fact, you can see here right now, Easy Peasy is the only person with his level 4 right now, and Lance, DPR, the only one with
super late. Okay, super late as well. He's not 4 yet. Kopla is trying to kind of delay them on the turtle. He's really giving a lot of merit to this first turtle and almost sacrificing himself. At least he's not dying, but he's losing his flicker. Boca finally hitting that level 4, A77. Not sure between fighting, finishing the turtle. What
Now
do we do?
Dino
Right
needs to
on
get
the
online
bit of
early.
time.
I mean, he's
Be
not
very
running
careful.
jungle
Don't,
or
fall
Ghost
into this
XP
trap that
export.
Kopla,
You do got the Martis.
made.
They have
They didn't get the kill onto Franco.
a
They
little
should
bit
have
of
got
group
something else
CC.
instead.
They got to be
They are
careful on
starting
how
to
they
go
take
for
this,
it
so this could be
as
bad.
Dino is trying
A lot
to
more
maybe
CC in the
throw
hands of Area
77,
77. They have a more
77,
team-oriented
but Hounds going
composition.
for it. Dino not ultimating. It's gonna be a free turtle
Yeah, they're
for
gonna
them.
in the 5v5s. They profit a little bit
Ultimate
better
coming in,
because the
and
synergy the
H
heroes have.
just having to retreat here.
You have the
Not
Eve who
getting
can drop
much
down the
done
5x5 for
on
the
this
slow.
first
Merciless can
face-off,
get all
new
those
face-off
eyes
around the first
when it
objective. Like we
happens.
said, it was interesting to see that Bocarosco
Then you
was
also
really
have
great, but I think it's the early
Yowski
aggression
single
and the
target
little fight we had
CC,
on
and then you have the
around
invulnerability
the
from the
turtle
land
that
slot and the
kind of
mobility to
made
make
him
up for it.
struggle
Be
a
able to
bit
take
on
the
his view.
objective. So
But
they
overall,
have a
the roamer
pretty
not
nice
hitting the
composition.
four. If you can delay like they did for like 20-30 seconds the first turtle, then you are fine. What do you think is going to happen on the gold lane, this Beatrix versus Iritel? I can't wait to see who is going to come up on top.
Well, right now it does look like they kind of smelled it in the water. You can see them backing up very deep into their back lines, not sensing that a gank was coming up here. Easy Peasy actually does come in onto DPR, who takes a tiny bit of damage, but not too much. Galscuity with the Way of the Dragon does catch Easy Peasy, and a lot of damage comes down. He is using the Mortal Coil, but not able to get away from the damage of Mar Cutie. That's going to be a first blood for Area 77, and possibly a misplay by Bloodhounds.
Very interesting call, because Martis and the rest of Bloodhounds really were going back and forth, but more like invading, crossing the river. I felt like they wanted to force that fight, and the fact that
First
Martis
turtle goes to
got
Area
picked off
77,
by Gal's ultimate on
and they pick up a kill.
They didn't want to
Take
take
down
the fight
Easy
anymore.
Peasy,
I felt
find the
like
jungler for
they
Bloodhounds.
weren't sure if we want
Big
to
advantage.
take that, we really want to go in or not, and then Martis is the one paying with his life. And the jungler going down is usually a big issue, especially early in the game. It's only Martis, you can still come back, but 1-0 for Area 77, 1k gold ahead. Is that the start we were expecting from Bloodhounds? I don't think so.
I want big suppression
Good kill.
lands, and easy peasy gets the decimation.
Come on,
onto
Area
Gal
77,
Cutie.
I
Now
need
he's
this.
focusing onto
I need to
Jules.
catch up
He's
to the
not
other
gonna be able to
casters.
get that kill just yet. Is
Can't
getting
afford this
slowed
loss.
down by the Void Crystal, and the rest of the Bloodhounds are going to be able to disengage. This is actually kind of new territory for me when it comes to the Bloodhounds, because I consider them one of the most put together teams when it comes to their synergy, when it comes to these group fights. And for Easy Peasy to kind of get picked off there means that they weren't on the same page. And usually I feel like, oh, big hook.
my
actually,
God.
that's Jules
Oh,
Cutie. We
Easy
have the final
Peasy.
cycles on there. Easy Peasy with the kill onto Jules Cutie.
Yo, Easy Peasy got one though.
Let's go with a skill onto DP, a kill on the DPR, as well as
Jeez.
Cutie. That is a
5-1
lead for the
Bloodhounds.
Bloodhounds at the 5-minute
Godly.
mark.
I think you just reminded. We just needed you to remind Bloodhounds who they are. I was gonna say maybe they are like struggling a bit because of the last week performance where they were doing so well. And they probably know everyone is expecting them to keep on doing
I betted
so
on
well.
Area
And we have
77.
77 coming in this game, much more with the challenger status. And here, I don't know, Bloodhounds, perfect fight. They kind of gave away the turtle, sure, but they got 4 kills in exchange. 4 or 5, not sure even. No, I think it was only 4, this one. But that's
Gals
perfect.
Cutie's
for
a
the economy.
monster on his
They
show,
got the
though.
economy back. The momentum is back towards them. Ekopla starting this fight with an amazing hook. As we have seen, Gals trying to get the flank here, but he's not gonna find anyone. Kopla well positioned. It's like he can read Shao's rotations. Kopla is just seeing Shao going mid. Bukarosco should be knowing now Shao is going for the flank. Dino checking this.
They catch him with the Way of the Dragon. Dino in trouble is going to be able to use that flicker and a beautiful real-world manipulation, or actually no, the real-world manipulation was meant to try to trap him. Boca Roscoe was there to go ahead and slow it out. Big hook lands, suppression, but nobody's there. Easy Peasy comes in just a little bit of late. Mortal Coil is out, but not able to capitalize. Gals Cutie going to be able to get away.
I can tell you, I'm feeling the pressure on both teams because they are doing a lot of efforts to do something. Woo! What a hook!
Big hook, Merciless goes down. Easy Peasy with the kill. Big slow on the Gals Cutie. He's gonna expend that flicker. You can see Mark Cutie doing his best to aid in the escape of his teammate. 6-1 right now for the Bloodhounds.
But Carrasco 203 is doing great with his squad. He's really utilizing this aspect where you can wave clear on the mid quickly and then rotate versus Eve that has a good wave clear but not as good as the second spell of Gord. Like you can really just one-shot these waves and then just start rotating without even looking at it. You will still get the gold. Easy Peasy securing that turtle easy. No one contesting even close to the turtle.
All right, so one turtle for Bloodhounds, 2 for Area 77.
In the back seat here. Galsq missing that engage.
You're gonna take the turret on the bottom too.
Quite a bit. Gonna have to wait another 8
six.
seconds.
5 members and 1 sub.
For him to get it back. I think he has the emblems to reduce the cooldown. But yeah, he's going to be able to try again soon. 6-1.
Yeah, I mean 5. Yeah, 6
really
6
playing
if
safe.
you
I feel like
sub,
the ambience of the game.
Obviously, the lower members they have, the more diamonds they get.
Both teams are much more playing passive with the advantage that they have on Bloodhounds.
I think we're only gonna do top 8 though. I don't think we're doing top 16.
You know, we were talking about it a little bit before. Easy Peasy and Boca Roscoe.
I don't know, what do you
really
think?
The headers on both ends of this
It's a lot
team.
of info to grab.
203 for Boca Roscoe and Easy Peasy. Oh, we do have a fight here. Dino does get caught with that Void Crystal, and now we're going in. Real World Manipulation is down with that Mystic Gush out by Boca Roscoe. Big pop-up onto the team. Easy Peasy finds a kill on the Mark Cutie, and now on the backside you can see Sleeps with his ultimate cleaning.
Alright, let's do 16.
Stop. That is almost 3 kills.
Okay.
A double kill
Yeah,
for
Faith,
Sleeps.
that Faith.
Another
Oh,
one for Easy
God.
Peasy. A double for Easy Peasy as DPR comes out. That is a complete team wipe in this Bloodhound domination.
No one going down. The sustain of BH, the difference in economy, making it really hard for RS77 to just get a target in this fight. And I was looking at it.
I can't.
all
Area
this
77
fight,
always
Sleeps
just
coming in from the front. I was like, okay, as soon as Sleeps
Time I'll
hits
give him the
back
benefit
line,
of the doubt.
this is game over for RS77 on this fight.
I don't know.
I wasn't expecting a full
gotta be
wipeout
done
like
with
this.
Madness.
11-1.
Madness.
This is very one-sided on this first game. RS77 maybe we were not expecting a Gord this strong and impactful, but I think props to Dino for kind of baiting the ultimate of Shao onto himself, nullifying the effect of Shao. I think Gals need to chill a bit on the focus and try to get better sets rather than focusing Borg, who seems to just be evading everything that you throw at him. And then you got easy peasy 8-1-3, just incredibly snowballing right now with this Martis. It's gonna be very hard for RS77 for this Lord. I don't think they can contest it. They are trying to get the vision, but at what point?
Well, it looks like they're going to go ahead and try something here onto the backside.
Oh, here we go.
Ultimate from Mark Cutie.
Goes one.
You see Gals Cutie getting caught there. And
still
now onto
play.
the back line,
Easy peasy
Dino
takes the
is
Lord.
getting chase. The rest of Bloodhounds go ahead, clean
Yo,
up
they're
the Lord.
dominating
And this
Area
right now is
77
a
right now.
very dominating game for the Bloodhounds. 12-1 at the 10-minute mark.
Sheesh.
Almost about a 10K gold lead.
I've got this thing in my head. When it's 1,000 gold per minute of difference, I call it a snowball. I feel like this is the most efficiently you can snowball against your opponents. And I think we're pretty much in this territory right now. And Bloodhounds just completely in control on all aspects of the map. They didn't lose a single tower. They have only the 3 inhibitors left and the tier 2 on the top. I don't know, Area 77 will probably be choked out economically as well.
Ooh.
Defense here.
We have a Lord at the door, but the only thing on the menu here are the knuckle sandwiches that Bloodhounds have been issuing out. You can see deep into the back line, Merciless gets taken out by Sleeps, a Mystic Gush covering the escape there from Boca Roscoe. Now the rest of Area 77 trying to defend this
trying to end early, bro. We're only
top
10
lane.
minutes in.
Doesn't look like they're going to get too
They're
much
down
from
to
it.
their
You do see
inhibitors
that
now, too.
AoE from the top tower, able to clear out those minions. Now we're going to go ahead, focus on the mid, down to about 10%. They make short work of that high ground tower. Out comes an Iron Hook.
Take a
Are they
hit
going
on
to
the
be
top.
able to stop this
Minions on the
push?
bottom
It
aren't
looks
there
like
yet.
they're
Oh,
going
they're
for
coming
the top
though.
tower. They're going to clean up all of these
Nice.
towers before they even go for this core. Very surgical, very intentional by the side of Bloodhound. Big
Bloodhound
hop off
doing that
from
work,
Gals
bro.
Cutie onto the back end. He gets suppressed.
Oh,
We were talking about this
God.
earlier.
Yeah.
Franco
Nah,
went
give it easy,
where he
artist.
needs to be.
That is the problem here. Merciless earlier trying to sacrifice himself to defend the inhibitors, but in the end they are losing pretty much all the towers here. They are losing everything from this level 1 Lord. That's a big issue. That really shows how dominant the Bloodhounds is here, because usually the level 1 Lord...
Alright, nothing
can
left,
maybe get
just
one
the base.
inhibitor, one
Here it
tier
goes.
2, but that's it. Here they look like for the finish. Like for the finish, we
Yeah, we
see
do have
same
that.
backline. Go for it.
Yeah, Last Insanity went up there to go ahead and clear them out. You can see Easy Peasy and Dino a little low.
Dang, oh,
Smartly,
Merciless fell.
the Bloodhounds are going to go ahead, retreat a bit to regather themselves on the map, but they're going to go ahead, take the enemy's jungle as a consolation prize.
Gold, 100% win rate. I see it in the news tomorrow already on CNN probably. I don't know, but Boca Roscoe, sorry.
That's
playing
it, CNN
really well here.
headlines. That's
but
good.
everyone on
Haven't heard that
Bloodhounds
one
is doing good work.
Add that
I feel
one to
like
the
the
notebook.
problem of that board is just pushing the front line of A77.
Ooh, big kick over there from
Gals
Gals Cutie. Gets suppressed by the Bloody Hunt. Mark Cutie to follow with DPR.
Not do anything.
Gals Cutie
Pushing
though in
either
position.
inaction or forcing an action
Keep Easy
that's
Peasy
not
away
good for
for
them.
rushing in on
They are
this
not taking their time. They
insane
need to
Martis
find
that he's been showcasing so
better
far.
sets. Like I
10-1 and
said,
4.
take your time
Best
if you
KDA in the
can. I know
entire
it's easy
game.
for me to say when
Looking
you're
at Area
10,000,
77, they only have
20,000
one
behind,
kill so far.
but what
12
else
minutes
is there
in.
to do? Trying mindlessly to go 1 versus 5 and pick someone from the backline and hoping Franco doesn't see you. I don't think that's gonna work. Second Lord, let's see what happens here.
Yeah, and Coppola has been doing just such a great job of being able to counter Gals Cutie on this show. Every single
Those two
time he comes
immortalities
in
from Coppola
for a
and
Way
Dino.
of the Dragon, he immediately gets suppressed down. And then you have Boca Roscoe, who's been doing a great job of putting on this immense amount of AoE damage while Easy Peasy comes in with the decimation. I mean, you can see Boca Roscoe 2-0-11 while Easy Peasy is 10-1-4. That is just teamwork and synergy beyond what I have ever thought that Bloodhounds were capable of. And they are making a statement here tonight. Lord going to be crashing in. Gals Cutie deep into the back line. You see a hook does land
this is it,
onto
man.
Merciless.
Oh, is this it?
Down.
Here they go.
He's down to about 10%.
Oh!
Dodge, and we
Still Cutie and Mark Cutie.
able to take him down.
Oh,
Next up on the
no.
chopping block is Mark Cutie, but look at the
Oh,
corner, down to
my
10%.
God, that was
and the
quick.
Bloodhounds are victorious in a
Under
beautiful
14
statement
minutes.
here in the first game.
I wasn't expecting that. That was very quick, quite one-sided. What to say,
Bro.
man? What a dominating performance
That was
on all
fast.
aspects of Bloodhounds. I feel like whatever Area 77 was trying didn't work. I'm still not sure about this Shao pick after seeing the Franco. I would expect a Shao roam main to understand that going into Franco, a Franco that's pretty good. will be an issue. And usually, if you're a roamer, make your life a bit easier and try to kind of adapt to what the enemy roamer has already shown you. You're able to read the strategy that's going to come in the game. So I think just take something a bit safer to play rather than trying to play the highly mechanical Shao.
This accent is dope. I wish I could talk like that.
But again, hey, 100%.
It's from what year?
We're gonna stop being annoying, I promise, guys. 11-1-5 onto Martis, highest team fight participation.
Easy peasy, Martis reminds me of somebody I know.
At the same time, you have Kopla with his amazing sets, really specific on what.
What's up, Nash YouTube? How to get Liam Moore Trump skin?
Always on
Come
the
on,
right
give
spot.
me.
We
actually do have skin giveaway. Make sure you guys type that code in, redeem it at the Mobile Legends Code Exchange site.
For the team.
They're gonna be Liam Moore, but it'll be the Nana Slumber skin, which is hey, it's at least something, right?
And on the other side, I don't know.
But there's only so many available, so you want to hurry up. I'm not sure if there's any left.
Hopefully, they can reset their mindset completely, change things around, maybe try a different play style in their.
Y'all can hear
and go for it, but play
hear them,
more
right?
passive.
On the
don't go forward too much. Don't fall into those traps. As you can see here, just the flank from sleeps here was so
Clubs, that was nuts. That was a one-sided story, bro.
Buying time for the flanks to come.
Crazy.
Playing a bit forward, come, follow, greed a bit, chase us, and then they just re-engage, get the maniac.
Hopefully, Area 77 takes
easy
game
peasy.
too.
What to say? Easy peasy game.
Yeah, I mean, every single person on the team filled their role to perfection. You called it exactly from that Franco counter that was out there, but Dino as well. The baiting outs of the X-Borg out there, it did seem like Dino was caught, but it was all part of the plan. He does have that little kind of second chance when he loses the armor. He gets that anti-CC and is able to kind of dodge out of the way, which allowed Bloodhounds to come in there, the opportunity to CC down their opponents. I mean, it was just a very well played, and like you said, a very specific
I'm claiming that
from the
trademark that
Bloodhounds
statement
that was executed to perfection.
All right, I wonder who is gonna get the MVP in this, huh? It's hard to tell because everyone really deserved it. They play as a team, and the more your team has synergy, the more the individualities are like not really displaying that much. But then when you get
I can't wait till I move to my new house. Like I'm gonna have like a whole like stream setup, bro. It's gonna be nice.
Will come with some genius moves and change things around.
Got 2 months
here,
left.
Everyone played great. What to do if you are Area 77? What to ban for the next game? What to change? Sadly, it's not really
It wasn't anything in the draft. Yeah, it was the synergy
all across the game. Yeah. The synergy wasn't there. The pickoffs kind of disagree with the choices. I feel like not all picks with a Shao are good ones. You have to be a bit more selective. I think Beatrix did decent with what she was given as a gold laner. It's really hard to.
I think there's a lot of games today too. So we've got
with the other team, or
we have a total of 4 best of 3s.
Too much of a gap, you can't really outshine your opponent.
So this one, I mean, we're about to jump into game 2, and if it's any way near as fast as game 1 was, then
what to say?
It'll be a fast day. Avalon and KnightsOfFate would be a good
they
one.
have yet to see. I think that they thought that they had a counter when it came with the choke onto the Martis, but I mean, they have been dominating right now. I'm expecting either a Martis ban here, or if you're gonna have that show out there, ban the Franco. We're gonna see how Area 77 adjusts here. We're still gonna go ahead, start things out with that Kadita and the Valentina bans. It's Area 77's game here right now. They need to win this
skins
to
are out?
kind of keep up with the Bloodhounds.
Beyond the
or else,
Clouds?
I mean, Bloodhounds are going to be moving on.
You see it? I don't know if you can see it, but Beyond the Clouds?
As you can see, they are banning finally the Martis. They are banning the Valentina on Bloodhound side. We'll see. I don't know if the Franco is worth a ban right now, but
like Genshin
at the same time, no Shao then. No Shao. Switch things up. Let's try something different.
Xavier and
maybe I don't know. Maybe a Kufra. I'm not sure exactly the length of his hero pool.
Oh yeah, we're about to get that.
I'm sure we're gonna see something different.
Trust and believe.
I think it's a bad idea. And let's move on. Let's forget this first game. Let's completely reset the mindset. I feel bad for the boys because we always want to see the best of both teams, and here it was really overshadowed by the performance of BH. But I'm sure they can bounce back. Let's see. We've had a lot of surprises in ACD in the past. So.
Bro, I tried using my last set of diamonds to send myself the Xavier skin, but you need to own the skin before you can send it.
Those assassins as well. With the Martis out of there, I mean, I wonder.
Wait, what do you
if there
mean?
are any
If you
other
own it,
early game,
you're gonna send it to yourself even though you own it?
Junglers for
I
them
don't
to
get
kind
it.
of capitalize
You have two
on right
accounts or
now. We
something?
see the Valier ban, and last
Trying to send
week,
it to a separate account.
which is very interesting to me because last week, not easy peasy, Boko Roscoe was
Yin skin at? Is the Yin skin available?
dominating on the Valier. He might not have gotten the MVPs, but he was definitely a
it's
main
Starlight.
part of the
Okay.
Bloodhounds' success with that. But once you're
That one.
banning that, he has such an
Gotta get that.
huge pool of heroes that he's been showing out here. We just
Dang,
saw
you gotta
the
own
board
it
there.
before you
We
can
know
send it.
he
That means
plays
you have to
a lot
spend
of
double the money,
movement
bro.
Heroes, like the Farja, the Sicilian as
yeah.
well.
It's on getting them coins.
I'm
Show.
wondering if it's even worth it to kind of ban some of these, the pool for somebody who has such a deep hero pool.
I think usually when you're banning Valier, it's because you want to play specific heroes or a specific
got the
position
Yin
that
one,
really
Eternal
is
Guardian.
annoyed by pushing in or by being pushed back. Sorry, I feel like they're gonna play a diving position for sure.
I don't feel like it
we see
used to
also
be
the
like that.
Kaja,
There must be
we see
something
instant
new.
picks.
Because I don't
Raina's
remember
first
having to
pick
do that
for
before.
RS77.
You know, like
We
even
see
when
on
the
other
Star
side
Wars one
Warwick.
was out back in the day, like you could
Let's see
send it
what,
as soon
the
as you
second
had
will
enough
be,
to buy
but,
from the shop.
Interesting. Grace
Well, this
first
one isn't a
pick,
shop one though, is it?
Not personally something I.
Oh, it's not a shop
I love
one.
to see, but I've heard from you guys from the bench of the casters that
Oh, is it a
you
shop
guys
one?
told me Uranus was really played a lot in NA. Statistically, that's something I love to rely on. If you hear
Oh,
me
it is.
say
It did
statistically
shop.
a lot,
Oh,
guys, I'm
okay.
sorry, but I really
Never
swear
mind.
only by statistics.
Yeah, the
Uranus
Stars
is
when you're
actually
able to
quite
do
low,
it.
is around 35-40%. So I want to see what NA has in store.
Well, you already
Maybe
got
they
it
play
though,
the
right?
same
You're just trying to
way.
get it on a
Maybe
separate
you guys
account.
have
You're trying to get it twice.
a very efficient way to utilize him, and we'll see. Borg, Edith on the other side though.
It's going to be very interesting to see because we do have actually some
Special
changes.
event?
The common emblem
Yeah,
got
I
just
see
a
the item
little
now.
bit of a
In the
nerf
shop.
too, especially when it comes to that
Oh, they have
hybrid
it.
regen
Shop right now.
that a lot of Uranuses were kind of banking on.
Hydromancer.
You get a lot of that mana back, you get a lot
Mermaid.
of that health back as well,
Kadena.
which
Oh,
meant
they got
he
a
didn't really
mermaid
have to
version of
rely
Kadena now?
on that the
What?
magic talisman
Oh, yeah, I'm
right
getting
from
that.
the early game. He
Show.
wasn't going out of mana so early. Now there's going to be some
That's
changes.
nuts.
Are we going to be picking up
New Ballman came out?
Impure Rage, or are we still going to be going with Brave Smite on Uranus? It's going to be very interesting. I want to see how well he's going to be able to play this.
Yo, this Ballman looks
Crazy
crazy.
on that. I'm not sure. I'm not the pro on
Like a
Uranus.
Final
I'll be
Fantasy.
honest. As we see, Area 77.
Look like a
instead of
Final
going for the
Fantasy
shotgun,
character,
they are
bro.
going
You
for
know
the
those little
Franco
raid
this
bosses
time,
you
and they
gotta
are
fight, the
picking
big
as well
ones?
the gold laner quite early on the draft, and they are going for
That's
carry.
crazy.
Well, I mean, it's pretty.
Bro, he is
justified
huge.
because
Why
we
is
see
Ballman
Edith,
so
we see
tall
Ball, we
on
see
this
already a
one?
strong front lane, a lot of dive. You gotta get ready for this Edith in team fight.
Bro,
or you cannot
Ballman
really
looks
fight for, like, 2
crazy,
seconds
bro.
While she's under ultimate, she's dealing an insane amount of damage, right? So we
What?
want someone to remove this.
Dude,
and,
this is
carry.
this is
This
nuts.
comes to mind. But doesn't matter. Bloodhounds is like 2 fighters.
This
against
may be
carry.
one of my
Let's make
favorite
it
looking
free.
skins in the
Let's
game.
make it free as we see Alpha being picked.
Don't that look like Final Fantasy
Yeah,
though?
Alpha picked up here, and it's very interesting. It's almost like they're just kind of they see the carry there, but they're just like, all right, we're just gonna go hardcore with this.
And you can just buy it from the
in
store.
late
That's
game,
kind of
like,
crazy.
I
It's
mean,
not
this is
limited either.
another
I think you
hero,
can always have the option to try and buy it.
Alpha, which actually scales very well,
hope I
very
see this
quickly,
skin
especially
today.
if it's in that jungle
Hey, I
role.
wonder what his
So
spin
I mean,
looks
you
like.
kind of have the same type of game plan when you have a Martis: early aggression and keep on that
looks
aggression
pretty
until
nice,
you
too.
guys get to the core. The later
Cyclone
and
Sleep.
later that this game goes, then you're going to be competing with a super tanky Uranus from Merciless. Then you're going to have that true damage coming out from the carry and the speedy
Dang!
light wheel. So it's,
that lethal counter is
honestly
nuts!
right now Bloodhound's game to lose in the early game.
Bro,
if they can
what?
go ahead, they can go ahead get that snowball.
That's
from
wild.
the Area 77. I think that's going to be going over to the Father. But if they start floundering and they start making some mistakes, like we
Need
did
an
see a
MP
few
I didn't get to
mistakes
see the
in
animations
early
yet.
game of the first one, but they
Well,
were very
I mean, there's a
quickly
chance we see Kadena
able
today.
to
She didn't
kinda
get
gather
nerfed.
themselves
We might
and
actually
get
see her this
right
match.
back onto the plan.
She'd be a great pickup right now for Area
Quickly through
77.
the next few
They could pick
bans,
up
we got
Kadena here.
Faramis, we got Leslie, Gord, finally, Area 77 removing that this time, not going to let it open, and we got Lilia. One thing, what's the one pick do you think in Mage that's actually would be amazing against Bloodhounds, and that's banned now?
Well, it's
Kadena-
very interesting
oh, no,
too.
Kadena's banned.
We talked about Lilia. She actually got an adjustment, but
Yeah.
they
Look at this,
pretty much took away a big part of her kit from her ultimate, which is the getting back the full stack of her attacks.
True.
So,
But I guess like Bloodhounds is still scared of her zoning, of her slow, just the mobility Lilia has against.
I haven't seen
triple
Lily in a
fires,
while.
bit annoying. But I wanted to say Area 77 they banned Valier, which is actually very good against those triple fighters.
Rough
Not
ways it throws out
necessarily
an
both,
NPL
but
icon.
definitely
That's
push forward when he's under ultimate. But
She
Alpha
turned
and
into a
Edith
mermaid though.
are two fighters you can push back right easily and just zone them a bit.
Knock up.
Ooh, we see some nice stuff. Cecilion, I love Cecilion with Bloodhounds, what they have as a front line. I love those very heavy backline heaters and very late game, of course. But you have the early game, right? You have the Alpha, you have the Borg. It's okay for Cecilion to kind of has this bridge.
Where did she turn into a
between
mermaid?
Early
She
and
used her
late
ult?
game, he's gonna be able to get there.
See
No
her
problem
legs
with his
change.
stacks. And on the other side, you got Farsa, so they are playing a bit more far back.
Must be like
A
really,
bit more
really
immobile
fast.
and very strong hitters, backline, a lot of range. So both mages,
That's cool though.
you know, playing pretty far away from each other.
Martis still
Very
needs to
good
get a
at
better
keeping
skin.
the DME front line. So I'm liking
Everybody
it.
uses Martis and
Kind
they
of
can't get him
giving it a
something
bit more
nice.
Bloodhounds.
It's kind of crazy.
Kind of easy to say when you saw the first game, but anyway.
Hopefully that's next. How do you get Ballman and another
you
skin
brought it
before
up
you get
too.
Martis?
I'm not usually a
Martis
huge
uses way
fan
more than
of
Ballman.
Cecilian. Just I feel like he scales. He's like really late game. But we were talking about it
Well, her
earlier.
first
There's
skill
a
does it as
pretty
well.
hefty early game here by the
looks pretty cool.
Bloodhounds. And if it does,
I
get
think
to
I'm
that
okay
late
with
game,
that
they're
one. I
gonna
feel like
need something on the
I'm
back
like
end
the
to be able to
Ballman
kinda
skin, but
still
Ballman didn't need another
hoist
one. I
them
think they
up
should
here.
have
And
gave
that's what
Ballman
we
just got a
have. Final
freaking
pick
collector
here,
not
we
too
do
long
see
ago.
Area 77
That
going
God
ahead
one?
and picking up the
That one looks
Piccochito.
nice too.
So
Nice.
The Epic
which
skin
of these
funny
comps
though
are we
looks
kind
better,
of-
and you don't have to spend
Yeah.
nearly as much for that
There's
as a
two
collector
things.
skin.
I
for
really
Ballman.
like what BH has. The problem is the Claude
That
and
collector
Cecilion
skin
are
on
both
Ballman was
extremely late game. I would
expensive,
say within their roles, Claude would be one of the latest marksmen in the goal lane, and
Did they
Cecilion
get
would
rid
be
of
one
this
of the
collector?
latest.
Oh yeah,
mid
there it
laners
is.
can
Goddess
have.
of the Mountain or something.
So I guess both
God of the
have
Mountains.
this weakness, right? So you really have to be
God of
trustful
Mountains, yeah.
with your early game on your side. As we are getting into the game 2, let's go, baby. Let's see if Area 77 can bounce back. A
Baby!
different playstyle here for sure. They have the Paquito. They kind of need to reassure themselves in this early game, and I hope they do. DPR versus Easy Peasy. Let's see who makes it here. Paquito, I wanted to see it last week. I actually was
Let's see if
vocal
I
about the
speed
fact
it up,
that I
'cause I
wish
feel like I'm
Zayn could have
slightly
played Paquito,
behind.
but he didn't. Maybe we'll see that Paquito more this week. It's played in SE a lot, and it's actually working quite well. So yeah, I'm sure RSN can do something here. Let's see if Gallus has some magic in his hooks though.
Sometimes you
Takes the
gotta
pressure
do
away
that
from Gallus, trying to show himself. He does just narrowly miss out of range from that first hook. Easy Peasy can go ahead and start. Kopov soaking up some damage from Jules Cutie here as we start things off. First minute just over right now. Both of these teams right now looking for something to prove, especially Bloodhounds. Like I said, they've been trying here for over a year to get into the top 8, and now they're trying to cement their place. You can see Kopov here getting cornered there by Gallus Cutie, but he's gonna be able to get away there. Some little help from
How
Jules
far
Cutie.
is
He
this?
actually got a little hook. A nice hook. I want to
There we go.
see Gals really hitting those hooks early on.
That knew
I
I
want
was
Area 77, if they
far,
want to
not that
win
far.
in this game, to reassure themselves early on by picking off properly. And if they don't manage to
Follow back?
force those
Oh, you
pick-offs,
follow
it's
me?
okay. Just get to your late game without giving too much economical advantage. The macro is important, of course, but is it
Oh.
worth just giving more and
Follow
more?
back.
More DPR. Very slippery hero, huh? This Paquito. Very slippery.
Yeah, very close to actually getting caught there, especially in a bad way between 4 members of the Bloodhounds. He does find him an escape. We might actually still see a little bit of a pop-up there. Sanguine Claws come out as well as the Alpha Charge. Gals Cutie's going to go ahead and flicker out of the way. DPR
fell, though.
at half health. Hook goes
Y'all think this is
just
sweet? Y'all
wide
think
of
Bloodhounds
Kopla.
takes it?
As we see the first turtle being popped, second game with the new update, and we see they don't fighting. Oh, just Kitty getting picked in the mid. He's gonna survive. The first turtle not being harassed yet. Both junglers getting.
Yeah, I
their
feel like the
turtle buff
draft from
first.
Area
As
77
we
is
said,
NPL level,
not
but it's
everyone is
the
hitting this level 4 before the
execution
first
where they
turtle,
lack.
So you gotta focus a bit more on
Their
your jungle
drafting is good.
and on your lanes, and then you get level 4 and you delay a bit the turtle by like 20 seconds, 30 seconds. A77, they get the area around the turtle.
Execution
Can they
is
get it though? Can they secure it?
gotta be able to execute on it.
Yeah, on the back line, you can see Boca Roscoe actually getting zoned out by Merciless, and this is going to be an uncontested first turtle for Area 77, won by DPR.
SPZ was way too far. I'm not sure. I don't think they just wanted to give it away, or maybe SPZ was underestimating. Go for it. Oof.
Yeah, big pop-up there. Gals Cutie does go ahead and get that suppression on. Boca
Roscoe
Roscoe
takes
with the
it
kill
down, but he
onto
finds
Gals Cutie. It is one apiece here. Kopla eating up that speedy light wheel from Mark Cutie.
I can't believe that Gals always almost survives. This time he went down, but he took his time. He suppressed before going down, and he really helped Area 77 just trading a kill there. Mark UT, be careful, Kopla is on the side, Slips is baiting the second.
You understand, I don't like the Sicilian pick, they have too much late.
Blazing
That's a
Duet comes out there.
Bloodhound thing.
Oh!
Oh!
And we do have DPR coming in to finish the job.
No, he could have dove that. I think he could have found
What a great job. Area 77 able to find the quick reply.
I love how everyone just came one by one. You know, it was like a movie. You see more and more people joining the party as people are dying left and right. What's going on? And we see 2-2. The economy is perfectly neutral between those two teams. But I feel like the trend for Area 77 is much better than on the first game. They seem much more confident. They are being precise with their invade. They are not just mindlessly going forward. And I would say Dino is still there around with his Borg to zone. Everything is good. Kopla is having a bit of a harder time with Edif because he's been hooked a few times. He's still there though. He's still there. He's still a threat on the roaming. But here, as we see Area 77, they are gonna try to get this 4-man down onto Sleeps. Yeah,
it might be a
little.
little.
He knows. They know they are there probably. So they got information from the mid.
It's just right now, like I said, I was talking about this before. Bloodhounds just have such a great job when it comes to the strategy and knowing when they need to back off, knowing how they need to be placed, and then when it comes to a lot of these ganks as well. Area 77 just having a little bit of trouble trying to find these opportunities. They go ahead to start on this next turtle. We have a pop there. Kopla catches Galscute. He's going to have to expend that flicker. DPR catches the turtle. Down comes the feathered airstrike. Merciless diving deep into the back. Hook lands on the easy peasy and down.
Big hooks! Big hooks!
5 members up for Area 77.
Oh, they're going for the mid?
Transition this into a
oh, they're nuts!
At mid.
Dang, that was quick too. They almost had it.
He clears out the minions. So what a decent defense for the Bloodhounds, but they lose one during that objective.
Jal's playing so much better now, so much more precise. I love the way he's showing himself, kind of baiting Kopla to use his utility on Franco, and then just flickering outside, hooking someone, getting the kill. He's just playing much more.
Monster.
He's much
I
more
honestly
sharp.
thought he was like
good job. I love the way he's bouncing back from the first game performance, and it's much more encouraging for Area 77.
They're good at drafting.
It's so important for your team's momentum. You know, you really want to have a
hopefully
strong
we can see their
when you
execution
get
get a little bit better as we progress through the season.
You really want to have this to just motivate your team to go forward and be more trustworthy of your front lane. And here, Gals is for sure doing much better. He's trying to hook those bushes here. There's no one. Both teams are very far apart. Not really providing vision on Area 77.
Let's go!
A bit more behind. It's okay.
Area 77
for the next turtle. They are managing well. They are ahead in economy. They don't want to lose that advantage, maybe by a misposition or by losing Franco early on a pickoff. You want to just set again properly, pick your fights. I love the way they are bouncing back from the first game. Really, I'm very, very surprised at how much wisdom they are showing right now.
Yeah, Easy Peasy seems to be having a little bit of a struggle here, especially when it comes to the early game where Alpha is supposed to shine. I feel like we are really banking. Actually, we have the concealed play here. Just as I said that, we see Easy Peasy get caught. Beautiful concealed play there. Man. And organization by Area 77 there. They are really banking on this late game right now because we're waiting on Sleeps and Boca Roscoe to really get to a point where they are actually scary with the damage. That hasn't hit just yet. As you can see them, big ganks coming up.
Oh,
there by
dead.
Jules Cutie, who gets caught and is going to be going down to sleep.
He's gonna go down, like you said. That was an insane timing on Easy Peasy earlier. Poor guy is not having a good game here. Area 77 again.
Mark Cutie!
Where he been at? On the top lane, securing the tier 1. The economy is perfect for the blue team. They are in
so Turtle
a good shape. Bloodhounds.
And the top turret
so
goes into the hands of Area 77. They took the first 2 objectives, uncontested from Bloodhounds.
Committed for a mispick, you know. And no, in the end, they are fighting back. They are doing their best. They are not giving away too much. It's only 2,000 gold difference in, what, 8 minutes? It's good. It's a normal game. We are getting to late game. We know Claude and Cecilion are our strengths. We want to make them go late without committing too much efforts, without getting picked too much.
Oh, as you say that, a big hook
big play in the
does
mid.
land, followed by the suppression.
He finds one, Gals is out.
Easy able to find the kill.
They get another.
Merciless
is
we
dead.
are still in this fight. Merciless does not find the kill as Kupla wipes him off the map. That is 2 kills for the side of Bloodhounds, and they have taken the lead.
That's the problem, right? The pick on Cecilion looked like something
Yeah, that's a
clever
big
to do
dive
because
from Merciless.
it was
Very,
the opportunity in front of
fortunately he
Randall,
didn't pick
but
it up.
in the
I mean,
end, no
he was
one
kinda
was
greedy
really
on that
close
play.
enough to follow up on that pickoff, and it didn't really work. Bocarosco just flickering out all the backup of Bloodhounds really quickly on the scene, with Claude zoning everyone from the backline. And it's going to be tough, I feel, for Jules later in the game when Claude is really fed. Farsa needs to be perfectly positioned. You got Dino with the Flaker ultimate, possibly. You got Claude with the engage, of course. And getting the backline is really an easy job for Claude. So it's going to be tough for Farsa.
A little bit of an engagement up top has been quelled by a well-placed feathered airstrike by Jules Cutie. We do have a concealed play. DPR actually might be in trouble. Senses it in the water, but a hook lands with a suppression. You can see Copla in a little bit of trouble. Does take down
a lot of
Cutie.
hits.
Copla on the receiving end of some damage. He goes down, and we are at 1 apiece.
Roamer for Roamer, so good trade, pretty neutral, but that looked really scary how BH really concealed at the right timing, came on the right angle. Galzi with the hook to react here. That was close, that was too close, but yeah, Farsa getting big though, that's not good.
Yeah, is going to have to activate that wings by wings, but Merciless is in the middle of 3 players from Bloodhounds. They're going to go ahead, try to zone him out while the rest of the team go ahead and focus down this Lord. You can see the rest of Area 77. They know what's happening. They're going to try to come in here. Conceal play from Gals Cutie.
Another turret, bro. They're not paying attention to him.
Well, but
he's going to backdoor and end this.
The Lord. Now Dino is in the back line trying to continue this push. I believe the communications from the team, they're going to go ahead, turn around from that. They got what they came for, but they lost a tower for the Lord.
But that was a very worth it Lord. That's the first objective Bloodhounds really get in this game, and they had the perfect timing, good call on when to do the Lord. While Area 77 was obviously not well positioned to contest that. You had Carry on the bot lane pushing, sure, but I would rather get the Lord, of course. Good stuff from Bloodhounds. They are slightly getting back into this game. You can
they need to
pick the
top.
Late game impact, getting closer and closer. Dino really deep onto this engage here.
Yeah, last insanity deep into the lines. Down goes Gals Cutie. Sleeps is there with the duet, putting on the damage. DPR narrowly gets out of the way, but you can see that Mar Cutie putting on the damage right now with that speedy line. Easy peasy.
He's getting another.
Himself
not letting him go.
Dive goes down as we have a Lord crashing down at bottom.
What a back and forth game. I mean,
Dang,
I understand
good play.
the aspect of kind of forcing
this is a good match.
Because you know
it's not one-sided. I like to see that.
And you were taking the time away from A77 to defend it. So either way, if you lose or win the fight, it's good because you're gonna get the side lane pushing. But here, that was very one-sided. That was really one-sided, and it's sad because Bloodhounds seem to be getting the ahead in fights, and now they have to start over again. They just lost it completely. Yeah, they need to, I don't know, maybe force a bit less. That was a bit too deep. Dino went in, he went almost at the tier 2, and then you had Paquito just flanking the backline of Bloodhounds and completely destroying everyone. That's tough. You gotta be careful of your backline.
Yeah, the rest of the hopes kind of rest on Sleeps right now, who is sitting at 3-0-3 on the Claude. On the other side, DPR still doing a great job on the jungler right now. So, I mean, as we get later and later, I was talking earlier, actually caught. Dino is going to be able to get away there. I'm not sure if they're going to go ahead and keep on there. You see the Sanguine Claws do catch Merciless, but the rest of the team thinking twice about this engagement.
They are taking a bit of their time here, 40 seconds for the next Lord, so there's nothing really to fight for. I don't really like my best fights usually because if you don't have something to follow up with, especially if your lanes are not pressured a certain way where you can follow up with taking the tower, or if you want to take the tiara on the Lord.
Big hook lands onto Dino. Feathered airstrike is going to finish him off with the help of DPR on the back line. Merciless going to go ahead and zone out the rest of the team. That was just a well-executed play and a hook onto the purple buff for good measure by Gals Cutie.
No, that was a good timing. No, the Lord is coming in 10
Titan
seconds. No, that
turrets.
was really worth it to do this.
3 turtles.
And
0
they're
turtles
probably
for
gonna secure
Bloodhounds.
the space around the Lord.
Bloodhounds took the only
Not
Lord
really
so
being
far.
worried about contesting it. I think they're still
Old Staff's been
ahead
picking up
enough
from Marquis, so he's gonna
economically to
attack a lot
just
faster
get
now.
that face off 4 versus 4 or 5 versus 4, most likely.
Ooh.
Kopla going in with the conceal.
Oh, Conceal comes
my
in there.
God.
Flicker misses. Mark Cutie expends that flicker to get away. So they aren't able to get a kill in favor of them. And this looks like this Lord is going to be
Bloodhounds
uncontested by, I say that, in comes
Almost took
Coppola,
it down.
lands a pop-up on the Gals Cutie. DPR on the front, picks up the Lord. Here comes a feathered airstrike, but on the backside, Sleep trying to put on the damage. Dino finds a kill onto Jules Cutie, and we are continuing. You can see Boca Roscoe still raining down the damage. Mark Cutie picks up a kill onto Dino, and Merciless puts down Sleep. That looks like a 1-for-3 trade, and Area 77 get the Lord.
That looks really convincing for A77, who might get a 2-1 game in this first best of 3 of the day. That's what we wanted to see. Completely different phase compared to the first game. And thankfully, because you don't get much of those series in a tournament like NACT, you really want to be on your best day straight up from the start. This is double elimination. Whoever loses this series will still have a chance to continue onto the stage 2 and even go to the final if they can. But Area 77 fighting back, showing what resilience means, and maybe the experience they have for so many years playing together. It helps a lot.
We do have a large luminous Lord with a charge to the mid-high ground tower. We are battling at all ends here. As you can see at the bottom, Bloodhounds trying to put away a lot of those minions to protect these towers. They do lose the mid-high ground tower, and very wisely, Area 77, they get what they came for, and they go ahead and retreat back into the jungle.
It's not the same lead in terms of economy compared to the last game, but what I can say is they are much more conservative in how they were
Oh no, this looked like
forcing those towers.
it looked
with
like
that first
Area
load.
77 should be able to take this
They
one,
didn't
but I
really
feel
go
like
for
it can
much,
still be
but
anybody's
the
game.
first limit
Oh
was-
my god!
Wow, what a hook!
That
man.
was the
Oh my God.
craziest iron hook I've seen so
Big
far.
suppression with that speedy light wheel. Mark
That was
Cutie
cutie.
absolutely
Magnetic
obliterates
hooks.
him, turns him to dust, and the Bloodhounds find another death on their side. What do
Is
you
it
think?
me or we are
Bloodhounds-
seeing? Sorry, is it me or we are watching team versus team or roamer versus roamer? Both games are so anticlimactic when it comes to the performance of the roamers. And here, Galsq really fighting back versus Kopla. And on the other game, it was really Kopla completely shadowing the performance of Galsq. Like very insane how both roamers are playing right now.
Yeah, that's a great point out too, because I mean, the last game you called it that Gals Cutie was absolutely countered and shut down when Coppola was on that Franco as well. So I mean, we're gonna see. I don't know. What do you think that the Bloodhounds here need to do to be able to kind of take this game back?
I think just one fight, one misposition from Galsq, a wrong pickoff, or is committing to the wrong target. The team all together trying to pick off, let's say, I don't know, Dino, and not being able to really
Let's go!
Get him down. That would be a big mistake. That would be,
Alright, it's about to be a
the
5v3.
opportunity to just
Bloodhounds will win if
finish
they
the
take
fight.
this. Ooh.
Dino,
Oh, they're going in. No, they're on the
Big
chase.
conceal play here, but
Bats
they
Feast
see
can
it
still
in
play.
the
Neither
water as
connect.
Area
Oh no,
77
Bats
will
Feast
have-
does connect.
Oh,
Oh!
caught there.
Jules Cutie, what are you
There goes
doing?
Jules Cutie, that's a
All he
huge
can
Why'd
do.
you
of
stop
damage
there?
that is taken off the map right now. But
Oh,
on the other side, you see a
loud.
flanking position. Gals Cutie goes down. That's only
That's
only 2
two.
to 5 right now. Are Mark Cutie gonna be able to do it? They don't know that he's in that bush just yet. He's waiting for the
Mark Cutie.
time to strike out.
Oh, he got Boca!
Oh my God.
No, he did it! Winter
With
Truncheon!
that speedy light wheel, but you can see the rest of
I
the
wish
team.
Mark
Yo,
Cutie went top.
Boca's a
I
goat
wish
for
he went
that.
top lane. There was a huge wave
Oh,
on the top
my
lane, and he
goodness.
wasn't sure, do I help or do I come to the Lord? Area 77 here, really in struggle. We're gonna concede that Lord. There was so much minions on the top lane. It was a hard call to make, but Carrie decided to help the team.
Wow,
She could have just been
that's
pushed
crazy.
on the top lane. She tried to do the flank.
Big brain
It didn't
plays
work
from
at all.
Boca though on that
It's
Winter
very, very hard
Truncheon.
when you
Mark
are
Cutie
in
almost took
3
him down.
versus 5. Cherry isolated, trying to just melt down a few targets before going down, and in the end it didn't really work that way. There was an easier call to do, but it was such a hard one to make, because you gotta gamble. Do I go top lane and sacrifice that Lord? I think so. You're losing 2 targets before the Lord is even started. Two teammates. You have to concede it.
And just like that, you called it. All they needed was one fight. Except you thought it would be the Roam. It was actually Jules Cutie that really kicked it off for the Bloodhounds. And as soon as they got the opportunity, actually, Hook does land on the Dino. Down comes the feathered airstrike, but Dino's going to be able to make it out without too many scratches. You can see here we're kind of bursting in. Big pop-up lands on the Merciless. The damage comes up. Another pop-up. Down goes Merciless. 2 sleeps. And that damage, you can already see that big attack speed on sleeps right now as they are bursting down these towers.
Merciless, they're still going.
That's really Dino's job here to get hooked. I really believe that as soon as you get immortality back again, just go forward, show yourself, pull the hook from Gals QT and maybe even the ultimate. That's perfect.
Oh! I don't think Easy Peasy kind of expected that.
Lost insanity into the back.
Oh, Dino!
Out of here. Oh, he actually is. Nope.
Yo!
Finds his target, and just like that, all it took was a small mistake.
This is wild.
Hook landed by Gas Cutie to turn the tables in favor of Area 77. You can see Bloodhounds now. They don't want any part of this.
I guess Dino is not big enough because his teammate got picked in the end. And that was an incredibly extended hook. I don't know how he pulled that off, but that was such a weird angle to find. And he found it. SPZ again, taking one for the team. 2-7. Poor SPZ having a hard time on his alpha here. But I guess he's the mid shield right now, so he has to go through this pain for the benefit of his team. Both teams sitting with a few inhibitors, one on the red side and 2 left on area 77. It could go either way. It is the late game. We're at 60 gold. 60k gold, you can be sure Cecilion, Claude is fed, Mark Cutie, same thing on his carry, completely full build. So yeah, may the best roamer engage happen because that's going to be the dictating aspect of it. Maybe another conceal play like this, finding Farsa.
I think it'll be 2-0 sweep, or you think Area 77 will even this out?
Area 77. You have DPR with 7-1, Jules Cutie sitting at 2-3-10, and then you have a Mark.
Bloodhounds was able to kind of turn it around last week on Nighthorde.
On the side of
like they were going to lose, and then they won.
Leading on to Boca Roscoe and Sleeps. Easy Peasy has been absolutely shut down, especially now when it comes to the late game.
Avalon shut down Bloodhounds
anymore, so he's basically a small nuisance that is getting kind of caught here by Gals Cutie. Big conceal play here. They do see it in the water. We do have the feathered airstrike comes down.
Oh
my God! Cutie finds a kill onto Boca Roscoe. That's gonna be a big chunk of damage missing for the
Why is the backline mage too?
The run right now as Merciless gonna go ahead and try to zone them out while the rest of Area 77 go ahead and focus on this Lord.
That was such a risky ultimate from Farsa, but he managed to get the kill, flickering forward to get the last shot at the end of Winter Trunkion for Boca Roscoe. That was beautifully executed. You couldn't win it any other way, and they managed to get that kill so that they can open themselves up to get the Lord. Perfect for our 77. Maybe Gals QT for another pick. He has flicker, he has everything ready. He's not gonna force it. They're gonna wait for the Lord most likely. Getting some damage done. They need to push that bot lane. That would be nice to just play it conservatively and just push everything that
almost caught Easy Peasy.
You know, they're trying to
they're getting aggressive though.
As fast as possible.
I might actually bite him.
3 seconds back. 5 versus 5. Soon with the Lord hitting on the mid. 20-minute Lord. That hurts.
Yeah, we're looking for another hook. Gals Cutie.
Yo, Gals Cutie's crazy on the Franco.
Trying to focus on this Lord very quickly. Bottom high ground.
These are all like top tier highlight reel hooks.
Goes down. Feathered airstrike in the zone out. The rest of the team are the Area 77 going to be able to close.
No!
He does land the pop up, but that's onto the
God, Sleeps.
Duet is out. Merciless getting chunked down, and the rest of Area 77 is going to go ahead try to push.
No, they can't.
Still no damage yet onto the
can't.
tower. They're starting to tick just away at it. Minions from the bot side.
They're still going.
Conceal play is out. Do we land?
Look at the base. Look at the base. Look at the base.
Area 77. Don't force it. Don't force it.
Activates his immortality.
Yo!
We are still going down. Goes Dino. You can see that Copla still trying to defend in here.
This is the longest standing fight in the base I've ever seen.
Cutie is down, traded for Copla.
Oh, they sold. They sold!
3 players
They
left.
sold!
I said it, don't force it, and they forced it for like, what, 50 seconds? That was an insane.
Dude, they sold
fight
hard.
At the end, at the last building, that was crazy. That was insane. They're gonna finish their 40 seconds.
Not the minions,
Based on
Merciless.
ratings, he has to clear the last minion. Can he do it? Though? There's a big minion full life with another wave coming. Merciless. Coming
might-
back.
They
right,
sold! Them boys
That actually could be
sold!
it. That's a wipeout. There's
That is-
26
that is-
seconds left for
What
those
is
guys.
this?
Minions are marching down here. The Bloodhounds.
Why did
might
they stay
have
so
just
long?
Swept this one. You can see damage onto the turret. They are trying to chunk it down.
Oh
this is gonna
my
be game 2.
God.
A full sweep for the Bloodhounds.
Regrets for us. And
Adios,
frustration for
mio.
sure. This is going to be a big problem for them. I think.
Bro.
This is bad because they had such a
Why?
good tempo in where they were, how they were playing. You know.
Nuts.
And that's last force ending the game. That was awful. That was awful. Why didn't you take a bit more time pushing the button?
That is the biggest sell I've ever seen.
Wave, but no one went out of his way to go push that wave to get that last limiter and then really shut the last tower down all together with all the lanes pushing and the Lord. No, they just went mid. We just go brawl mode. We go in. We try to force it for like 50 seconds. Beautiful fight, but the ending is just not good. It wasn't the play.
Yeah, you can see here. I mean, actually, I don't want to say that the score kind of reflects what happened. This was just a great advantage that the Bloodhounds found, especially when they're defending at their base. You're able to go back. You're able to get re-healthed back up. This is one of those things that you look back, and it's kind of easy here as casters to see them kind of pushing in there. But I know there was a certain point that Area 77 had passed when it came to time spent trying to take the core down, where it's like, all right, we're in this.
They
We
sold
have
us
to take the core
heavily,
down
gentlemen.
now. Or it's a sense of pride there. But man, this is what I was talking about when it comes to the game plans and Bloodhounds saying very strong onto it. We can take a look at the fights here.
Adios,
Oh
mio.
my god, look at this fight. Everyone is spread out,
Oh,
trying to go
Lord,
forward and go
Bumsy. I know
backward.
you
We
see
don't
what
know
I
Winter
see. They
Trunk
could have
and
easily
the
won
core.
that one.
Do we
They are
try to end it?
tripping,
Yes,
bro.
we try, but we get our immortality popped out, and just one by one, everyone is going down. Miscommunication. I feel like maybe. Are we not sure? Is this the call? Are we going
make sense
in?
of that one, bro.
Maybe disagreeing with each other. I didn't feel like they were sure. The minions weren't really pushed all the way, so I'm not sure. I think it was just
Wait, sold this,
chaos. I think it was communication chaos, and we don't know how to end this. And we are too committed. We are too committed to back down. There are people dying with immortality,
too
trying
committed.
to winter trunk under the core and survive. What do? We force all together and we die all together and lose all together, sadly. Beautiful game from Area 77. I'm sorry to see them lose that one because they really showed 90% of the game a perfect approach to it. I love how Franco had so much impact. The picks were nice, completely shutting down SPZ on his alpha, and most of the time it was really well played. I don't know.
Yeah.
Most of the time until the last moment, right?
This is almost
This is from first
shades
game.
of their victory against the TheOhioBrothers. They are just so sound when it comes to strategy that if you guys make just even the smallest mistake, they are going to be there to capitalize.
I don't know. I
especially
wouldn't
when
even
comes
say it
right
was
up to
really
the end of
strategy.
the
It was just
game.
like,
you could see that first
bro,
game
you
where they were
overstayed a
dominating
final
with
game
easy
push.
peasy
Like, why
onto
did
that
they
Martis. And then
commit so
here,
hard? I feel like any
their
team could have.
discipline
Any
at
team
the
could have won
core
that right
to just
there.
kind of keep on rotating.
They
And you see the Blaze
stayed
were able
in
to
the
clean
base,
them
the
up.
enemy base, for
Merciless left
way too
alone
long.
with 50-second ticker timers on his team while the enemy is pushing
Hey,
in
you
on
give
them.
them an inch, they go a
this is
mile
just, we were talking
in the
about
wrong
synergy,
direction.
we're talking about plans. They might not have those super duper technical geniuses on their team, but when it comes to strategy, Boca Roscoe and the rest of the Bloodhounds are just sound.
Yes. They were relying on their strength. Like
Yeah, I do
you said
agree. They're a
many
great
times
team, but
throughout
I
the game, throughout the draft, Cecilio and Claude.
They're
really want to
77.
keep
I don't
that
know
late
why.
game. The more stacks you get,
I voted for 'em
onto
again.
Cecilio, the more confidence
I
you're
was
gonna
voting
be
for
that
them
you can
all
one-shot
spring season.
an
I just
important
something
target on your
behind
side. And
my
in
heart
this
just can't
defense
let them go,
against,
man. They're a great
opponents on
team,
multiple
but they
sides
just
around the core.
do
Cecilio is
things
great
that
at
makes
this.
you
He's
wanna
very good
rip
at
your
wave
hair
clearing.
out.
Late game, he hits very hard. Claude, same thing, a lot of sustain. Quite tanky for a marksman, right?
That's
so
crazy.
You can defend that easily.
Yeah, they could have did that, Rim, or they could have just left. Like, they had all their... They could have pulled out and just waited. Starved them out and then engaged again, or took the Lord and tried another push.
In a very bad spot.
But that was not it,
because they
Chief.
have
You see how
the
long those
strength
respawn
late
timers
game.
were?
That's
Like
why
60
you gamble
seconds.
your early game away because you want
Way
to,
too long to be sitting in the
make it
base like
easy for
that.
you later. And here, Area 77, maybe a lack of realism. Maybe they didn't really expect such a strong defense. We'll never know. Or maybe if we ever win
Insane in the
defense,
membrane.
Sad.
But-
I feel a bit, you know.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take you to the MVP, especially when it came to that first game. It should be no surprise here. Coppola going to go ahead, take away the MVP for the Bloodhounds. Just an absolute unit and just one of the more consistent members throughout those two games. I know Easy Peasy took a heck of a beating in that second game, but Coppola, man, he was just
great
so
sets
sound.
from
Especially,
Gauss
like I
That's
said,
crazy.
it was a highlight reel for that first game. He
Literally
was
nuts.
absolutely perfect to be able to land and stay where he needed to be at the right moments for every single time Cho came in for one of those Way of the Dragons.
I love this conceal play. I love this hook and ulti in Franco. His combos were really, really precise. And I think the
Can't make
Edif,
sense of
even
it,
though
fellas.
Edif is never super flashy because you don't hook or pick like a Shao, but you still pick off. You still can do those conceal flicker and then pick off some important targets. Maybe get the mid laner like they did with Farsa multiple times. A few times Farsa survived, but a few other times she went down. And that's because Coppola was so good at foreseeing the positioning of the opponent team. And so props to him, MVP well deserved. I love the roamers getting MVPs, getting some props for how good they are and impactful they are for their team. You shouldn't sleep on your roamer. Always respect your roamer. Be nice to your roamers out there, you guys in teams, okay? Support them because it's hard to be a roamer and it's even harder to be MVP with it. So props to Coppola. GG.
Great matches that we just had here. But ladies and gentlemen, we're not done. Even more excitement will be up next after we take this short break.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself.
All right, we got 6 minutes, fellas. I'm gonna go in a corner and go cry real quick on what we just seen. But I'll be right back. I love you guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. Go ahead and take this little quick intermission, get some drinks, get some water, get some food. Or find a corner to cry in alongside myself. Be back momentarily. See you in a bit.
And where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow. And especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi everyone, I'm Eterna. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Stephweezy, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT Falls, all of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster, right now casting for MSC. I'm eating, Dave told me to do this, it's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for, I'm wearing their colors, BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support, M5 BTK.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara, wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi, everyone. I'm NACT. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very, very, very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Stephweezy, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT Falls, all of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just got done with an exciting match, but that's not the only excitement that Mobile Legends has in store for us. We have the August Starlight that is coming with an exclusive Yin Eternal Guardian skin, 10 returning Starlight skins, and a new Starlight Shop exclusive killing notification also awaits you in August. Unlock Starlight membership with only 300 diamonds and get rewards worth over 6,000 diamonds in total. Unlocks, plus your first Starlight purchase yields a bundle worth over 17,000 diamonds. You can buy a weekly diamond pass to unlock rewards earlier. Look out for more Starlight exclusive bonuses and be sure not to miss out on all of the goodies.
All right, so let's go into round 2 soon. Let's see what's going on with Avalon and Knights of Fate. Interesting game. What do you think, Private?
Yui, he's been, I dare say, the death note for teams right now. He votes with his heart right now.
No, he's trolling, right?
With these teams. But I mean, it does seem kind of unanimous when it comes to a lot of the hosts and casters right now. Avalon has been super dominating in this. And when it comes to the the qualifiers here, Avalon does hold a victory over Knights of Fate. If anybody can kind of come up, though, there is a huge fan supporting for the side of Knights of Fate, though. So it's going to be maybe have some surprises in store for Avalon.
It's very interesting to see Yui 180. I think he's just going at the opposite of what he's thinking, actually. But let's see. Avalon, Knights of Fate, like you said, we didn't see much of them, at least during the stage 1. Sadly, we only saw 1 best of 3. Avalon, we saw 2. They played pretty good. So I want to see if they can, match up each other on the same level and give us some good fight. The first best of 3 was nice. I gotta say this last game was very, very exciting. I want to see if this best of 3, this series is gonna be nice. 2, as we see, player substitution. Regrets is not going to be playing. It's gonna be Mikasa instead. Mikasa, I like this name. Very, very no name in the Mobile Legends world, especially if you're an OG Fanny player.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting here. We did see, I hesitate sometimes when there are those substitutions. You sacrifice a little bit of synergy on the team. We saw last week, Bloodhounds, they substituted out Easy Peasy and ended up having to juggle around the entire roster where the roles were and didn't really have too impressive a showing on their second series match.
You need to have Sunday. Easy, otherwise who is gonna get hooked, Yeah. You have to have it. You have to have a target for Franco, right? No, but we'll see what it brings. Like you said, it's true. Substituting player is not really good for the synergy, especially in pro teams. Substitutes don't get to play that much with the main roster. They get to play between practice time. So 90% of the time they are just playing on their own or with friends, and it's tough. You have to be, as one of the main roster player, very inclusive of the substitutes and make them feel good because they understand they have a lot of pressure on their shoulder. They need to fit in other people's shoes. You gotta be nice to them, extra nice, more than the other player of your team. So we'll see. Hopefully he's welcomed by his teammates and hopefully they can shine equally with him.
Avalon is not a team that you kind of want to go against without all of your ducks in order. They are a very, especially mechanically gifted team. You still have Basic running up there on the side lane as well. Arvil is going to be the roam there. He has been just a menace in that position. It's going to be very interesting to see if we have a plan when we're coming into here. Because, like I said, qualifiers, you had Knights of Fate. They did take a loss to Avalon. That was only a best of 1, though. So maybe as we kind of get in here, we're able to adjust our draft. We're able to see what works, what doesn't work. We might come out with a different result and have a strategy built up.
Okay, so we get the first ban for Knights of Fate. Claude. I see a name that I kind of recognize. I feel like I know this person, Powerless. I feel like I've talked to Powerless in the past. I'm not really that close with the NA community, with the players. I want to get a bit closer to the guys, kind of understand the synergies in the game, how they, what their story is. Hopefully, maybe NACT and MLBBNA, the channel, do more interviews about the players. That's something that I like to watch. If you guys don't know about those, the production is spending a lot of time, providing us with context on the players' lives. We've all seen, I think, interview of Mobazane. That was a big documentary. So go check them out. They are on the YouTube channel. It's really nice to get those insights. All right, we see Claude, Valentina, and Kaja on Knights of Fate. And on Avalon, we see Kufra and Fanny. A bit different than the first series.
Yeah, apparently, and that's very interesting too, because we saw in the, I want to say the first game last weekend, Fallen actually dominated Bloodhounds very early with that Fannies, and to see them actually ban it out themselves, which means that they do respect the mechanical ability of Knights of Fate here right now. They also took out the Kaja on the side of the Knights of Fate. I mean, it's gonna be, these are pretty standard bans across the board when it comes to North America here. We're gonna see what these first picks are. Probably looking to pick up a mage or an XP laner here.
I feel like North American, you guys like to remove all the pick-offs threats, you know, Kufra, Kadita, even Fanny in a way you can pick off people, you just come in the fight, you pick off someone and then you go out. Kaja, of course, Kaja is like the king of pick-offs, he's always efficient. I feel like he's been around for like 10 seasons in a row and he's always very performing in every tournament. So I would say one of the best pick-off roamer you can have. We see the Alice first pick. Okay, tell me about this Alice first, because for me it's not necessarily, I don't know, not sure what to say.
Possibly a flex. I'm assuming it's going to be going into the XP lane, possibly into the mid. So maybe we're trying to look for something that's a little flexible that can kind of keep Avalon on their toes. Definitely wondering what Avalon's going to answer with. I don't really consider I want to say Alice one of the stronger in either of those positions. I mean, we've been seeing the domination by Uranus, Terizla when it comes to the XP lane. When it comes to mid, we've been seeing the Valentina, which is banned out here. We just saw Farza, who does have that range. Definitely interested to see what Avalon is going to be looking here to kind of answer with. We still have some really powerful picks. You still have that Arlot out there. You still have, just as I was talking before, we have the Terizla coming out there with the Ling.
I feel like both teams are going to be going for a diving position. If you're playing an Alice, especially if you're going to be playing it mid laner are not really the kind of picks you want to play diving or going forward. They want to play more on the backline and chilling and just bombarding the enemy front line, right? Alice, you play it mid when you know your whole composition is going to be about going forward, going deep, getting the goal laner, getting the enemy mid, and in this case you can also get away the Ling if you're good enough to pick him off. He's a squishy target to get. But Avalon, Terizla and Ling, they go forward as well. All those teams, they are just very forward thinking. And Freya, Angela, this is something very interesting on KnightsOfFate. I feel like they're just gambling everything.
Yes, very interesting here. Freya did take some nerfs this week. She took a nerf to the attack speed she gets, and then the cooldown for her second ability. Obviously, KnightsOfFate still like her. I mean, beforehand, I haven't tried her since the update, but I know beforehand, she 1v1, there's pretty much she's unstoppable in the lane, as long as you can kind of keep that skill 2 up. Right now,
Freya
you do have
probably the best at 1v1s, right?
Mm-hmm. So we're gonna see now. We do have the Esmeralda out there, which I'm assuming that the Terizla is going to be a tank Terizla.
Rome, yeah, I believe so. I don't think Esmeralda Rome would do as good as Terizla Rome, so I guess yeah, that's gonna go this way. It's very interesting. This draft is very unusual. I have to say. I mean, they both tell a good story, right? Angela is a perfect roamer for both Alice and Freya, but it's just such an unusual picks compared to what you're aiming at in the meta, right? The whole meta thing where you really want to focus on what's working the best for you. We'll see. Prove us wrong. I would love to see exotic picks working in NACT, and we'll see. Elkert, and we get sorry.
When it comes to like a lot of these picks, we've talked before about it, especially when it comes to with supports. I want to say like the new hotness right now are supports that can be effective from anywhere. People like Florin who can activate their bloom and their heal. You don't need the team close like you do with an Estes or a Rafaela. You can just be anywhere on the map, activate it, and be able to get your team back up. Angela kind of has that same thing. She can even be split pushing a lane as the turtle fight.
Right, and we're
she
back.
can come in with that heart scar as well. So maybe they're looking for that kind of flexibility.
So far, so good. The draft is definitely interesting. KnightsOfFate versus
Like
Avalon.
we do have the last two bands. Looks like
A lot of
KnightsOfFate are
sustain
focusing
for
down
KnightsOfFate. They got the Angela,
with those marksman bands.
Casa live on the
True.
Freya.
Yes,
We also
Angela,
got Alice,
global
very
ultimates
sustainable as
throwing
well.
global
Definitely gonna need
ultimate as well.
anti-heal.
We see double
Side of
assassin,
Avalon.
triple assassin ban on Avalon side. We'll see what KnightsOfFate is gonna use in the jungle. I mean, I've seen Freya jungle, and I think Angela Freya jungle actually is super annoying early game, and it could be a thing. You remember, guys?
Avalon
Alice,
hasn't
you
been
need
off
a
to the best
few-
start.
A few
Or not
stacks,
Avalon,
you need
KnightsOfFate.
those blood orbs
Haven't won a
on
single
the
series
waves.
yet.
You need to hit
They need this. They
60
need like a
orbs to get
third
the
or
advanced
fourth
speed bonus,
placement.
which is very
This,
important for Alice
stage.
because Alice always wants
Will
to
be a
catch
threat.
up with your backline. She always wants to close the gap, and the faster she goes, obviously you're gonna get to destination faster.
Got Danielle in the building. How you doing?
That's
Appreciate you
the
sneaking
fourth,
up on us.
Pick for Avalon. lot of fighters in NA, huh? You guys love fighters. Very, very nice.
Actually, as well.
I'm just resounded right now that I just
What's
don't
your
know where
opinion about,
anybody's going right now, except for Ling. I'm about
Gimme Kage?
85%
You agree
sure
that he
that's
looks
their jungle
35?
right now.
Oh, Gimmick's age?
The rest
So
of
I
them, I'm
guess
I thought you called him Gimme Kage like a Hokage from
And
Naruto.
to maybe to compete
You agree
with,
that he
'cause
looks
they're
35
assuming
already,
that
10 years in a
Alice is
row
gonna be mid as
with that
well.
elegant
The
beard?
Boxia there, I do like that
He
because
looks
it
older.
does kind of counter the
But
magic
a beard can
output
make
that you're
somebody
gonna
look
get
really
from
old, man.
Esmeralda that you're gonna get
I just
from the
trimmed mine
Edith
down.
as well.
Like, I look like 5 to 10 years older
Okay,
when
so
I have facial
Baxia,
hair.
guys. Baxia jungle.
I feel like right now I look a little
Freya
younger.
XP. We got
I'm
Angela
just trying to
Rose,
compliment
Alice on
myself,
the
but I probably
mid.
look old
I think
as-
that's what
old
is
as dirt.
kind of
But,
showing up now. And on the other side, I would say
he looks like he's in
you
his
put the
30s.
magic dealer on the mid. I would say
Looks like he's probably
Esmeralda,
like
and
30,
then put
32,
Edith
35.
On the Roman
That's about
Teresa
how old is he? Do you know how old he
here.
is?
We see Dyroth. Okay, dude, where is this going? It is so confusing. Really loving the fighters here. Fighter tank,
so
fighter
this is
tank.
Freya
Okay, Freya gold lane, I guess. Freya gold lane.
Oh, wait.
That's the thing, right?
Taking bids now. Where do you guys think? Who's going
Angela
into the
mid.
gold lane? Who's going into the
Guys, we
XP right
take
now?
the picks
Alice
and
in the
then we
gold
split
lane,
them.
Freya in
Okay,
the
this lane,
XP,
everyone gets one. We don't care who
Boxia
gets what.
Rome,
I
Dara.
guess, sure.
Right
jungle.
now, Avalon still waiting on their last pick. I'm assuming
Dyroth in the XP, Freya in the
marksman
jungle,
position,
Angela in
but
the
apparently
mid,
this,
Alice
we
in the
just throw
gold,
everything
Boxia
we
in the
know
front.
about drafting out the window right now for the Knights
Ling
of
has
Fate.
no
calling it right now. Say it one more
Ling
time.
has no target
Dyroth
in
in
this
the XP lane.
Ling will
Boxia
have
in the
no one to
Rome.
really focus on. That's gonna be tough.
Freya inside of the
for
jungle.
Fulham,
Angela
for sure.
as the mid
Let's
lane, and
pick
Alice in
Brody.
the gold lane.
I think Brody evolves
Calling
really
it.
well
See
against
if we
those
get it right.
melee compositions. So I like this. This survivability, his ability to reposition himself.
Same as
low and he's
Asvel.
able to take duels as well versus
Asvel
some
looks
fighters
a
on
little older
tanky,
too,
tanky
though.
heroes. Plus, he
I'm
brings a
old
lot
myself,
of,
though. How old do you think I am, Juicy J?
Ultimate, as long as you're hitting those stacks.
I'm probably
right? As
older
long as
than,
you're hitting multiple targets with your first.
Private and Jimmick. I think.
Very
I don't
interesting
know how
thing.
old they are.
It's a surprising draft.
Really
The most
asked.
surprising draft I've seen in a while. So I can't.
It's interesting
I
now
can't
that you
wait to
bring it
see
up, though.
If it's
I'm gonna ask
executed properly, I understand the game plan is really exotic and the draft is very exotic. But
Nashville in a minute. I
can you
did.
play that?
had the pleasure of
Is
doing a
it
1v1
viable
special with
in
him on
any way
Photoshop
at this
back in
level
the day.
because this is not your normal game, of course. We are playing
Yeah,
against Avalon with basic laner in NA, so we shall see.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, guys. We are getting ready for game one of our second series of the
Game
night.
one!
The Knights of Fate taking on third place last stage, Avalon. I'm going to see how we start off here. I'm definitely curious to see where a lot of these heroes are going for their roles.
So we see Mikasa on his Freya on the gold lane versus Basic on Brody. Thank you, Basic, for making it clear to us. I think that's the only position we're sure about. No, I'm just joking. But we see Fallen with his lane there as well. We see in the end, yes, Demon with Esmeralda on the mid.
All right. All right,
Yeah,
let's
we do
look
have
at
a
it.
big engagement here. Arvel
Oh,
actually
it's
gonna have to
Boxia
expend an
jungle.
early
Freya
flicker.
in the
Does
gold.
get stunned in there, taking down to about
Oh,
10%
snap.
there.
Okay, I
Already
definitely guessed
the
that
early
wrong.
aggression
Alice
by
in the
Knights of Fate.
mid? Wait, is
I'm
Alice mid?
loving what the draft is about, but let's see in the early game what's going on with this, because this is unusual. So the unusual early will happen for sure. We see Demon taking some
very
damage
unusual
there. He's
composition.
fine. He's playing S mate. It's a
Knights of
very
Fate, too.
tanky
That's
thing to
surprising.
take down early on. You can't really do much. Mikasa though versus Basic. Basic? Okay.
Yeah,
gets
off
killed, though.
screen you can see down there. They had
Yeah,
Toinks had already expended a flicker and then still gets caught. A
big.
beautiful gank there by Kai for Knights of Fate.
And I don't want to take you away
I'm
from
not sure what Basic tried to
nothing.
do. I think he
Me,
thought
myself,
about
31,
something
but I'm in a
and
gas
it didn't
station, so
go
that's
as
an
planned.
ID.
But it's okay. You get
So
to
this number you give me
warm up.
26.
You gotta warm
That's
those
close. I'm
flickers.
28.
Fallen getting that little crab on the
28.
top. They're trying to get
Close enough,
Basic.
though.
They know he doesn't have flicker.
After 25, it's all the same, right?
Yeah, they know he has flickers, but they're waiting, or they know he doesn't have flicker. This is about
Old, bro.
3 people here just waiting. Chappao might not know that Arvel is still in that bush. They're going to go ahead, put on some pressure
Gimmick
here.
may be older than I am, though.
Waiting. You can see Power
I wonder how
just
old
kind
Private
of
is.
monkeying around here. We're still
Like
waiting.
Private
A
looks like
little bit
like
of
the
a
same age
gang
as us.
up at mid. You can see Esmeralda and Alice kind of clashing there as well. Down at the bottom, Zero takes a heap of damage. Toinks still managing that lane. First turtle looks like it might be going over to Fallen. The rest of Knights of Fate see it in that mirror now. So they're gonna come in there, Fallen
Turtle still.
able to get the first turtle, but we
Fallen
are
takes it,
clashing.
and he
Fallen
gets out.
gets away with that Finch pose.
I was gonna say I can't wait to see that level 4 on Angela.
Wait.
The first fight is gonna be very interesting. This level 4 on the KOF side is very, very strong.
Now we see
I think
that
Freya-
Demon up at the mid lane, going to go ahead and clear that up. Right now, doing a good job is Knights of Fate kind of holding the lanes, not really taking out too much aggression, not pressing their advantage just yet. You can see great positioning, Mikasa hanging out in that bush to make sure that he still has vision on them, and Powerless at the other end, just making sure that he still has the support up
Alright,
here.
looks like
We're
two
still
kids,
at the
dad at least.
58-minute mark.
I don't know.
right
He doesn't.
now.
He doesn't have any kids that I know of.
Mikasa tasted a bit of
Not
the
even
blow
married.
versus Brody, and he was like, no, okay, I'm playing Freya.
Bro,
now,
I got
I'm playing a bit
kids.
more now. Let's wait a bit more.
Guess how many kids I got.
I mean,
It
as
is
soon as I say
a
that,
1-0 game right now. We do see that Heartsguard warning onto Mikasa.
Whoa.
Over the top, you see Basic does
Mikasa
go down,
deleting
landing
him.
onto Freya. Is the Heartsguard
Freya, gold lane the way to go.
Might be in trouble, lands the pop-up, catches Chappao as
Chappao very
well.
low.
Now you
Blades,
can see Demon
needs to
Temple
get out.
Blades comes down. Chappao using the flicker
Gets
does
Chappao.
get taken down. Final hit there by Demon. It is a 2-for-1 right now for Avalon, or for the Knights of Fate. Oh, we're still continuing. Fallen comes in, does claim a kill on to Powerless. Mikasa in a little bit of trouble, is going to have to get
Got
out
2-2,
of here.
so they evened up
We
the
were just talking
scoreboard
about there
in
not
Avalon's
being
favor.
a target for Ling, but he's able to find one in Powerless.
Yep, the team is doing good. Avalon is doing really good on those fights. The little step back from Edith, and then Mikasa canceling the initiation because he
Nice.
knew they would go down.
Beat
They
down
would go
put on
it
him.
pushes a bit more. Was a very good call.
Nyroth
Edith,
is
and the
genius.
ultimate is just unstoppable. The damage she brings is really, really annoying for tanky heroes and for anyone else actually. The burst she has just can melt through anything. So good call from Mikasa and Powerless, just stepping back, sacrificing Chapeau. It is what it is. You have to take some decisions on these spots. They get the control of the space around the turtle. Can they get it against Lingo? Nice mobilization.
We see that Kai
Another
able
turtle.
to find the
But both
turtle while
sides got it.
Powerless picks off
Time Knights of
Ling.
Fate takes the
Right
turtle.
now, Knights of Fate, I was
And they get
talking
to pick
before
off,
about
take
how
out
Avalon
Fallen.
was able to get a win over them. Knights of Fate actually, we do have
Oh.
another pop-up there. Just as I was talking about it, Powerless going to be able to go ahead and use that flicker, but in comes
Oh, they're about to
Mikasa,
die basic.
activates
Oh, that's
that
dirty.
Valkyrie's
Whoa!
descent,
Oh my
and
God.
Basic.
Oh,
with
they
just
didn't
the
get it.
tiniest bit
Oh,
of
Powerless
Demon
missed by a
Basic
hair.
able to get away. If he sneezes,
Yo,
he's gonna die on the
that's
battlefield right now.
crazy.
But he able to find the safety as Powerless and the rest Mikasa here trying to double team onto Demon
That was a
with
close
a
call, bro.
great, I want to say, set up there to secure Basic's escape.
Ooh, Basic, he showed himself there. He almost.
Why
got
didn't
hit.
Basic go back?
Yeah, no, when did he go back to the wave?
Basic is
Basic
tripping.
Just a little too greedy there. You can see Mikasa
That
get
is
picked off by
tripping.
Demon as well. I mean, a few little mess ups there by the side of Avalon.
Why
there.
did
Maybe
he
getting
go
a
back?
little bit more greedy than they should. I mean, the same play, Fallen in a little bit of trouble. Tempest the Blades comes down. He's going to go ahead and use that dash to get out of the way. Toinks there to try to secure his escape. Chappao, not too much worse for wear. He still has Powerless there to help top him off.
I feel like this game we're not really focusing about the tower. No, it's okay. Let's just for 6 minutes just fight each other and try to get basic. That's all they are thinking about on Knights of Fate. And Fallen is doing his best to get his blue here. I feel like okay, he's gonna get his blue. He's fine. Basic having a hard time. Let's be honest, he's having a hard time. Beautiful play with the flicker, running out of the threat, but then coming back into the bush, staying there, and he showed himself actually. Mikasa saw him.
Yeah, and we see right here, Mikasa does have that Heartsguard on right now. Arvel's going to be the first target
going
down,
down in the
and
gold lane.
Mikasa goes down as well. Basic with that torn apart memories, able to
Basic
finish
got
the
it
job. You can see the minions over here. Powerless going to go ahead, try to clear those out. Right now, it is 7-4, just under a 2K gold lead for the side of Knights of Fate.
It's a bit hard to okay, the turtle is going on. At the same time, I was gonna say something. Fallen on a good spot to maybe steal it.
Power Ling, even though
He
Ling
does
got a
always a
nerf,
threat.
this is why he's still a
He
viable
does have
pick
that Finch
right
pose
here.
right now. He's kind of waiting for an opportunity. You see the Heartsguard is ready
Now,
on
now,
zero.
now, now.
Kai up there.
Oh,
Still
clutch!
gets the turtle is going to be able to use that tempo
Fallen
to
going
get
God
himself out
mode.
of harm's way. Man, what do you do? Everything kind of executed perfectly by the side of Knights of Fate. Even Zero trying to go in, but Fallen still able to out-retry Knights of Fate.
I would say little misplay from
That
KOF,
was
trying
good.
to get that turtle one-on-one with the Ling around. I think they should have maybe delayed it, maybe try to bait Fallen a bit more. You
Why
don't
when
want
North
to do
American tournaments go
objective around
live,
a
you
lane.
all
It's one of the
casters don't
strongest
figure
hero
out
to
something
retrieve
to all
and
would
it's
enjoy
a bit
tournament
tough.
one channel
At least
communicating
struggling a
with
bit
all
to
you.
rotate,
That
get
possible
involved with the
way?
fights.
Basic in tournaments do
NACT
interesting
doing
moves
great
always. Yeah,
without
he
it,
does.
but
I'm
still
trying to
it's a
hold on. Let
bit
me.
complicated for the
Why
league
in
to
North America
catch up.
when we go live in
Yeah, I'm
tournaments
wondering what
do
Kai's
all the
plan here.
casters?
He's got about 3 members
What do you mean
here.
don't figure
Luckily,
something
they
out?
don't
I'm
close
confused.
in on him right now. You can see
All
there
would
Chappelle
enjoy
and
tournament
Kai,
and
so
oh.
wait for Fallen. He's
Are
gonna
you
have to
saying
use
we
that
only go
pinch
live
point
on one
to get
channel? Is that what you're
himself to
asking? I mean,
safety.
we're live on multiple channels for more
Fallen's
exposure.
having a hard time. I know he's only
Promotion of
1-1-2,
it.
but I would
That's what
expect
you're
in 8
asking.
minutes a Link to be already sitting on 4 or 5 kills. It's really important for the Link to.
It's
to
we
have
all
a
like to go
decent
live to
rating
kind of help promote it.
push back on the opponents and not allow them.
Sometimes
to
we
get
go
too
live
much of your
together
space.
for watch
But
parties,
here,
but,
Avalon is a bit behind economically.
sometimes
He's not
casters
getting
kind of
much,
prefer
and I think it's
or
going to get
concentrate
worse and
prefer to
worse
just watch
in
it
terms of
themselves. It just
targeting
depends on-
in the late game, especially when you take into account the nerf on Ling recently.
Yeah, we can see up at the top right now. 4 members. They do come in with the flicker play onto Mikasa. Heartsguard's going to keep him up. The tower is still at about 10%. Chappelle comes
Powerless
in.
takes down
Is it
Arvel.
going to be enough? Powerless finds a kill onto
Mikasa finds
Arvel.
Basic.
And down goes a Basic. Fallen and Demon trying to find an escape. Oh, Fallen actually wanted to get that minion.
What's up,
too. His
Daniela?
overstaying welcome is going to be able to use that
Philippines
pinch
time. How you
point
doing?
to
Good
get
morning.
away. But meanwhile, at mid,
Time
you
is
can see
in the
Demon
morning for you.
and Chappelle going at it from the bottom lane. Zero comes in to provide a little bit of support, but at the top, Mikasa takes a tower.
Never dive Freya, Angela. Never. Even if you're 5 players, do not dive Freya with Angela on him.
Yo, if they
It's
pull
super,
off this
super
Angela
hard to get
Freya
rid of.
combo, it's gonna be
and
crazy.
as you've seen here, it wasn't even close.
Rising.
Mikasa wasn't even close from dying. They get the Lord because of this overcommitment from Avalon. Rushing it a bit too
Trying
much
to take
to
a
catch
tool out
up
of
on the
Zane's
economy.
box.
But
Box is
again,
coming,
they gotta take their time. It's just not their time right now and focus the right
Oh,
people.
here it goes.
Big penalty zone there. Lands Demon.
Oh,
goes
double.
down.
Mikasa going
Points is
crazy.
On the list goes down as well.
Arvel,
Mikasa
get
finds
out.
himself a tower. Arvel with just a little bit activates that primal wrath. It's not enough to save him from Zero. Fallen dashing away. Is he going to be able to find himself? He uses a dash, but they flicker in. Powerless and Mikasa
Jeez.
clean up Avalon. It is a dominating game for them. 14-4 right
Well, we
now.
all voted Avalon.
Beautiful
Nuts.
execution of the draft. KOF
Showcases to
really,
the world.
really
They're ready
shutting
to take
down
it up a notch.
That Ling pick. I feel
This
like
is
Ling
looking
doesn't
way better
have
from
room
last
to evolve here. I feel like it was picked too early, but NACT really drafted in a way they knew it would happen like that. They really had a good plan. I love the game plan coming into the game. I love how they are executing it. I love the fact that Avalon is actually falling into the trap of focusing Freya's lane throughout the early to mid game, trying to gank that
Yeah, I think I'm
target,
becoming your
thinking
subscriber
that's
here on
the most
Facebook
likely
page
to
for the
go
first
down,
time.
right?
Oh,
But
I
no,
appreciate it. You
they
became a
just
subscriber.
cannot find anything to go down.
Hey, you got to do it on YouTube.
KOF bringing
We're gonna be transferring
some
over to YouTube
spiciness
soon.
To this,
Very
this
soon.
pro draft, you know, I really enjoy this
Thank
thing.
you,
and I think
Daniela.
they were creative. Gotta give them credit for proposing such a draft and making it work. So, what do you think about this?
Right now, I mean, Knights of Fate, they have a plan. They've executed well, even without a marksman. Going with something super unorthodox and being super successful with it. You would see the big pop-up there. Heartsguard onto Chappelle, but he's not afraid. He's good at diving in
big
very
damage.
deep. Basics gonna have to expend that flicker to get away. Toinks is gonna be the first to
The
go
Knights
down.
of
Zero
Fate
with the kill
taking
there.
down
Mikasa
Avalon
onto
right now. It's insane.
Arvel.
Ooh,
Heartsguard
Fallen,
still
kill.
there. Fallen finds a kill onto Zero. Tempest of Blades is down. Is he gonna be able to get away? He gets
Oh!
core for Knights of Fate in a surprising victory
Wow!
UA
Quick
was
finish,
right. UA
finito.
was right. The 1-8 prediction is working. It's
Wait,
the
just
only
know
one
something
right.
we
It
don't.
was the first game, of course. Beautiful game plan by Knights of Fate. Really well
Wow.
played. Props to the guys. They executed
That's
it perfectly.
big.
I love the Angela pick. I love the Freya pick. How it was defended. How they knew Freya would be played around a lot.
Bro, I didn't
love
expect
how
that.
Fulham kind of couldn't do much because
The
that's
benefit's still
the
active,
best
the
thing
same
to
as
do
YouTube.
Is to just do the draft
You
shut
have
down
a.
the enemy
There's
jungler.
not the. I
That's
have
a
to
beautiful
implement a
thing.
bot over on YouTube, which I
What
will
to say?
soon.
What
But
is wrong to say? 11 minutes? Did we predict this?
there's
No.
there's super chat, so you can
Anybody did.
do
And
donations
especially
on
this
there.
is what I absolutely love about
I can
this
make you a
stage
mod
too
on
now,
YouTube.
especially because you have different
That way you
teams
can
facing
ban
different teams. I already talked
content.
about
But other
it.
than
Knights
that,
of Fate did lose to Avalon in the
I haven't really played
qualifiers,
around
and
with
look
it. I'm not
at this dominating performance by them. They had
We
a
are
great
transitioning
plan,
over to YouTube, though. It's just a
executed
little
it,
bit better
and
for
I'm
MLB.
wondering, what do you change next time around for the side of Avalon?
That Freya pick was really key to Knights of Fate strategy. I don't think you can replace Freya by something that's annoying on the goal lane for Brody. I hope for Avalon that there is no other pick that Mikasa can pull and kind of dominate basic with, because or maybe.
And that was a
carry
good
here.
old-fashioned
I feel like Basic is so
smackdown,
comfortable
fellas.
with his,
Make
Brody.
sure you guys redeem that code to get a
both,
Nana
nice
Slumber
for
skin if you
Mikasa,
haven't
but
already.
then
There's only
because
so many
he's-
available, so
he's
hopefully you guys
really
can grab
hard
it while
here,
it's still
with
there.
that. But for sure,
Go to
that won't
mobilelegends.com,
work,
Ian
and,
code
they need to
exchange, and
switch
you can
things
redeem
up.
it there
Maybe
with the
Assassin
following
jungle
code
won't work as
provided.
well.
I
don't
appreciate
think
y'all
Hybrids
tuning
will
in.
do
This is
anything different,
NACT
and
Fall
Lance will do the same.
2023, Stage 2,
Just
Day
very,
1.
very nice creative draft for Knights of Fate.
Yeah, and a 4K gold lead. It was just, I mean, with the Hearts card, they were able to just dive into the tower, find the kills. Even you talked about it earlier. Who was the target for Ling here? He wasn't able to find the kills. He was getting beat out by it. And then here, slowed, and then a flicker a flicker there to find the kill onto him. I mean, amazing plays there as we take a look at these post-game stats.
Ooh, 34% for Demon, but yeah, about the same damage dealt on both sides, 16 to 6, sure, but it wasn't that far
They
apart.
dominated,
It's just,
bro.
you
No
have so
marksman
much healing on
needed.
both sides, right? Angela
That's crazy.
is really a powerful healer, and when you couple it with Freya with the shielding, you end up having Mikasa with 32%. Really, really, really good dominating performance from Mikasa. He's the carry of the game. The sandbag will be Xiaopo. Felt like he couldn't really rotate much, but it wasn't really his job here with the Alice. He did great as well, but that duo, Borales and Mikasa, was all over the place, all over the screen, right? That's everything we could see. And
This is looking better for Avalon.
despite the beautiful
Avalon,
flicker
Knights of
out
Fate.
of Basic, it couldn't do much. It couldn't do much, let's be honest.
So, I mean, it's very interesting to me now. I mean, we were Yui obviously on to something here. You see, he was 1-8, looking to make that 2-8 right now. When it comes to the predictions, Knights of Fate showing, especially when it comes to the strategy, when it comes to draft, I want to say the draft, I mean, it looked crazy to us. It was absolute chaos, but I mean, that was the directed intent. You didn't know where Freya was going. You didn't know where half were going. And then when it actually kind of finally unfolded there on the battlefield, I mean, you were just like, oh, we're going to have a problem here in some of these lanes.
It was unusual, but like I said, it made sense because of how the Angela and the Freya on the gold lane, just not having a target for the Ling, right? All of this really made sense. That's why I mentioned this game plan is actually very smart. So they prepared well against Avalon. Probably the two teams know each other well, and Knights of Fate just had better homework coming into this series. But it's not over, okay? It's not over. You have experience on Avalon side, so we'll see how they bounce back on the second game. We see Fanny Angela banned by Avalon, also a core piece of that strategy. I think you could still play it with Lauren. We see Valentina and Claude on the other side of Knights of Fate. We'll see. First pick for Avalon.
It's a little bit higher when it comes to draft.
Can they cancel the strategy of Knights of Fate? I really feel like they could, they could stay underwater. They don't have much time between the two games. It's really hard to kind of brainstorm what's going on, what can we do to fix that. I hope they have more in store. Otherwise, they could really get under the water and stay there. Oh, Freya being banned.
I think it was, oh man, they're really trying to counter that strategy. It's really interesting to me because Avalon, they showed that Ling early, and I feel like that's what kind of signaled to Knights of Fate. They're like, all right, this is what we worked on.
They ban out the Angela, and they ban out the
to those fighters in there, and then not having a marksman. I wonder, and hopefully they have another plan up here, because I mean, obviously that plan is out the door. There are some other ones that you could still work when it comes to that. There's a lot of fighters, especially when it comes to the benefit. I don't want to say it was just the fighters. It was the fighters plus Angela that was really kind of the key for the victory of that. But that doesn't mean that strategy doesn't work when Angela and Freya are banned. Like you were saying, you still have Florin out there. You still have other options that can make that work. But in sacrificing those bans, you leave open the Kaja that Powerless can pick up.
You leave open the Kaja, very good pick. Maybe if Knights of Fate didn't plan to do 2 times the same strategies, but they could do other things. Like you could imagine a Florin Harif would be something that's very annoying for a Brody, because a lot of mobility, a lot of burst from the Harif. He has some sustain, he has the shielding, he has the healing coming from Florin. You get a lot of stuff from this. You could also play with a Rafaela. Let's say if you're willing to play with Angela, why not playing with Rafaela or Florin? But I feel like maybe they're gonna switch things up. Who knows? They have the Kaja, they leave out the Novaria. That's something good actually against fighter, against those slower composition that are good at very focused on the melee and diving. Novaria providing vision and providing better control of the space for your team, it's better against this composition. So
first time on NACT
pretty good for Avalon. I like what they have for now. The
Shadow.
Terizla, of course, Terizla very efficient this season, very trendy pick, I would say, but also good. And the Kufra.
It was export and XP lane.
Very nice setting potential there. You got the Tyrant's Rage, going to be able to kind of be able to set them up against the wall. The Tyrant's Revenge into the Tyrant's Rage. So I mean, pretty big setting potential there. Navarra able to have just a great amount of poke, especially when it comes into the very late game there. However, I mean, with the Kaja there, well, I guess you're definitely going to be able to kind of outrange the Kajas. So maybe on the side of Knights, I was just about to say, you're looking for an assassin on the side of Knights of Fate. You're going to need something that's going to be able to get into the back line to be able to take Navarra out, because you definitely don't want to let her sit there, keep throwing out those abilities, keep chunking your team down before you're even able to start off these engagements.
True. I think Novaria, if you look at the positioning of a mage, Novaria is the mage in the whole meta that plays the most far back. So it makes sense that you would play a Link because he's the best at flanking and really catching the backline quicker. So Novaria is going to be having a tough time, but I still like the logic of Avalon's pick. I feel like Novaria and Kufra have really good synergy together. You can just provide instant vision, and Kufra, if he's well set, and if you kind of understand where the enemies are positioned, you can get set straight up with having this reassuring ultimate from Novaria, giving you the vision, right? Kufra just goes in a couple of seconds after, and you're good. But you leave the Novaria in the back open to Link. So yeah, you know, you have to take some strengths on your draft and give some opportunities to your opponents. That's all it is in the draft. We see Beatrix and Alice being banned. Sure.
Alice, they just have PTSD from that last match. They're just not giving them a hope of getting any of those characters back. On the side, I do want to say, I feel like picking up a Ling really kind of speaks for your confidence of that Ling, especially with a Kufra on the other side there. So you're, I mean,
whoa, Juicy J, is that Euros? 349.
Being able, especially with
shout out to my man, thank you so much.
From getting
the super chat,
being able to use those dashes.
Looking fancy too. I appreciate it, my man.
How they're able to get around it, or if there's some type of plan here to be able to dodge the Kufra.
I think the Beatrix ban is also because Ling is not that good against Beatrix. Late game, when you have Beatrix, you sell your boots, you get a 6 item, and you become quite tanky, quite sustainable, and you have a lot of life steal.
So if Knights of Fate gets sweet, bro,
into,
that's gonna be
1v1
insane.
versus Beatrix is quite complicated. So you can imagine that Ling, if he's trying to split push for the victory, and you have Beatrix defending.
What's up, Daniela? Made it back to the YouTube side.
Beatrix, and when you're playing Ling, you always
how's the weather out there in the Philippines?
Of being able to side lane split push without having someone able to duel you. So the Beatrix ban is actually a decent ban. On the other side, if Avalon is predicting Knights of Fate to play with a lot of melee, I'd like
they
to
just took a
see
beat down game one.
I'd like to see, but I think Knights of Fate is expecting this and see they are picking
They're
Valier,
creative.
switching things up. Valier Ling, you're breaking what you had on the first game, and going in completely other direction.
Yeah, and this is just kind of showing the flexibility of Knights of Fate, not really kind of honed in on that first strategy. That was just one piece of a puzzle of the giant strategy that they're able to kind of implement out here. I mean, right now, this is a make or break for Avalon. It's very interesting too. Avalon, 3rd place, Knights of Fate tied for 5th place. So they're definitely looking to kind of maneuver themselves out of that hole a bit to kind of find themselves a little bit of comfort on the upper bracket. I like the Valier pick. He's kind of one of those unsung heroes. I think the only person that we saw play Valier was last week, Boca Roscoe, and he did it to perfection. He was absolutely able to dominate on it. We do a Hayabusa pickup. Yeah, the basic's gonna go on that Brody again, but now you have the Hayabusa, which tells me, like, man, you're going to need to have some just great placement on that Valier, or I mean, as the team's gonna be able to have to help you. Hayabusa's able to get into that line so quickly, put that shadow kill onto you, and there's really nothing you can do.
I like Valier, but against Novaria is quite tough, and I also want to pick Valier in 2 situations that have to be at the same time.
Jumping
I want to play against a very diverse composition that's quite slow, but very tanky. I want to play Valier to kind of push them away, but also I want to protect some backline, a strong backline. So I'm wondering what's going to be the last pick. Okay, it's going to be Harif. Okay. Interesting. I'm a bit less interested by this draft from Knights of Fate. Maybe they could prove me wrong, but this game, I like what Avalon has slightly more. I feel like the Valier only has one of the two necessities.
So Nighthorde, Knights of Fate, Area 77, and AggravateOne are all
Valier.
tied for 5th place.
But at the same time, it's a scary composition for Knights of Fate. Just depends how they're gonna do early. I feel like the early game is quite good for Knights of Fate. They always have this potential of Kaja picking off targets. And Novaria is ramping up power more like around the mid game, and late game is really, really strong, right? But you also have this idea at Ling, Haya, they can both split push, they can both backdoor. They are really good at playing on their own and just handling the macro. So, I don't know. I would still give it to Avalon. What do you think?
Here we go.
Well, gentlemen, we are going into game 2. It's going to be Avalon with their last chance to go up against the Knights of Fate before being potentially knocked into the bottom bracket here. We saw that last game, Knights of Fate had a
double
plan that
elimination
they executed to perfection. Do they have a plan this time that they're going to be able to surprise Avalon with? We're about to find out.
You have to give me an answer, though. You have to tell me who you have this game. Come on.
Area 77's already in the bottom bracket.
I was so wrong last game. I'm
This
gonna
poor
have to
do
go
miracles
with
after
Knights
this
of Fate
update,
now.
farming on XP
Avalon
heroes.
do have a strong
Improved a
lineup,
lot.
but
What did
I'm
they
not
change
gonna
on
put it up.
export?
That's kind of what's kind of a mystery to me. Some of these picks, especially that Valier pick, almost seems kind of like odd. And the Ling into a Kufra. So I'm wondering, they obviously have a plan here that they are very confident in, that they're ignoring certain counters for.
I want to see how Demon plays his Novaria, and I think it's going to be very instrumental to who is going to win this game. Basic has to step up, but like I said, it's not really his fault. It's a very tough matchup he had to face last game, and Harif is known to be an amazing pick versus marksmen, most of the marksmen. Basic is going to have a hard game, but he brought it on himself. He picked Brody. You have to go for it. You have to play with what you have.
He's okay because of Ling.
Yeah, so right now we do see Powerless kind of putting a little bit more aggression onto the side of Avalon.
Honestly,
not too much going on here. You do see them in the jungle right now. Ling doing a good job trying to clear out, but I mean, on the opposite side, Avalon doing the exact same thing with that Hayabusa.
Needs to survive.
Basic really feeling the heat here. Arvel trying to zone out Powerless. Zero.
Chapow onto the back end, comes in, big push, Basic, doesn't get stun yet, executes the flicker,
That's
is
why
able to
you
use
pick
that
Brody.
stun. Chapow in trouble, using his flicker to get away. Here comes the quad shadows, and we have a shadow kill, not gonna be able to do too much damage, and he uses that quad shadow to get away as well.
Good split from KOF, like nullifying the ultimate of Fallen here. That was a bit risky for Basic, but he played that pretty well. He repositioned at the right timing to dodge the CC of Valier. And in the end, Avalon securing the space around the turtle, but can they get it? We all know, like we said last game, the threat of having a Ling against you, allowing you to have a pretty good objective control. We'll see.
Yeah, you see Kai up there, just finished off his purple buff, so now he's going to try to focus down on this turtle. There are 4 members of Avalon here, ready to pounce. Kai up there with the Finch pose. Oh, he just misses the Tyrant's Revenge. Fallen, still able to pick up the Lord, and Mikasa misses with that last Insanity. Kai comes in,
and gets a kill.
Chapow goes down to
Fallen
up at the top.
Best case scenario for Fallen, he gets the first blood, he secures the turtle, a good CC on Ling to cancel his ability to contest the Retribution fight here. Really well executed from Avalon. That's the Avalon we saw last week. Is that enough?
Oh, yeah, just enough with that torn apart memory. So Basic getting one up on his laning there against Zero. Well, that is 2 unanswered kills for Avalon.
All right, 2-0 for Avalon. They are already 1,000 gold ahead. They got that turtle. Things are going smooth for them. I'm not sure what could be done by KOF just yet to kind of handle this. I guess a little pick off from Powerless. He has the flicker, he has the ultimate, he can do something there. Is it enough to pick Demon? Demon knows that he has to be very safe. His positioning is super key here, and Powerless not really finding anything. Basic, maybe do we get Basic again? I don't know.
Yeah, you can. We did take a little peek at those items. You saw the Clock of Destiny already on Demon right now. Just a little bit behind right now is Chapow with that Valier. You can see right now come in. Tempest of Blades comes down with that Sphere from the Novara. In comes Arvil. He does land a set. Powerless goes down. Basic coming in, trying to put on the damage. You do see that torn apart memories. Chapow goes down to that beautiful snipe from Demon.
beautiful snipe from Demon, and I gotta say, Fallen just surviving, you know, being able to escape there, Arvo re-engaging perfectly. Kai being completely
Kai is down. Quad Shadows in comes Fallen, gets the retry onto the purple buff, and he pops a smoke and back out of that. We're gonna go ahead and push onto this mid tower.
Avalon much more in the element, huh? They're really letting the pressure be on KOF the whole time. They are not releasing anything, they're just going forward and forward, re-engaging. Look at it, Arvel maybe looking for another engage. He's gonna cancel, Zero defending here. But wow, Avalon playing sharp, playing precise, and they're just furthering their lead quite quickly.
Yeah, just maybe some of those outside the box. I think we dipped into that well just a little too often here for Knights of Fate. They're not able to find a lot of success right now. Fallen does get another turtle uncontested from Knights of Fate.
So those Ling picks really struggling in this series. This time is on the side of Knights of Fate, and doesn't seem to be that better in the early game for Ling. And we see Mikasa getting some help from Valir to get that tier 1 on the bot lane. That's something to start with for KOF, but they're gonna need much more than that because they're gonna lose the tower on the mid. You're gonna see.
Oh, you do see Powerless about to go down. Torn apart memories cleans him up. I mean, we have one tower. They did lose that tower at mid, and definitely when it comes to those scaling of those towers, I want to say that mid tower definitely more important when it comes to opening up the jungle. Oh, we do see Arvel does dive in there. Zero in trouble. Down comes the Zaman Force, and he gets wiped out by an Astral Spear from Demon.
Wow, very, very good. 7-0, and they are really just doing great. Kai is having a tough time. I don't see much attempts by Powerless, successful attempts of picking up targets. It's just been hard. It's just been hard, man. And they're getting sniped. They're always getting pushed. And when you're playing Kacha, you don't want to have all this pressure all the time. You kind of
Big penalty zone. We do have the Tempest of Blades. Last Insanity.
7-0. They haven't got a kill yet for Knights of Fate.
Spear goes wide. Big push from Japao on that Valir. Down goes Toinks. Punishing that front line is the Valir. Torn apart memories is not able to do its work as a Zero survives, finding a kill onto Basic in the top lane.
It's nice for Zero. It's encouraging for the Harif player to finally get Basic a little shut down onto Brody, but I don't think it changes much as Avalon is still pushing forward and pretty much having the whole control of the map.
Brody was good here because they were definitely going to pressure the mess.
Not sure how much gold he has ahead of Kai, but he's 2 levels ahead of the Ling, and both are assassins, so it's kind of, you know, you should be farming at the same speed, but here there's a huge gap. There's a huge gap as Demon is pushing on the top. He's sitting on 301. He's doing quite good. He's not getting picked so much by the Ling, what we were scared of. As I'm saying this though.
Oh, speaking of that, you just see Ling comes in with the Tempest of Blades, trying to put the damage on the curse of the caster. You can see there immediately gets picked up. Arvel finds a target there, able to take down Powerless is Basic.
Oh, well, we should just say something so that it happens. They get the turtle, though it's always a trade when you are a bit behind like this.
Ooh, you see Fallen does come in with the quad shadows, not able to put enough damage onto Mikasa just yet, but man, what a dominating force right now. Starting to push, you see the great positioning and vision from the side of Avalon.
I have this thing in mind whenever I see games like this where I feel like it's really one-sided. As long as you're able to keep your inhibitors for like 12 minutes, you're good. You can always come back, okay? Keep that in mind. You can always come back in all games, but inhibitors being kept alive, and even tier 2 here is good. Knights of Fate still have a shot at this. Of course, they are not done. The lead is for Avalon, but I'm telling you guys, the momentum can switch at any time. You just need to have Kai maybe picking up Demon by himself another time, and things will turn around.
First series of the day was a sweep. 77 and Bloodhounds.
Fallen is working his way through the jungle quite quickly here. Both teams kind of reset on the map right now.
Next 2 series are going to be
for
sweeps.
Avalon, and about a 4K.
This will probably be the only one that
under a
can
4K lead for the side. Oh, actually, as we talk about that, Zero gets caught with his divine judgment. Is that going to be enough? Down.
That was a crazy divine judgment.
Knights of Fate find a beautiful kill onto Avalon. Mikasa on the other side of the map is getting honed in here by Basic. Finds himself a torn apart memories. It's not going to be able to take Mikasa down, but he does run away.
Ooh, nice.
Ooh. Yo! Oh!
The combination combination of the Astral Spear and the
Yo!
Shadow kill
That was a
from
double kill.
Fallen there, enough to wipe out two
Fallen is
members of
crazy,
Knights of
bro.
Fate at the mid lane.
This is why I hate Novaya. Her ability to hit multiple targets and kind of make
was
it
huge.
easy for Hayabusa or any other
And they
assassin
took the
to just
turret.
get the job finished. Fallen just going for the double kill here. Woo, little shield done. I was gonna say it was a good call from KOF to focus on Terizla. It's really
He's
hard
dead.
to usually get it.
Wow.
Basic.
Found the auto attack on a Finch posed Kai and then finds the torn apart memories to take him down.
Basic shooting pigeons on the walls as they are starting the Lord. Gonna secure it pretty much for free. Ling is down. But yeah, Knights of Fate struggling. I mean, what can you do? Everything is pressure, everything is tough to defend. And it just looks like Avalon will secure this game most likely. We'll see, you know, you can't count them out. I guess I'm not really getting involved too much with the team is struggling to get things done with his board, guys. He's getting pushed into his XP lane. He doesn't really have a choice as long as his teams don't get any opportunities. He has to do the tough job of split pushing the sides or defending the sides.
keeping
More or
them
less,
in there.
Kaja, not that efficient.
Basic as well, man.
Not that efficient for now. But Arvel looking for a pick. Nope.
Yeah, I mean, you can see right here, they're doing a great job and kind of spreading around the map. They take down the next tier 2 tower. Now they're going to start focusing, trying to sync up these lanes to get one of these high grounds. Lord coming down, crashing at bottom. It is going to be slowed down by some minion waves. So you can see top and mid kind of evened out here. We're trying to spread out this damage. Avalon getting ready to pounce here. There goes the ultimate from Demon. We're coming in. Oh, a nice sphere hits Chappao. In comes the quad shadows. Down goes the bottom tower. Basic able to clean that up. Now we have minions crashing at top, but it looks like the rest of Avalon very happy with that one tower. Going to go ahead and reset on the map.
I think Avalon is taking their time. It's perfect. They're really managing well with their lead, just taking bit by bit, objective by objective, not rushing it. It's just the experience of Avalon.
Oh, speaking of which, in comes Arvel, does get the set. Tempest the Blades out on the ground. Mikasa comes in. Zero finds a kill onto Arvel, and they have a good defense here, able to defend that mid-high ground tower.
I'm surprised Poroles didn't find any pick. He had Flicker ultimate the whole fight. I thought maybe he would pick someone off on top of Arvel, but that was a good defense from KOF, just showing that you shouldn't force it under tower like this because we still have enough potential. What a snipe.
The
Demon playing
Astral
good, huh?
Sphere chunks him down to half health. One ability. We're at the point. Oh, we do have a conceal play. He's going to use that flicker. Powerless comes in, catches the Divine Judgment. Isn't going to be enough to take down Demon. Down to 10%. That's a wrap, and down goes the sniper. They were tired of that. They were tired of those spheres.
Gotta do a little confidence check for Demon here. Gotta be careful not being picked by Poroles too much like that. I know the Ling could be the threat as well if you're in the back line, but here that was way too isolated, way too much forward. And Poroles, good that he's jumping on the occasion to actually force that pick off because he's been playing a bit passively, and you really want to propose opportunities to your team with this Kaja, but it doesn't matter.
Are cats allowed to participate in any tournament?
They come in there, they do
join
have that
team
shadow
as a
kill
person.
out,
My
and
English is
down
like your noodles in
goes
the
a
bowl.
fall. And I was just about to remark on Basic, actually. I want to say 3K.
Yeah, we can join teams, but I mean, if you make it to the tournament, you can't cast, so you have to pick one or the other.
Position to be able to kind
You
of
get that
carry
if
the
you make
team
it that
here.
far.
So if I'm Knights of Fate,
I've competed
that is
in
the target
NACTs
I am looking
before.
for. You see Basic over there, putting
fast.
out the damage. Goes ahead,
That's
activates
one of my
an
teammates right
immortality
there.
Down goes a powerless.
What's up, Dees?
Now the rest of Avalon able to go ahead pick up this purple buff.
That's the problem with Knights of Fate. You need to keep
Snipe
in
on a
mind
kite.
that you're really behind in goals, so
Glaive is
any
just
target that Arvel can find with his Q-Fly is gonna go down.
Speaking
like
of which,
this
he
may
does
go
get
to
in there,
the-
gets pushed by Chappao, and gonna go ahead and try to find himself escape. And it's just, this is just showing the dominance right now and the gold lead that they have. Arvel able to go in, didn't even really have a great recovery from his team there, but able to still find himself an escape. And Knights of Fate not able to punish him.
Avalon not really doing the Lord yet, but they are a bit closer in economy to KOF, so KOF grinding back. Need to be careful. Avalon, from now on, they need to fight only for something worth it, okay? Get that Lord, sure, but be careful not to get picked.
Yeah, we're waiting here. Looks like we're looking for a good position. In comes Kai. Tempest the Blades is out. Big pop-up. Gets the kill. deep into the back line. Demon finds a kill as well as a Fallen. Now you have Zero and Chappao. Down goes Arvel. It is 2 members left for Avalon at the Lord. Demon very low at health. He doesn't want to show himself. Quad Shadows is out, and you can see the rest. Knights of Fate coming in. That Zaman force laid down, but not able to find a kill.
That's what I'm saying, Avalon. Be careful, your timing on the next fights are gonna be very vital. There was about 6-7 minions on the top lane pushing. That puts a lot of pressure on Avalon to find a conclusion to this face-off.
Yeah, you see Zero does get caught. Quad Shadows into the shadow kill as well, and down goes a Zero. Second kill finds Chappao. Man, Novara is finding these kills right now, sitting at 6, 2, and 5.
Gotta be careful not committing one by one on both sides. I feel like both teams are doing a few mistakes like this, just being out of position, over checking some bushes with no necessity to do so, and now it opens up Avalon to secure that Lord easily. Even though there is Link still alive, it doesn't matter. It's 5 versus 3. This time they decide not to contest it, and they will have to suffer the consequences and defend against a 15-minute Lord. You know, it's starting to be late in the game. It's gonna be heavy pushes. Avalon getting back into this precise decisions, this good
going to bring. He was.
Yeah, it's just right now with these spheres.
I was
from
working
Demon,
direction to XP
it's
lane.
doing such a great job
He
of
knows.
making sure that even before these fights
Running
start.
back,
Speaking of which,
find
here
the
comes
fight.
Powerless, gets stunned, knocked against the wall, and taken down.
He didn't make it to top
by
8.
a
He
basic.
made it to top 8. Godly.
Again,
crazy.
Powerless getting picked by Kufra. Like I
think
said,
we
there's
could've
too
did
much gap. Right now,
They
Kaja
just
is
sold
not
us on giving us
sustainable
the
enough to survive
best,
this.
second best team
Yeah, pushing on the mid.
in the world or
Quad
North
Shadows
America.
goes
to
in the
go
mid
against
tower.
that
It's
early in the
not
bracket.
long for this world. You see the damage
Could've
onto
went against any
Chappao. We're
other
gonna have to
team.
run back to base,
Made it.
finding a
Could've
kill
took out
onto
Lamy Top,
Zero.
though.
Now we are
Not
at the
Lamy
core,
Top,
looking
what's
to
it back
finish it
then?
off. Last
could've
insanity,
took down a lot of
last ditch effort for Mikasa. Finds a kill onto basic from Kai. The rest of the team, Mikasa go down. Down goes Kai and Chappao. That's gonna be a wrap. This next game going to Avalon.
Game 3.
Right? no, but really well played from Avalon. Completely different face. It makes you wonder. It makes you wonder if there's no other way to draft for Knights of Fate that would be imitating what they had on a game 1, right? They were a bit switching things off here because they were expecting to be
Supposed to be around 7:30.
Maybe there was other
Yeah, I
picks
should be able to do that.
to think about. And the Harif, yeah, okay.
Ready.
But I don't know. I didn't see Powerless being that successful on the Kaja. I feel like maybe going
on
from
OES
Angela
now?
to a Kaja pick kind of make it unstable for him in his head to switch from a healer to.
Is
to
you
a
gonna go to the
pick of,
in-person
roller.
NACT?
It's a bit complicated, right? You gotta be very versatile. Post game
yeah,
stats.
Yeah, we take a look at the breakdown here. 12k gold for basic there, 6, 3, and 5. For me, though, I want to say Demon. Always refreshing with that astral sphere, always sniping, always making sure that even before the fight started, Knights of Fate were always at a disadvantage. And then Arvel doing a great job with that Kufra to kind of come in, get those sets after the astral sphere, and then a big cleanup jobs by basic and Fallen.
Basic played really well. I feel like he did his job, you know, he really managed well compared to the first game where he struggled. But like you said, Demon, dominating performance. And as we see on the mid here, Fallen just diving into the core, finishing things up. This is very, very hard for KOF to defend. You gotta understand, at some point, Avalon will find the right angle here. Link trying to defend, not finding too much. And the trade is really hard as the Lord is pushing on the top. You gotta focus on clearing the enemy marksman, but you can't. You just can't do much more than getting basic here, and the rest of the team will finish the job for you. So yeah, nice try for KOF defending here. The damage dealt, such a big gap. Wow, 240k to 140 as a team, but as we saw, Demon landing those poke, 40% of the damage from the team. That's thanks to him, almost 100k. Like you said, he's just poking everyone and sniping everyone all across the game throughout the early to late game. So good stuff from Demon and Arvel, always picking Powerless. That was a bit hard to watch, you know, because you want to see Kaja be a bit more sneaky, less back and forth, more on the sides, more, you know, coming from unexpected places, from the flanks. He couldn't find angles. And maybe try another support, another healer, you know, maybe a Florin, like you said. it worked well with the Angela. Why not? Why not?
I do want to say that Knights of Fate are usually very flexible as far as what I've seen from their draft. I mean, I want to say this is just one piece that we saw from the first game. The second game, I'm not sure what they were trying. Like I said, there were just a lot of counters on the board. Ling, you had a Kufra out there when you put out that Ling. Now, when you were talking about the Kaja, just really wasn't able to get close enough to do enough through it. I'm not so sure too if it might have been the picks too, or if it was just that they were so overwhelmed in the early game that it doesn't really matter what they had. Basic was fed and able to just get those picks off. The Astral Seer coming from the Novara pick there, and maybe just at the draft mark that they found themselves kind of in a corner.
Yeah, I feel like for whatever draft Knights of Fate had, that Novaya Kufra combo is just giving way too much vision, way too much initiative, you know, and it's really hard for them to just control anything in the game. Kaja is not really able to get anything done because he doesn't have the vision. He doesn't have this vision that's so important, and this understanding how the rotations are happening on the map so that you can actually trap someone. And it didn't work that well. The draft is going super fast. We get Claude, Valentina, Kaja, okay, and again the Angela, Freya, and Fanny. And this time, Knights of Fate picking Kadita, the Kadita that's been very efficient. First pick, I think it's worth.
Yeah, especially when it comes to the first pick. And then, yeah, like you said, Avalon still focusing on that one plan, and definitely need to see if Knights of Fate do have that flexibility. They came here and not just won the first game, but it was a very dominating one. So they had a good game plan. It's just that they kind of need to add to that playbook a little bit, something that second draft definitely not what you definitely wanted to go in there. But you still left open Navarra too. So I'm wondering if Avalon's going to pick that up. You were just talking about the combo, but they go with the Terizla pickup.
I would love to see a Kadita Novaya roam, you know, that's something you can do, or you can switch things up as well. You can do Kadita roam and Novaya mid. Both mages can be played roam or mid, no problem on that. I think Kufra again, Terizla for Avalon, no problem on this side. I want to Knights of Fate, like we said, come back to this first draft. Even if you have the Kadita instead of the Alice, I think you can still do something similar. I just don't want the Ling again. I feel like the Ling is just not working. Either side, it just didn't work. Both teams know how to play Ling, they know how to counter it and play around it, even if they don't have the perfect draft against it, they just know how to play around it. So yeah, let's switch things up and play something different.
It looks like we're going to go ahead and continue. I feel like this X-Borg has been I don't want to say that the X-Borg hasn't been super useful. I just haven't really noticed it having as huge impact on a lot of the matches that we've watched. Powerless like going ahead, picking up that Franco.
It was always on the losing side, if I'm not mistaken, and it's been hard for Borg to really get involved in the teams when he has so much, because the team is just behind, and the more behind the team is, the more you have to stay on your lane and just try to create opportunities by pushing the sides, right? You don't really have a choice. You can't really get involved even if you want to. If you get involved, you're gonna lose even more, even quicker. So yeah, they don't get involved until 10, 12 plus minutes in the game, and yeah, it's a bit hard when you're playing board. You want to utilize that early on.
A super thick composition coming out of Avalon. These are just some beefy boys on that side. I'm assuming we're going to go ahead and take out Carry when we come to this banner phase.
Reverse carding coming from Avalon. They're gonna do the very tanky composition with nothing to kill, nothing that goes down.
Maybe with one of those support healers that we've been talking about, Florin or Rafaela. Man, Estes has just kind of fallen to the wayside when it comes to the healers right now. Almost disrespectful. You can see Alice getting taken. Man, Avalon definitely hyper-focused on that first game. And that's why I'm saying, like, here, Knights of Fates, I love that they came in with this crazy plan, but then it was like, it almost feels like that was it. It's like, all right, well, what do we do from here, boys? So now they're trying to kind of find their sea legs again here.
I feel like Avalon is gonna play a Harif goal because they are lacking of magic damage either way. They will need a bit of magic, but like you said, I don't think a support is possible anymore, of course. So yeah, we're gonna have a mid. We're gonna have maybe a Harif for basic. I think, remember correctly, he played it a long time ago. I don't know recently if he's been playing it or practicing it, but Harif would be great with this. Harif loves when he can play around a strong front lane. Okay, if he's alone in the front, obviously it's not gonna work well. But if he has a good front lane around him, he can evolve well. We see carry being banned, of course, that makes sense. I like the Alice ban as well. A lot of dive potential on Knights of Fate, but also those pick off with the Franco that we have seen during the first series that was amazingly played on both sides. We'll see if Porales here does it as well. And
I'm wondering on the side of Knights of Fate, I mean, the only thing, like, what are you going to be able to use to be able to kind of break through this line? You have the possibility, I want to say, of a Linux pick up if you throw Kadita in. Well, actually, no, you can't anymore because you have the Franco out there. That's going to be your roam. So Kadita's going to have to be your mid. So, I mean, what else do we have of an option for being able to kind of break through this thick line of Avalon?
Picked Leslie, it makes it even harder. Claude is not there. It's tough. It's tough. I'm thinking Beatrix would not be enough. I don't think Beatrix would not be enough. The time it takes for Beatrix to break through the front line, Leslie will get rid of Beatrix. So that's a tough one. I wouldn't like to be Knights of Fate, especially at this time of the day. Toughy. They get Lapu and they get Iritel. Iritel, okay, yeah, sure. Still going to be falling short. It's still hard for Iritel. I don't think
it's going to be very hard. She has a lot of crit damage, but when it comes to actually breaking through with that penetration and stuff like that, I don't really see much that they have.
A lot for that.
Yeah. But Xborg only has like just a tiny bit of, I don't want to say a tiny bit, but he's going to need to be very close to be able to get a lot of that true damage off. And then, I mean, you're also talking like you're going to need to come in with that last insanity. That leaves you incredibly open after that ends as well. True. Knights of Fate, they're gonna have, it's gonna be a struggle for them.
And you get Lilia last. I like Avalon's draft again. I think even if Borg tries to get through this front line, going in, Leslie is just gonna one shot the shield and cancel the ultimate every time Borg gets close. So good draft from Avalon. Their late game is very, very scary, and I feel like it's gonna be a nightmare for Knights of Fate to just break through that front line. So we'll see how they do. We'll see if Iritel is enough. We can't count out Kadita and Franco. If they manage to pick up things, it can go really good for them. We'll see.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say too. Guys, we are moving on to game 3. This one is to the limit. Knights of Fate with their last chance against Avalon. Both teams having very dominating victories over each other. We're going to see how this game 3 plays out.
Okay. Oh, little game pause. So who do you have this time? We are 1-1. Do we keep our prediction Avalon 2-1, winning the series?
Well, I want to kind of open up on your point you talked about, like the Franco and the Kadita. We cannot count them out too because I want to say this kind of rests on their shoulders. When it comes to the actual draft, it's very much in the favor of Avalon, but can the side of Knights of Fate be able to capitalize when it comes to being able to land those hooks, land those suppression, get that rough waves ultimate from Kadita onto them, especially into the early game, to the point where they are so far behind that it doesn't matter that they have a tanky front because they're getting burst down too quickly.
It's going to be vital. If Franco and Kadita don't find early picks, it's not going to be good. In action for those two picks, with such a high energy and gambling on those picks, you have to make them pay off at some point. If you don't, then you're going to have a big issue. The late game is very scary for Avalon, of course. And like you mentioned earlier, Borg wasn't really getting involved in the series we have seen so far, but Borg jungle is going to be completely different. He's going to get involved for sure. So it's good to see that Borg is going to be more on the core side of the map, on the central side of the map, rotating with the team. And we'll finally see the impact of the pick.
Yeah, we were actually talking about it offline a bit, as how useful a Borg is. Ooh, actually Chappelle finds a nice pop-up there. Comes in with some damage, but not able to really offset. Oh, did Powerless steal that? I'm not even sure. That was a very well-placed hook there. Maybe a shadow of things to come here for the Knights of Fate.
All right, so we agree you could go both sides, but Avalon or Knights of Fate? You like to dodge the question, but you gotta give me. Tell me.
We're coming in here. You do see Demon does catch a nice hook to the face. It goes down, and that's going to be a first blood for the side of Knights of Fate.
Pretty good first blood. Demon going down. It's not really a biggie because it's only going to Borg in a way, but still, it's the jungle basic. Kind of freezing the lane. He wants to make himself safe, staying in the tower, but it's not gonna work much, huh? He still has to.
Kai over there does land some damage on Arvil, who's trying to get himself a little bit of vision. Right now, already, Knights of Fate doing a good job of kind of remaining a little bit of a nuisance to Avalon, pushing into the jungle, making sure they're still getting their farm. Ooh, big hook lands on the basic. He is going to be able to push away. Last Insanity comes out. Is it going to be able to find a kill? It does not, but their last bit of damage does find basic. He is now down Arvil in a bad way, about to 1/3 health, and this is all while Avalon sitting there focusing on the turtle right now.
A very good call from Powerless, knowing that Basing doesn't have ultimate here, really committing to get the kill. The turtle is up though. Who's gonna get?
Yeah, you can see Toinks over there gets the turtle, and now we are at a brawl. Chapow goes down as well. Fallen putting on the boots across the throat of Avalon right now. It is now tied up at 2 apiece.
Someone got nuked. That was an insane damage for an early game ultimate from Fredrin. That was very unexpected. I didn't expect Mikasa to lose about 70% of his life in one ult, but when it's full stacked, it hurts. It hurts. Basic going to get a lot of the shield against Zero, so it's pretty good for the Avalon gold laner. We see the economy is about 500 gold difference in favor of Avalon. Pretty good start for Avalon. You don't want to get Leslie fed. That's the thing, right?
Ooh, Arvil finds himself a target, gets the set, but here comes the rough waves, and Chapau's going to be able to find himself a little bit of distance from the other team, Avalon here. You can see both laners doing a good job here. I want to say the marksman has surprisingly remained very even. Powerless comes out, ooh, and a hook just wide. Arvil comes out with a massive Tyrant's Revenge. Here comes the suppressions, and now Kai able to find the kill. Arvil goes down. Fallen in the middle of it, goes down as well. This is a 3v1. Basic needs to get out of there, gets slowed down by that ability from Zero. They're not able to find a kill.
I think it was the worst case scenario for Avalon as they are getting chased.
Ooh, big pop-up and a beautiful synergy there by the side of Knights of Fate. Demon's gonna have to use that black shoes to get himself out of harm's way. Now, sitting at 5-2. And what a turnaround from how we thought that this match was gonna go. They're just finding these rotations so much quicker than Avalon.
I was thinking Basic was having a good start of the game, but then Zero is on 4-0. No, he's on 4-0. He got 4 kills in this little face-off. That made Iritel so ahead of Leslie. It's gonna be a big problem for Basic from now on. Powerless keeps the pressure on the bot lane as Avalon is trying to secure the turtle.
Oh, speaking of the pressure now, Basic in trouble here. You do see that. Oh, Basic actually outplays, able to flicker out of the way. Down goes Powerless. Zero's gonna go ahead. He's gonna try to get this tower here. You can see, meanwhile, we have a fight here at the turtle. Toink's in a bit of trouble. Penalty zone comes in. He's gonna use that flicker to get out of harm's way. Arvil comes in. Tyrant's Rage pins 2 against the wall. Toink's coming in with that ability. He is able to find the kill onto Chapao. Another kill onto Kai from Demon. And just like that, Avalon have tied up the kills.
But Kai took the turtle. Somehow he found the retribution among all these cows. And I would say, Arvil, very nice picks, really nice sets, but it's just not doing enough to get that turtle. Powerless, little... Yep. Go for it.
Oh, I was just about to say, I'm kind of wondering, like, that's not really on Arvil. I feel like his team is just not really kind of reacting fast enough. Arvil has some beautiful pickups when it comes to those Tyrant's Revenges into the Tyrant's Rage, but the team is just not collapsing fast enough, and Knights of Fate are starting to, like, turn around these engagements.
I gotta say, Powerless sacrificing to try to get the kill on Basic earlier was really commendable for him. I like the idea that you're really committing to sacrifice yourself under the enemy tower to get a kill for your gold laner. It's actually very worth it because the worst case scenario, here it was really worst case scenario, he died alone. But best case, you know, you're trading your roamer for the enemy gold laner is perfect. You can get the tower. Powerless again coming.
Conceal play, flicker into the suppression. In comes Arvil to try to save his teammate down. Goes Powerless. Arvil finds the kill there, and you can see Kai trying to put on the damage. Beautiful flicker by Arvil. Zero finding a kill onto him, and the last Insanity is going to go ahead and cover their escape. Chapao in a bad way between 4 members of Avalon. A little bit of a miscommunication there as Powerless, or not Powerless, Chapao dove in there without the support of his team.
Chapeau, I think he's always like just his tempo is not really that good here. His Kalita is not really finding the right picks. Oh my god, Powerless. Again, getting that hook.
He got out of the hook, then activated his black shoes, almost put himself in harm's way, brought himself closer to the Knights of Fate.
I think he panicked a bit. He purified and ultimated at the same time. He was like, oh my god, I'm gonna click everything, something is gonna work, and it worked in the end, but that was a bit scary. Alright, Avalon securing that turtle most likely, a bit ahead in gold.
Yeah, you can see Powerless doing a good job trying to get some vision here. Half health there. Oh, we find the pop-up on to Demon and the kill. Down, and now you see Zero onto the back lines there, trying to zone out Toinks. And just like that, Knights of Fate, concealed play now, coming in onto Arvel with that bravest fighter form from Mikasa. And meanwhile, the rest of the Knights of Fate doing a great job of securing this turtle. Last Insanity comes in, secures the kill onto Toinks. And you can see right now, Fallen in a little bit of trouble. Appraiser's Wrap takes down Powerless. Kai in trouble as well. Avalon cleaning up shop. Zero is not long for this world, but I don't know if he found a kill before he died. Nope. And that is going to be a complete wipe for the Knights of Fate.
You saw how Fallen managed to survive enough to land that ult that completely turned around the fight. I thought for sure Avalon would lose this because they re-engaged a bit too late, and I felt like this 4 vs 5, knowing that Lilia was down, would not work, but in the end it did. I can't believe Fallen is finding these timings, man. It's so...
Oh, we do have another last Insanity. Fallen and Demon gonna go ahead and create some distance. Oh, we have a conceal play. Basic comes in here. Putting on the damage. You can see Mikasa diving into the lane. Big hook lands, but Powerless suffers for it. Fallen comes in, puts the damage on very quickly. Here comes Arvel again. He is surgical when it comes to these ultimates from Kufra, and now they are in chase of Knights of Fate, who are going to have to disengage. You were talking about it earlier. I mean, they are just doing such a great job right now. Fallen has such confidence on this hero, and that's kind of what you get, that double-edged sword when you're playing a Fredrin. You take so much damage, you have to be able to kind of hold your trigger finger before you release that ult.
I got it. Oh my god, the hook.
Jesus, Powerless lands a hook there, plus a suppression, finally able to take down Arvel, who has been a thorn in their side the entire game.
I was gonna say, what a good synergy between Fallen and Arvel. I feel like when it's not one, it's the other who is really taking the aggro onto himself and turning around the fight. When Fallen is taking the aggro onto himself, Arvel is setting up for a nice engage, really well positioned. They're always kind of helping each other, and then Basic, Demon, they just have to finish off the work. Terizla is doing some plays. We're still yet to see some crazy 4-man ultimate from Twinks. I'm sure it's gonna come. Twinks or Twinks? How do you pronounce it?
Toinks. Like the sound a pig makes.
Okay, Toinks.
All right, we're going to go ahead and start on this Lord. You can see 5 members of Avalon sitting here in good position. Fallen actually in the background finds a kill onto Mikasa. Kai desperately trying to put some damage onto this Lord, but it's already reset. You are a man down, and you can see the split priorities right now. Avalon doing a great job of creating some pressure. Rough Waves comes out. Toy's going to have to expend that flicker. Kai coming in with a last Insanity, and now he is down to about half health as well.
As I was seeing, Leslie was pushing on the mid. No one's going in the back, Basic.
Yeah, Zero in trouble here. Oh, big hook lands. Powerless finds the kill onto Basic, and a pop-up for the other 2 members. Powerless in trouble. Look at the jukes and jives from that Franco. He is twinkle toes right now. Demon goes down, and we are still fighting at this turtle right now.
I don't know why they didn't do the Lord, because they sent Basic on the mid. They were 5 vs 4. They could have done the Lord instead of focusing on pushing that mid. And no, they cannot get the Lord. So
oh, my mic was muted.
I would have probably gathered and then just do the Lord.
Well, I mean, Avalon able to find a kill, not a kill, but a tower up at the top. So, I mean, they still are getting some macro worth out of this, even though they didn't get the Lord. So now both teams kind of resetting on the map. Lord sweating bullets right now. That was a long, drawn-out fight. Nobody able to take him just yet. At the 11-minute mark, still a non-luminous Lord. That's kind of the value, again, too, that you get from a Fredrin. Super tanky, able to kind of hold this Lord, bait out these fights. And apparently Avalon really want these fights.
I think we are hitting that sweet spot where Basic is really the target to take down. Powerless understood that last fight. Little concealed play from Powerless, maybe. Getting again? No, he's not gonna get it.
Ooh. Toinks in actually a bad way here. Does get caught. There's 3 members here. He comes in with the penalty zone, putting on the damage. In comes Arvel. Misses just a little bit wide with that Tyrant's Revenge fallen. Able to take the Lord, but in the back line, Chappao trying to put on some damage. Gonna have to use that rough waves to get away, and unable to answer this Lord take. Knights of Fate are smartly going to have to disengage.
I was a bit scared for Chopo for a second. He kind of missed it. He wanted to force that flank. Didn't work out that well. Arvel could have done a good conceal flicker forward, but they decide to wait for the Lord. I think it's the better and the safest bet here. Basic really getting fed. We are hitting the late game.
Here comes the Lord through the mid lane. Looks like they are going to be able to take that tier 2 turret on the bottom side too. It's a good vantage point for Avalon to possibly close this out.
Delay that game because right now Avalon is really in the lead, both economically.
They're not going to be able to end with this Lord though, but maybe be able to take 2 of the inhibitors, possibly.
All the waves are going to hit at the same time. It's going to be hard for Knights of Fate to defend.
Not enhanced Lord, so I think they can take an inhibitor. That's about it.
When it comes to a lot of these teams having some great macro, all the lanes crashing at the same time. You're gonna have to spread out if you want to be able to defend this.
They can take the
Lord.
They play it right. They can take that bottom one too.
From the behind there, Basic comes in. Ooh, is able to get out of the way. Chappao comes in there. Lord goes down. They are able to punish Knights of Fate with 1 high ground tower down. It looks like they're still in here. Demon still has those black shoes, so not exactly afraid of what Knights of Fate can do. Now we're up at the top tower. Half health left onto it. Big pop up there, lands onto the minions. They're trying to clear this out very quickly, and it looks like Avalon only going to be able to get 1 tower.
Chapo had the perfect setup. He was behind, he was hidden, they didn't know he was there. He had 5 men in front of him. He tried to land that first spell petrify. Didn't combo well, and it didn't work out. It's really tough for Kadita. It's tough to get the proper target. He wants to get Basic in the best case scenario, but he's not showing himself. He's just well positioned all the time, and he has 3 big boys in front of him covering him.
Oh! Big! Oh!
Yeah, just
the punish! Oh, look, they're chasing him down.
There are 4 members that are giving chase right now.
He might get away. Oh, he got out!
He's gonna be able to. Here comes the rest of Knights of
Fate
here, trying to punish them. They come in. They're gonna be able to secure an escape for Chappao.
I should stop saying things, man, because like it just happens straight up after. I was saying he wants to get Leslie, and he gets Leslie. Sadly, he doesn't get the kill, the flicker, always dodging the finisher damage. It's always the best escape route. Just flicker away, run away.
Yeah, you can see here. Zero, actually, Demon in a little bit of trouble there, uses his black shoes to reset his health.
Not sure what happened. Twinks tried to flicker ult in the bush, but there was no one. Little miscommunication.
You see that great dragon spear actually being picked up by Zero. So I'm wondering how much that's going to have an effect. It's actually the first time I've actually noticed it being picked up by somebody here right away. I wonder how much it, yeah, with the speed he's going to get from his ultimate, how fast he's going to be able to close the distance onto the back line. And it's going to take some positioning here. It looks like Knights of Fates definitely want to contest this turtle. They're not trying to give it away. And this is probably their last pitch. Big hook lands. Toinks gets grabbed. Big flicker, so they're able to kind of kite them away. But in the back line, you can see Kadita there lying in wait. Is he going to be able to get it there? Kadita kind of hesitating.
Not moving.
Powerless, getting covered by his teammates. As you can see, that magic sentry going ahead, giving away the position. Kadita comes in, is not able to find the Lord, and gets killed in the process. And now you're a man down with a Lord coming.
Well, Chappao tried. I think his timing was pretty good. The Lord was low HP, almost got it, but he got cancelled. All the CC coming in is really a nightmare for Kadita to handle. And Chappao struggling with the Kadita. It's just a tough game for the guy. You gotta give him some credit for trying it here. Kadita is usually a pretty neutral pick you want to have all the time, but here it's gonna be tough to defend. Again, another well-timed waves. Look on the sides, look on the mid.
Yeah, and this is the difference between other teams and when it comes to Avalon. Lord crashing in at bottom while the waves crashing. Oh, Arva comes in with another ultimate. We're looking at the damage. Down goes Zero and Chappao due to Basic. The core is at half
They don't have a
They're
mark.
still trying to put it on. We were seeing this before.
Mark is out.
Arvel in a bad way. He's going to be actually able to
Savage.
push himself and escape.
Savage.
Now Basic finds
Savage.
another kill.
Oh, Basic!
Second Savage of the
Let's
NACT.
go.
This time for Basic.
Second Savage.
I saw it coming from the
Second
double kill. I was
Savage.
like, they're gonna give it to him.
This time
And
Basic gets it. First one was easy
closes
peasy.
the game with a
Avalon gets
beautiful
the game.
Savage. Really well played
It's the
from
series. Takes down
Avalon.
Knights of
He had
Fate.
some,
Nice
you know,
one.
tough moments in the
Jeez.
game, but they did pretty good overall, huh? And 2-1 were right. Good job, Private. The prediction was amazing.
Poor Yui on the other end. There's a little glimmer of hope there for them to take it. But man, Avalon absolutely showing why they are third place right now, or at least they were third place in stage 1. They're definitely looking to kind of move up there as well. A great showing from Basic as well.
Yep. The Leslie ramping up power, you know, the true damage from those hits, you know, those shadow hits coming in against tanky target is just getting more and more exciting as you progress, and it works out really well. Concluded with a Savage. 10-4-3 for Basic. We got very nice sets from Arvel. Beautiful Kufra plays. I understand why it was banned earlier. No, I really do. Fallen 5-1-13, really involved in most of the team, and overall Avalon controlling the game.
Guys, make sure you redeem the code.
And
Renata Slumber Skin at the code exchange.
In this series for sure.
Appreciate everybody tuning in. And that's Avalon taking the second series today.
But what can you do? It's
Up
tough.
next,
Every time he was trying to pick
we'll be
someone,
watching
it was
the
just
OhioBrothers up
a
against
glimmer of
AggravateOne.
HP left and,
AggravateOne is one of the teams currently tied for 5th place.
Chappelle just over
TOB
there,
is
just
in first place right
working
now.
his way down the roster, taking down Knights of Fate one by one. You see the Immortalities there popped, takes down Powerless. Now there's only 2 members left. I think next was Kai and then Mikasa, the lone hero left, getting taken out by Basic for the Knights' first Savage, but this is NACT.
What'd you say?
Demon and
yeah,
Leah,
you
it's
claimed
always
it.
a
Let's
funny
go ahead and
hero
put the
for me,
votes back
Leah,
out.
because you don't really see
More
her
people voted for
doing
Knights of
much,
Fate.
but when you watch the damage,
I voted for
there,
Avalon,
it's
though.
always insane, right? It's
voted for
very
Avalon.
surprising. Demon was involved. I think his
They did
rotation
good.
was slightly earlier than Kadita, so his timings were better. He was getting involved on the goal lane earlier, so he had a better impact overall. But Basic, yeah,
They're kind of even,
of
though,
course,
honestly. The
Basic
skill
doing great,
difference is
farming
not
well,
that big between both of these teams.
Being very
Not that there
very
would have been a
much
bigger
on
gap,
what
but
he wants to
Avalon's
do,
kind of
just,
mediocre.
you know,
I feel like they're
farming.
it's
get
hit or
the
miss
game,
for them.
and
It's
then
not always
I Savage.
top
And then
tier.
we good. Then we won the game. So good job from
Knights of
Basic.
Fate.
Zero started amazing.
Like,
Too bad
they still
that
got a lot of work to do,
just
but there's
didn't,
definitely potential.
conclude the same way, but that 4-0
But if
at
they
the
don't
start
pick
was
it up,
really beautiful.
I don't
with
think Knights of
Powerless
Fate's gonna make
landing
it
some
to
good
the
hooks,
top
and
4.
then he forced it a bit too much under the tower.
I think Bloodhounds will make it.
Put them
Bloodhounds,
behind,
Avalon,
and
TOB,
it was
and
just
B2K.
downhill for
What I've
Knights
seen
of
so
Fate,
far.
from them. But
I don't
good
think Area
showing
77
overall
is
the
gonna
series.
make it. If they
Love
don't-
the first game.
If they
Second
don't
game was a bit
make
more
something
complicated
happen
than
in
the
this
first
lower
game.
bracket,
It was
I'm pretty
contested, but,
much guarantee them.
Nice to watch for sure.
Yeah, I believe this
in
is
my
actually the second game here where there was just that huge defense by Knights of Fate here, trying to kind of hold off this. You can see the Tempest of Blades kind of coming down there. Kai finding a kill onto Basic, but in the end, Fallen on the Hayabusa was able to kind of clean it up.
All right, guys, I
As
will be
we
right back.
move
We are
into,
going to be
like, that
jumping
third
into
game, too, I mean,
TOB
you
up
was
against
talking about
AggravateOne here
Arvel.
momentarily, but
It's honestly kind
appreciate
of
everybody
like,
tuning in. Don't go anywhere. We'll be
neck
right
and
back
neck
with you
right now
guys
between me for,
when the
was
next
it Basic
two
or
teams
Arvel
are ready.
that had the
Appreciate
bigger
y'all.
impact,
Much love.
through this entire series. That last game, actually so hard too, because I mean Arvel, it was so smooth to watch him on that Kufra.
I think so. The consistency of how impactful you are in the game, I would say, like Arvel was there at every step of the way, especially on the last game. I think Basic, he had a hard time on his lane. It's not really his fault. He was 1v2 most of the time. Powerless was always around trying to get him. Then Arvel started helping Basic out, so it was more 2 versus 2. But I would say, yeah, Arvel has been really the key player on the second game, on the first game as well. I mean, he had Kufra both games. And both games they won, and it was amazing set. So yeah, probably would give it to Arvel if I had to pick an MVP. Fallen played great. Demon was, slowly just doing his thing. Novaya, beautiful snipes, as we know. Overall, it's hard to decide who really deserved the most, but I think they played as a team, and they played great, and they showed us how to come back from a 0-1 situation with the manner. So yeah, good job to Avalon.
A great job for the team. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap up the second series of the nights. Very exciting games, especially this one that went to the complete distance. Next up, we're going to be going to an interview with Christina, as I'm hearing right now.
Hi, Private.
Hello, welcome. How are you doing? And welcome to the NACT interview here. Why don't you go ahead and start off by telling some of the viewers a little bit about yourself?
Yes, so I am Christina Key, and my in-game name is Incognito. And yeah, I'm also a Mobile Legends gamer. I enjoy playing a lot of Room, especially using heroes like Atlas, Carmilla, Matilda, and yeah, I'm also the squad assistant and server moderator for NACT Challenger, also a competitive squad, Dark Immortals.
Dark Immortals, I'm sure it's been pretty busy here for the last few months for you guys competing in the qualifiers, and now I believe there's other tournaments that you guys have been involved in as well. What do you think is, what would you say is probably the most challenging for you right now as being like an organizer for a team?
Yeah, I would say for me specifically, the challenge would be like whenever there's gonna be a member reshuffle, trying to get new member for the team, and also organizing those tryouts, and just making sure that the team really works well together and communicates together, because sometimes you bring a new person at the team, they work for like a week, and then the second weekend so they start not working too well with the team. So it's really just finding the right match with everyone on the crew.
Yeah, and especially with usually regional plays an issue. If you're from a state that's on the west side or another one that's on the east side, you get a lot of lag issues when it comes with the team. I'm sure that's super challenging for you to go through. So what's been next on the docket for your team?
For our teams, so far we're actually still joining and participating on different tournaments. We recently joined the NAVA tournament, and we also have the 9 Thieves tournament and Facebook community tournaments coming up. So the squad is pretty busy, and we're also looking for a gold laner. So for anyone out there interested in joining Dark Immortals, gold laner, let us know.
You guys heard it. If there's any gold laners out there looking to kind of test their skills with the Dark Immortals, and that just kind of proves it's not even just the NACT. While NACT here, we're going to be awarding to see who's going to be going to M5. It never stops here in North America, kind of with any of the tournaments that we have going around. You mentioned the NABA, the 9 Thieves tournaments in there. So it's just so much going on here.
Yeah, and it's definitely been so fun, and not just like constantly grinding. The team is also getting more experience, getting closer, and yeah, just getting that synergy up a bit more, so that for the next NACT, hopefully we get higher up the ranks again.
Well, I mean, we've seen from the Bloodhounds who were, I mean, this time last year, the Bloodhounds were placing about like 96 in a lot of these competitions. And now they're here in the top 8, just took a victory over Area 77. So, I mean, it comes with effort, comes with hard work, especially for a team. Now that I'm starting to see there's a lot more organization that's starting to happen in North America. There's just this big boom of people who are starting to take up the managerial positions, the organizational positions like you, to try to help the teams kind of stay organized and focused.
Yeah, and honestly, like even just introducing this game to other people, it's very straightforward and intuitive to get into that. When I introduce the game to other friends, they easily get into it and actually get addicted to the game too.
It's been growing in here in North America. We've seen already the huge impact that it's had with the growing stages from Las Vegas to what we're going to be having in Los Angeles soon with a mystery location that we're all super excited about. But I just want to thank you for your time. And like you said, there is there's a position for you said for a marksman. Is there any kind of socials or shout outs you want to throw out before we cut this interview?
Yeah, we have Dark Immortals MLBB on Instagram. We also have our Dark Immortal server. The link is kind of jumbled up, but yeah, for anyone who want to add me on Discord and talk more about it, my Discord is Inkeynito, INKEYYGNITO. It's quite a handful thing. Yeah.
It is. But thank you so much for taking the time with us here at the NACT.
Yeah, thank you too, Private, and good luck to the remaining team. Have fun, everyone.
All right, take care.
All right, as we are back to the MVP of the last game, well deserved to Basic after going through a nightmarish first game versus Freya Angela on his lane, where he couldn't do much with Brody, honestly. Bouncing back amazingly on game 2 with a Brody again, just resilient pick, and then the Leslie ending up beautifully with a Desert, a little savage, to end up the series and giving it to Avalon, closing the series 2-1. Beautiful job, Basic. Beautiful job, Avalon, of course. But well-deserved MVP, as you called it.
Yeah, you said it. I mean, that first game, man, that was a nightmare. And then to the confidence to be able to pick Brody again and be like, no, that was a fluke. I got it this time, guys. I'm sure of it. He was able to come back, definitely reclaim that position from the second game. And then in the third game, the beautiful Savage on Leslie, and just a well-strategized composition from the side of Avalon with just that huge front line, able to tank up so much damage and giving Basic the freedom he needed to be able to find those kills.
I think this is the mark of the best players, to be able to understand it is not your pick, it is not really your fault that you lost the game, and the pick is not at fault, right? You can still bounce back with it in the right scenario. If the scenario slightly changes on the next game, it's okay. And he did it, he trusted it, his team trusted him too, and it worked beautifully. But of course, it's a team effort, and Basic is just the result of all this work they have done together during those games. So yeah, let's go on to soon the next game, I guess. Huh? Waiting for the players.
Oh yeah, we're gonna be. I guess we're gonna be jumping right into it pretty soon here. But that last series, I mean, went all the way to the 3 games. I feel like we're starting to find that things aren't as cut and dry as we had maybe experienced last week. We have a top 4. We're starting to see how Bloodhounds are starting to move up and starting to kind of gather their. I want to say a little bit of synergy and a little bit of momentum with them. KnightsOfFate, I mean, not a bad opening for them. That first game, they showed just a great resilience with that composition, that out-of-the-box composition.
They learned a lot for sure. I hope they understand why their first game was so good and went their way. I think they need to remember we did that to ourselves. It's not because Avalon had a bad game or they were struggling or they choked. You did it. You have been proactive. You have been proposing something kind of creative. Fixate on this. Try to understand what worked well with this. If you want to analyze your game 2 and 3 as well, what you could have done better, sure. But try to remember the strength you had in the first game and what was the origin of those strengths. And then capitalize on it, work on this, and maybe propose something new. You know, the same way Estes was brought by Blacklist years ago, and they started dominating with it. Maybe you've got something there, and you've got something that you can bring a bit of versatility, because if it's only about Freya, Angela, of course, it's gonna be tough. But yeah, you have the play style, you know? You have to just let it flourish.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's not enough excitement. We still have 2 more series up next, but we'll join you guys again after this short break.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara Aquino wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi, everyone. I'm NACTorde. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Stephweezy, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT Falls, all of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up guys, I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster, right now casting for MSC. I'm eating, they told me to do it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. And as we've done before, I just wanted to take a little moment to talk with you guys about the August Starlight. It's going to be coming up with an exclusive Yin Eternal Guardian skin, 10 returning Starlight skins, and a new Starlight shop exclusive killing notification also awaits you in August. Unlock Starlight membership with only 300 diamonds and get rewards worth over 6,000 diamonds in total. Plus, your first Starlight purchase yields a bundle worth over 17,000 diamonds. You can buy the weekly diamond pass to unlock rewards earlier. Look out for more Starlight exclusive bonuses and be sure not to miss out on the rest of the goodies. Well, we're here, ladies and gentlemen, and we're just going to talk to you a little bit about this is what most of the people have come here to watch, the BTK and a TOB. Initially, BTK had a trouble in the last season. TOB was a very dominating performance last season. Didn't take a single series loss in the entire, I want to say, regular season. This season, a little different. Already have 2 losses under their belt.
As we have seen last season, like you mentioned, BTK kind of ramping up their strength and then getting into that grand final, beating TOB 4-3, and then it seems like I have this feeling that this season it's gonna be slightly the same, but at the same time different, in that way that TOB seems quite dominating and BTK seems to have their struggle at the same time. It was kind of the same last season, and then ramping up towards the playoffs where BTK is very confident. I feel like Zayn experienced just inspiring his teammates, coming on stage and really pushing them forwards, being really vocal, very emotional in a good way, and pulling everyone up. They could do the same things if the scenario was to happen exactly the same way. So it's always, I feel like, kind of a bit of PTSD for TOB, for the TheOhioBrothers, to come into a regular season, maybe dominate, who knows, and then coming into the playoff, facing BTK that has been giving them troubles on stage. How do you handle this when you're TOB mentally? How do you do?
Well, I mean, what we had last year was kind of a different team. We had a Yureshi in the XP position, and they had Basic in the marksman. Yureshi, with that MPL experience, from what I was told, handled a lot of the draft and a lot of the shot calling when it came to the team. Not just that, but now you have Milo and Azia taking up those roles. They have them out. And not just that, but at the grand finals, I want to say BTK kind of proved that the dragon does bleed. They know that there's weaknesses that they can exploit, and it was kind of a different BTK. It was a brand new group underneath MOBA Zayn. They were still kind of getting the ropes, still trying to build that synergy, didn't even have that live stage experience. Now we have a team that is a lot more versed. You pointed it out before. These last games last week on Sunday, about 25 minutes between the TheOhioBrothers and BTK, actually going the distance. So it could pretty much be anybody's game.
That's what I was explaining you earlier, right? I was telling that Zayn was able to inspire his teammate. Is always really a strength to be reckoned with. And I feel like the only issue is that this flame that he's bringing to the team, once it gets frustrated for too long, you have to have the stamina to be chill about it, not let the frustration take over and then kind of spread it onto your team. That's the thing when you're a leader and you're inspiring your teammates a lot. They look up to you at all times, and when the times are rough, you have to be there for them and making them feel safe, confident, and keep on going and keep on trying to win, right? Last week it was 3-1. The first 2 games were contested. The last 2 games were a bit one-sided. That's where I'm like, okay, is the stamina still there? Of course, we are talking about someone that has a lot of experience going to plenty of international tournaments. So of course, he has the experience. I just wish in the future that rosters get a bit more stable. I want to see a couple of seasons back, not just having so many changes between teams, so that we can see what they can do between seasons to prepare, because that's really where the work is getting done. It's not really during the regular season. Regular season is more for the conclusion of all your work you have done prior to the season starting. So I don't know. We'll see. New faces, a lot of progression, going forward that we can expect from both groups. How is it gonna go?
It's funny that you mentioned the patience that Zayn needs to have to kind of inspire his team, because we saw kind of with that last game of the grand finals last weekend, where Zayn seemed to be a little bit more frustrated and a little bit more prone to mistakes that you don't usually see from him. Getting caught out on that Martis a very lot, until the last time he was caught out ended up being a final push for the TheOhioBrothers. And that's what we kind of see when it comes to a lot of there's 2 lords stolen from him. One of them actually stolen while he still had Retry. So, I mean, it comes a lot when it comes to like the frustration of teams. But on the other side, I mean, you've got a very strong team in the Ohio brothers right now, especially missing somebody like your Reshi and Basic. Zia came back, shown through, just a shining example of like, just I want to almost say, dare I say, like a trade up for them. Maybe, and not saying that Basic is bad, but maybe when it came to like the synergy of the team, Basic or Zia actually just kind of fits in that composition just a little bit more, just a little bit better.
So talking about Zia, it's so funny for me, his progression throughout the seasons. Coming from a guy I used to watch playing mid, and I was like, this guy is playing good, he's holding his own, and especially when he had such a hard job to join BTK and play around Zane with all the expectation that comes with it. Zia really stepped up well, but then came back to America and saying, I don't want to play mid, I want to play gold lane. And I was like, this is surprising, you're not doing bad. I don't know if something is going on in the team, or maybe you don't feel as confident as your mid lane for some reason, but from the outside perspective, we felt like he was playing good. And now he's playing gold lane, and he has been saying for a long time, I want to play gold lane, I want to play gold lane, let me play gold lane. Everyone lets him play his role, and he's actually doing great. You mentioned two lords being stolen away by Zia. From a marksman perspective, it's very hard to steal lords. You have to be in a particular setup, and he did it beautifully with Beatrix. You know, if you land the right rocket launcher, you're gonna inflict crazy amount of damage, and most of the time it's gonna be more than the retribution. So it's tough actually for a jungler to do that. I kind of, feel like Zane could have done better, sure. But at the same time, I understand it's tough against Beatrix in particular because I've seen it many times. I feel like Zane kind of took that in. He's like, my retribution needs to be a bit better. But it also, guys, the call is not necessarily about, okay, I need to beat the other team in retribution. Maybe, protect the space around the lord a bit better. Take your time, don't rush it. If you don't have information about the enemies, always assume the worst. Always assume that they are perfectly positioned to counter you. And that way, you will reduce the amount of surprises like this, bad surprises, that are frustrating as hell for the team, huh?
Yeah, very much there. But ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap up our thoughts, especially when it comes to the Ohio brothers and BTK. But that's not all. We have a special giveaway, guys. The first 40 people that can put in this code will redeem for a chance to win one of these skins. You can see there the Dark Rose, Professor of Hell, Glass Blade, Space-Time Shadow, Fierce Dragon, Major General, Spear of Bone Dragon, and Fire Chief. You can find the link where you need to input the code in the description of this stream as well. Remember, first 40 giveaways are the only ones that are going to be eligible there, so make sure that your fingers are fast on your phone.
I feel like we are getting into the serious business of today, right? TOB on one side, we'll have later BTK. Let's see the prediction for this series, the Ohio Brothers versus AggravateOne. I think I gave it to TOB, but somehow UA find the strength to put AggravateOne. I don't know. I feel like UA is the hater of the favorites. He's like, nope, the challengers will win. At some point, I will be right. I'll show you everyone while everyone is on a perfect score, 10-0. What do you think about this?
My man Yui will never miss a chance to vote for the underdogs, and I got to give him respect for that. Always a little bit of faith for them to be able to turn it around here in North America. And we've seen these teams. I mean, we saw how strong that the Knights of Fate were in the first match against Avalon when they had been dominated in pretty much all of the other games. Eventually, Avalon able to turn it around, but here, the Ohio brothers over the AggravateOnes. I can't say that I agree with the underdog right now. I mean, the Ohio brothers, they took a loss. They took a pretty interesting loss to the Bloodhounds here. And I know they're going to be here to kind of prove and set an example when it comes to AggravateOnes, but we can't really just count them out just yet.
We can't count teams out. I know those are up-and-coming teams, but it's always in my head that Avalon kind of had two very quick games against AggravateOne. I think like 11 and 9 minutes. It makes me feel like versus Ohio Brothers, which is a completely different challenge, what you're going to be doing. Maybe if they bring something like Knights of Fate earlier, something very specific for their first game, and surprised by brothers, but you expect TOB, with their experience, with the level of thinking, of game sense, the level of preparation they have, to kind of be able to counter anything you throw at them. And yeah, they have a lot of good players and experienced player. We'll see.
Well, it's not even just they could be looking for, especially getting a win over the series. AggravateOnes could be looking for maybe a nice quick road to extra $100 cash there as well to get that over. OhioBrothers, though, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how well they kind of come out here. I mean, they have been so strong, and last week, I was going to say I didn't really, I had to throw some pity out for the Knights of Fate. Your first match going up against BTK. Now AggravateOne's going to have to go up against the OhioBrothers here. It's
someone has to do it, man.
Mountains. Yeah, somebody has to do it here. And especially here. But what's different now than it is last week is this isn't a single elimination. We have two brackets now. If you lose here, you still have a chance to kind of make your way through the bottom bracket to kind of have yourself a second chance up there. So it's going to be very, very exciting to see how these teams can kind of maneuver. Like we said, how the strategies change. We've got a brand new update. This is the perfect time for people to kind of maybe find out those strategies that maybe your opponent doesn't know about. There's so many changes from heroes to XP gained in the lanes to how the items work, extra items, some taken away. But we're going to get right here. We're going to go ahead and start out with the draft. OhioBrothers taking on AggravateOnes.
Let's get into it. It's gonna be tough, but like you said, loser learn, and then the winners are a bit safer compared to the other teams. They're still the loser bracket, but come on, let's not talk about this. I feel like we're talking about loser brackets. Imagine AggravateOne listening to us being like, come on guys, give us some props. We're gonna try, okay? Trust us a bit. Let's go AggravateOne. First ban, Kadita for TOB. They will be the first pick on the left, and you got AggravateOne on the right side. We got Black, Joker, Magic, Uneven, Avery, and we got on the other side, Boone, best player, Mielo, Super Shark, aka Shark, and Zia. A lot of scary names, huh? I wouldn't like to go against them in ranked, that's for sure.
Hey, I'm just impressed that AggravateOnes went ahead and went with these pictures. They went and posed for him so they don't look like tiny little mugshots of people. They got some nice little poses in there. Let them know, kind of create some personality on that teammate there. We do see on
Joker, he went Natalia's side. Natalia mode on us.
We do see on AggravateOnes are going to go ahead and start things off with a Fanny ban. I mean, we've seen how strong that she can be. On the other side, OhioBrothers is going to go ahead and match that up with a ban onto the Bruno.
Bruno, okay, maybe they know something we don't. I don't know. Do you remember AggravateOne playing Bruno? Not sure. Maybe they faced each other recently. That's the thing, right? With such like, let's say, human-sized server in NA, you get to know everyone. You get to see everyone, what they are practicing. Even if you're hiding your little stats, you always have some friend that's playing both sides and telling the other team, they are practicing this, and you're like, come on, man, you know. So maybe this, or maybe the OhioBrothers, they don't really want to ban serious picks and they want to let things open to see, you know, put themselves in a situation of challenge.
Well, it's interesting that you bring that up, is because, like, I want to say, like, a lot of these top teams, especially the top 8, once you get up to that small little group in North America, a lot of these teams have such a varied experience with each other, whether it comes from amateur tournaments or scrims that they played together. A lot of these guys already know the hero pools that the other ones have, so this might be something that they've read into. They know that maybe he really likes that Bruno, is really good on it, and they want to kind of offset the marksman there. We're going to go ahead and match that up. We have a Tarizla ban on the side of the OhioBrothers and a Beatrix ban on the side of AggravateOne. Still waiting to see when we can get to these picks to see what the OhioBrothers are going to go ahead and start this off with.
Yep, both team taking their time. Right now we've got 2 gold laners out. We got Kadita out for the mid. You got the explainer out. You got Fanny. A bit of everything. Not really like consensus on either side of who we're gonna target ban. Gotta take off the threats. Beatrix, like I said earlier, most popular pick right now in MPL. So yeah, why not? And Ling, so double jungler, decide double assassin. The first pick, Uranus, huh? You guys with this pick, huh?
It's gonna be coupled well with that Tarizla ban. I feel like when you have a very strong Uranus, it's very hard to be able to kind of counter it, especially when it comes to like cutting lanes. However, we talked about it before. Uranus can get a little overconfident when it comes to cutting those lanes. They feel like they really need to be making a lot of the changes, or they need to be making a big effect in that early game, and sometimes can lead to them getting caught or rotated around when they're trying to cut that lane. So it's going to be on AggravateOne to see if they can actually punish that pick. They're going to go ahead and match that up with a Fredrin and Valentina pickup, which is kind of sad. We're not going to be able to see the Hunentina that we saw last weekend. Basically, Hoon just stayed on that Valentina and was super successful with it.
Why change if it's working? That's the one thing I always say to teams I coach. Don't change something if it's working. And that's why also earlier I was like, KnightsOfFate, you could, follow up on your playstyle and continue. Always keep that in mind when you're playing. If you feel like this is working, there's no reason to change. Really, no reason to change. Keep doing it, and Hoon is not going to get the opportunity here, as AggravateOne obviously did their homework. We get the Fredrin Valentina. It's pretty good for this side. We get on the other side Claude, who is always a force to be reckoned with. And we got Franco for the pickoffs. Amazing Franco plays we have seen throughout the day. Honestly, Franco, every time he was picked, was played. Yeah, I think like every time he was picked, it was really well played.
Interesting here too, because of the ultimates that the Valentina is going to be able to steal here. While you are going to be able to steal that bloody hunt from Franco, you're not going to have that defensive ability or those defensive items that Franco does. So you could potentially be putting yourself in the harm's way when you activate that out. Claude and Claude's ultimate not really going to balance out well. When you use the IMU on Valentina, you only get the, I want to say, the physical attack from it. You're not going to get the attack speed. So you're going to have an issue with Claude and the Uranus ultimates.
They're kind of cutting the available ultimate for Valentina. Like you said, the Franco ultimate in some situation, in very specific plays, it can be useful. But when you come into the late game in 5v5, having Valentina just suppressing someone when she could be doing better and bringing some heavy damage and heavy AoE CC to the team is not really that worth it. We see the Joy. I really like the pick. I feel like could have been a bit picked earlier in this day, because Joy has always been consistently efficient throughout the last few seasons since it's been released, and I'm never surprised to see it, because you have this flexibility. I personally only like to see a Joy played with Vengeance, so I don't really like to see jungle. I've seen good jungler with Joy. One can be true without the other being wrong, but I don't know, I want to see it on the side lane. Really, having this Vengeance changes everything.
No, right now it's going to be too is what actually is the target for Joy right now. I mean, if you're going to, the thing I do like about her is her mobility, her ability to kind of run around super quickly to get the flank on an enemy's position to get to that back line. Right now, though, I mean, if you're going to go ahead, aim for best player, or if you're going to aim for the Claude, who's most likely going to be with Zia here, Claude's going to be able to use that battle mirror image to get himself away from
but
Joy.
Isn't that like half of the job done already? If you're pushing Claude out to use his utility to run away from you, you're kind of forcing him to not engage or diffusing his ability to go in the fight, right? So it's already a good part of the job done, and it's already a target less to handle. And at the same time, I feel like Joy is such a good gap closing hero that it doesn't really matter what you're playing against it, you're always going to find opportunity with Joy. We don't see them yet, but there's still two pick, and you can't really avoid the Joy. We'll see what they pick. It's still the OhioBrothers, of course. The experience gap, the skill gap will come into play, and it's gonna make things much harder for Joy. But I like the fact that AggravateOne is trying things. It's trying mechanical picks against a stronger team, I would say. And we see the Kufra, we see Leslie Angela being banned by TOB.
Oh,
Angela for Angela. Ooh, little Granger. Nice that. Double marksman for TOB, huh?
Yeah, I'm assuming that the Granger's going to be on the jungle position. And
who was right, huh? I should have made a video about Gord. All the casters, they were telling me, no, Gord, why would you play Gord, huh? I won't give names, but I have discussions with the American casters. They're like, no, Gord, why did you play? Farsa is much better. Everyone's playing Gord today. What's going on?
Oh, man. We're never going to hear the end of it now. This is the second Gord pick of the NACT here. I do want to say it is kind of a little brave when you're looking at this and looking at the kind of the counters there. You have the Joy out there, which goes into the Franco, who's going to be able to kind of lock you down. We do have a pretty beefy front line for the AggravateOnes here. However, it's going to be very interesting interesting to see how well, I want to say like a lot of the side of the TheOhioBrothers, with the exception of Gord, they have a lot of mobility on their side to be able to get away from Joy to kind of make it almost a little bit ineffective. It's going to be very interesting to see how these two compositions clash into each other.
Yeah, despite Hoon picking Gord last, I feel like he's gonna have a tough time against the Joy, but like you said, Veris Franco, Shark is always amazingly well positioned and he is able to predict what's gonna happen in the team fight quite well, so I think he's gonna be playing onto Hoon. I'm wondering if Valentina stealing Gord's ultimate benefits from the passive of dealing true damage while using Gord ultimate, because I'm still thinking, what is Valentina going to be taking here? You could be taking Granger ult, I think it's pretty good as well, but overall you kind of want a magic-based spell to steal, so we'll see.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to game 1 of our 3rd series of the night. The TheOhioBrothers taking on AggravateOne. As we already know, TheOhioBrothers were able to take the grand finals last Sunday. We're going to see if they're going to be able to duplicate that success here tonight against AggravateOne.
As we see a little clash on the mid, Avery versus Hoon. I think Avery doesn't want to let Hoon farm. The nice thing with Gord is that you are able to clear your wave very safely because the range is quite good.
Yeah, a little bit of a touch and feel go there for the Litho Wanderer. AggravateOne's actually going to be able to... no, actually they didn't. It wasn't. I spoke to soon. The TheOhioBrothers pick up that Litho Wanderer despite the offense there by AggravateOne.
So like I was saying, the play is just you put your combo on the wave and you run away. That's what Hoon is doing. He's joining onto Magic.
Speaking of which, actually Magic in a bad way is going to have to expend that flicker. He's not going to be able to get away from Milo, who's in the back line. Best player actually gets taken out. Hoon in a bad way. We were talking about that mobility from Gord, and in this early game, able to find a kill is uneven right now. Milo in a bad way is going to have to go ahead crossing the towers there of AggravateOne, trying to get back to his lane.
Uneven, what an amazing rotation timing. Level 3 rotation, very confident because he went all the way on the other side of the map and he found usefulness by just taking 2 kills like this. Perfect rotation, what a good timing from Uneven, and what a way to start the game as the underdog, as the challenger of those favorite TOB. But it's just the start of the game. Can you capitalize on this?
Can you keep it going? I mean, we already said it before. We saw that the Bloodhounds were able to take a win off of the TheOhioBrothers. Right now, TheOhioBrothers doing a good job going ahead, taking uncontested turtle there for
9
them.
seconds.
And yeah, they took that very quickly. And that's right, the damage you were talking about with that Gord. He's just has an immense amount that he can throw out with that offense.
I guess no one called TheOhioBrothers to tell them that the XP necessary to do the turtle and get level 4 was, was more this buff, because they didn't care. 9 seconds to take that first turtle, and despite being a bit behind in kills, they don't care. They just secure that objective. Maybe a little mistake from AggravateOne for giving this turtle. Magic out of position here.
Ooh, Magic. I kind of have to question his positioning there. Very deep into enemy territory. No backup, no positioning for the rest of his team there. What was your plan? What was the best outcome to happen there? Oh, actually, a big hook lands on the Black. He's going to have to use his dash to get away. Picking up his jungle there. His best player goes ahead and trying to clear out enemy territory.
I feel like best player having Granger is kind of something I don't see often, I would say.
Yeah, I definitely haven't seen it very often. That's usually something we expect out of Moba Zane. Actually, Uneven goes down to Milo there. Black finds a kill onto Hoon. We are at 3 kills apiece right now. Still a tie game for all intents and purposes. Big suppression lands on the Milo. Is it going to be enough? Hook lands from Super Shark, and down goes Milo. Avery, a consolation prize for the TheOhioBrothers. We are sitting at 4 kills apiece. Pretty even, more even than I expected this game to go from the early minutes.
Not necessarily that great. Yes, Shark secure a kill, but it's Sharkies on Franco. You don't really want to have your roamer taking kills. So I guess a good trade for AggravateOne, but overall, the economy, always TOB. Be careful when going over against TOB. They always manage to have a very good macro. Be careful not thinking you are ahead or having the overconfidence of,
Speaking of which, Shark with a missed flicker hook going into that bush. A Magic sees it, goes in, checks the bush, does miss wide with that Tyrant's Revenge. Meanwhile, on the other side, AggravateOne's going to go ahead, pull this Lord for some good positioning here. Best player in prime position going to be able to try to take it. Black able to secure the Lord. Out comes the Mystic Gush from Hoon, putting on the damage. Super Shark in a bad way goes down as well. They trade a kill. There's 5-5. Down goes Zia. And man, TOB and AggravateOnes are just standing in the middle of the ring exchanging punches. Right now, you can see best player comes in, finds a kill onto Joker. Avery gonna find the safety of his tower while he watches his teammate Magic get taken down. Down goes best player. What is going on with this game?
Best player thought he was gonna get the kill, and then he didn't. Then Milo had to secure it. Best player thought maybe he would still get the last hit, so he went a bit forward. Avery re-engaged onto best player and got the kill onto the Granger. That's not very good.
Yeah, big hook onto Uneven. He's going to be trying to get himself away. I'm not even sure if he's going to be able to. Does use that dash. Ooh, finds himself a tight little escape there. Zia not able to find the kill.
I'm liking how Joe is being moving around the map. He's really using his speed and his ability to dash away to get ahead of Milo. But in the end, Milo 4-1-3, somehow still managing to get involved in almost all the kills of his team. TOB is doing good. They're just managing. They're only 1,000 gold ahead, but it seems like things are turning around in their favor, and Shark is landing those hooks like no other Franco.
Yeah, a little bit of a concealed play. I think that was more just for a speed boost for Super Shark. I mean, they're starting to kind of like inch forward and spread this gold lead a little bit more. It's solely being maintained by the TheOhioBrothers, and they just continue to kind of expand very slowly here. And AggravateOnes are going to have to watch out as we start moving on in this game when these team fights might not be turning in their favor. As I say that, Zia does get a pop-up issued from Magic on that Kufra, but the rest of the AggravateOnes not in a position to capitalize.
I like the patience of TOB. They really want to focus on getting those marksmen fed. They have 2 of them. They know the late game is theirs as long as they don't give too much ground, and they are managing to get all the turtles pretty much for free, as they are doing here.
Yeah, not much of a contestant there. Black in trouble. Good hook lands for Shark. Down goes Avery. Best player able to pick up the kill. Magic is the second one down. Milo claiming that one. Now they're going to go ahead and dive under the tower. Joker in a bad way. Is he going to be able to find a kill here? He is. Best player goes down. Black finds the kill there, and he is just a tanky boy there. Going to go ahead and stay up in that front line. You can see on the side there, Milo going to go ahead and try to dive in. Clint going to have to expand that flicker.
And even trying to get Hoon a bit late on the rotation. He was trying his best to get Hoon, but it didn't work. Yellow still fighting against Black. Black in a tough spot here.
Yeah, Black chased that a little too far. We do answer with a pop-up there, but Magic's not going to be able to capitalize as Avery's going to have to answer this tower push at the bottom.
That's the thing with TOB right now. They are really giving enough time for Zia to farm on his lane. He's pushing safely. As soon as he hits his power spike on Claude, he's going to join the fight, and it's going to be much more of a problem for AggravateOne.
Mystic Gush makes short work of Avery in there.
We're back. My bad, I had to step away for a second, fellas.
Bouncing balls, you never know when they're gonna come into your face and stun you down. Back to the graveyard for a few. And Tob.
TOB having a good time, though.
Out of Black.
Yeah, you can see Magic kind of lying in wait.
Whoa!
Big hook lands!
Big hook.
Magic is the rest of the team going to be able to capitalize on it. Magic's going to go ahead.
They're
diving a little deep for Milo. Going to go ahead and zone them out.
Okay,
I do like that they all don't dive in. Milo goes back there, kind of feels out the situation. If the TheOhioBrothers don't like it, they don't follow, and Milo's able to kind of find himself an escape as well.
You gotta think about it this way. It's really commendable for TOB to play Gord and play 2 marksmen. You would think it's very squishy picks, you know, to play together, but no, they don't care. They just go for it, and they are making it work.
Yeah, and they are pressing onto this mid tower. Unfortunately, no answer in sight for AggravateOnes right now. It's 12-8, a little under a 4K gold lead right now for the TheOhioBrothers. But like I said, they're just continually expanding it, very slowly kind of tightening that choke around AggravateOnes as they have had every single objective basically uncontested.
in yellow, masterclass on Uranus, providing vision while his team is doing the Lord, but he's also
Oh,
doing
God.
every single way he can.
Another hook lands. Magic in a bad
Oh,
way. Takes
Shark's
a
not
face full of
there.
gourds, a mystic gush, and he's going to try to get himself out of harm's way. Meanwhile, on the other side, Joker goes down to best player. Now 13-8 game as they go ahead and take this tier 2 tower from the top.
Yeah, I
So,
think
Icebox?
TLB is ramping up a bit too quick. For AggravateOne, I think it's going to be hard to defend this next Lord coming in, even though it's the start
Nuts,
of the
bro.
game. We're only at 9 minutes. It will be tough. Hoon providing so much ground support with his range, and Zia is ready to dive in.
Yeah, we have the Lord up at top. It is at the gate right now. You can see the damage coming out there. They're going to go ahead and try to defend this. Black taking a heap of damage. In comes Magic. He doesn't have the Tyrant's Rage. He comes in, lands, but not able to help his team kind of maximize on that
Oh my
hook.
God.
Lands onto
Oh,
Joker, and they clean his clock.
What a crazy hook from Shark.
Running that
What a
1v1.
timing. He's always at the
Not
very
today,
end.
but
Oh,
we
what a
definitely
nice
can when I stream
flicker
again.
for Hood, but he's not getting the kill. He's barely surviving.
I haven't
here.
played MLBB in a minute, my man.
This is tough to get an inhibitor.
Been grinding. So my team is currently, they're not playing pro right now. I seen your
Zia
message.
didn't really get the shot to engage.
These is
because he
actually
couldn't
running
get
with
the stacks.
OES right
At the
now.
moment where he needed to get the last stacks, he missed
Kind
it.
of just ranking on their
So
own
he
with
didn't-
other
he didn't
teams,
go
even though
in,
we're still a
but,
team.
I feel
But
like
we're not
next
playing
time,
pro right
Zia's
now.
gonna flank.
Don't really have anything
And Uneven doing a good job
like
just
scrims
delaying
as a
the
5-man or anything.
inhibitor is coming down.
Yeah, you can see all these lanes are going ahead and
QD's been
synced
running
up.
with
Milo
Urashi.
comes in,
On
he's
our team.
on that Uranus, just tanking a ton of damage. Magic's not going to be able to get out of this. Takes a heap of damage, goes down to best player. Now you have 5-4 right now. They're looking to close this early right now. You were talking about it. Once you start getting fed onto these marksmen, I mean, it's going to be pretty
Why
unstoppable.
you keep changing the name? Ark.
It's gonna be very complicated.
Now you're
I don't
Ice
think
Bar.
they're
You
gonna
change your name
wait
every
60 seconds
day.
for the next road. I think
What's
they're
up with
looking
that?
to close it now the fastest possible, just to show domination, put them in a very confident spot.
He won the stick. That sticks.
Oh, this is the next
Why do you stick with
high
Ark
ground
though?
tower
Ark's not your
down.
real
Zia's
name.
gonna go ahead and
obviously.
claim it. Another hook
Why don't you just name yourself Ark on
Down
YouTube?
goes a Joker. Zia gonna go ahead and lock onto Uneven.
Whoa!
Cleans him off. Magic with a beautiful tyrant.
Whoa! Was that a quad set?
Razor, but he gets taken out. It's
Oh
so
my
unfortunate.
God,
When
that
you're
was a
able to
good
get
set.
those settings,
They didn't
Black
announce
is down. Avery is the
That's
lone
awesome.
survivor here to tell the story.
They want the kill. They're not trying to.
about
They just
the
want
time
to
that the
take down
Ohio
Avery, bro.
brothers came
Godly,
unlocking.
yo!
This is gonna be
Let
so
that man
rough.
breathe.
The Ohio brothers not able to take the
Oh
score right
my
now.
God.
A
They're not even gonna take it.
12-minute game for them right now. Joker's
Oh
back.
my
God.
goodness!
And put
Yo, they are
down
trolling.
by Hoon. That's gonna be game one
They are
for
trolling.
the 12-minute mark, going to the Ohio
That is
brothers.
bullying.
GOB.
That is bullying at
Doing
the
the
end.
Ohio
Let's be
brother
honest.
things.
They could have put them out of their misery a bit earlier, but
That's
they wanted
insane.
to make a few more kills before closing. Very convincing.
Guys, make sure
very
y'all
confident
hit up that
victory
code
from
below,
TOB.
redeem it at the
AggravateOne
following
just
Mobile
feeling
Legends
the
and
pressure
code
throughout the
exchange
game, and Shark
for
really
chance
landing some
to get
crazy
a
hooks, I
Nana
gotta say.
Slumber
The
skin
timings is
free.
always varying. The timing.
I appreciate y'all
Sometimes he's
tuning in
looking early on the
from
fight,
all parts of the
sometimes
world
at
as
the
we are
end of
watching
the fight,
NACT Fall
sometimes in the
2023
middle.
Stage
You never
2.
know when it's coming, right? So
Day 1.
in itself, it's some sort of
And
CC to
second
have
to final
Franco
series today.
ready to hook and
Seen,
OT, and never know when it's
Bloodhounds
coming. You
take
don't
down
know
Area
what angle to
77.
go from, and
Seen
so just closing that
Avalon
well. Hoon,
take
like I
down
said, providing some great support from the back. Best player,
Knights
very
of Fate.
convincing victory on Granger. So if
Now
people
we're
think
looking
best
at
player is
TOB
only
going
good
up against
on
AggravateOne.
Fredrin
TOB takes
and
it.
Assassins, for example, he is also good on Granger. He's also
Bloodhound's
doing
got a
really good
sweep
here.
TOB
So,
or
good job. Zia didn't have
Bloodhound's
too
got a
much to
sweep. And then with Knights of Fate
Well,
game,
you were talking about this before about
they lost. It was
NA's
2-1 in
fixation
favor
with the
for Avalon.
Uranus. Milo there, 6-1-12.
Beautiful.
Amazing game for him. Especially once you get that lead, he's able to dive that back lane, take all the damage, get all those abilities out of the way. Meanwhile,
Who
you have
hitting
Hoon there
Natalia's here?
just
Hitting Natalia's. I don't know what he was aiming at. That's the thing with Fufra, right? You're landing a good ultimate here just because the problem is they are lowering their guard in a way because they know the fight is already over. So it's easier to land some good sets. I wish you just landed some sets a bit earlier in the game. But it's tough. It's easier said than done when you're playing against TOB. 21-9, quite a big gap in damage dealt, of course, in statistics. Best player, the carry with about 70k damage. And also the one who is farming the fastest, so pretty good Granger performance. For people who think Granger is out of the meta completely, well, you can play it like this. And Uranus beautiful way of managing the waves and really putting the pressure on those sides, and even joining the fights often because he was involved in almost all the kills. So very good display from the XP laner of TOB. AggravateOne, still have to see a bit more, you know, still waiting. I like Joey's performance, but I feel like he was a bit isolated in his impact.
Yeah, and it came, especially when it came to the early game, it did feel like AggravateOne's had just a few signs of life, kind of trying to punch it out with the OhioBrothers, but the OhioBrothers kind of just still able, despite how those kind of fights were going, it just looked like it was just kill after kill after kill for each side. OhioBrothers still, I don't feel like they were ever at a loss. They were never at a disadvantage when it came to any of those things, because they just know what it happens when these comps happen and when their timing is so well. And then you were at a point where your Milo was tanking with the Uranus while you had Hoon just delivering so much damage to them from the back line, where there just wasn't anything that they were going to be able to do.
No, I feel like when you're a team that comes in with so much dominating background as TOB, it's okay to have a lot of face-off, and you really want to get those face-off. Actually, you don't really want to score like 15-0 and win the game. I think they want to enjoy it and take some risk. Individually, they go forward probably more likely than if they were playing against BTK. They are showing an excess of aggressivity, even if they are trading kills and going down with the kills they are getting. It's about having a bit of fun, I'd say. That's how it is to be a favorite, sadly. It sounds a bit like bullying, but you know, you gotta give props to them. They worked hard to be there, so you know, they gotta enjoy themselves a bit.
Confidence test for the AggravateOne.
I like that they implemented.
Not everything goes your way all the times, and that's kind of where teams need to learn when it comes to being on your back foot. I see this so many times too, especially when it comes to teams like the OhioBrothers or BTK. Every team is great when everything is going their ways, but I mean, those real teams are those ones who are able to be on the back foot and able to kind of answer back and rebound. Like we saw that with Basic, who just took a devastating defeat in his first game, able to come back with the next two series is even stronger. And that's kind of what the AggravateOnes are going to have to learn here, is to kind of be able to kind of bounce back. You take some licks. Do you have?
I haven't played MLBB in days, man. Stop trying to have an excuse.
Answer back.
I beat you on our last 1v1.
We do see that the Franco and
you can mute the casters and cast us yourself. Oh, you're not a fan?
On the other side, you got Baxia, you got Fredrin, you got Teresa.
You think I cast better than them?
You got the Claude as well.
Arc
being bad. What will be the first pick of AggravateOne? I feel like
Gimmick's first time casting on
playing. They really need to go forward and sacrifice themselves. You know, just go for it.
The new
Try
addition
your
to the
best,
desk.
be
You
a bit
replaced
more aggressive.
Ben.
Try to match the aggressivity of the OhioBrothers and not being in a situation where you're always outnumbered or you're always getting picked by Shark because he has the perfect angle there. Go for it. Fight them on their own ground and see how it goes. Even if it's a mess. You gotta try. You gotta try.
Ooh, there comes the Natalia. Let's go.
God. And this is hard. I don't like when in this situation you see TOB pulling that Natalia. It's something that's quite scary. I was thinking
is really good
they
now,
could
so
maybe get some confidence and some aggressivity, but no, I'm like, oh, Natalia with the buff.
Yeah, it's gonna be very interesting. She did get a buff here. She only needs.
I'm a fan of top 3 casters only if it ain't Trex, Decker, or Wheezy on
I think there was a.
I want to hear it. That's your favorite.
A little bit of an adjustment on. Yeah. Also,
I've never casted with Trex. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. So it's gonna be.
I've
very
never done it.
interesting.
I think that'd be a good strong casting. What do you think?
There's
Trex
still
on a duo cast.
Counters
I would even let him do play-by-play. I'd take
Raphael
analyst.
is a
Or I'll
big
do play-by-play if you want to take analyst. I think we both can do it really well.
Pretty much spot a Natalia from like a mile away.
I've reached out to him. We talked about it.
Oh, and then you still have Navaria now,
one NACT season
can be potentially an issue when it comes to that ultimate that can pretty much give him
I've never even
vision
cast
for like a half of the map.
I don't think Navaria is gonna be picked because like that's already free pick based on magic damage, so it's a bit too late.
I've cast with everybody else.
All the positions that
who's your favorite duo pair?
Filled.
I guess so far that you've heard of everybody. What 2 casters?
Completely different picks. I'd say on TOB here, they're really going a different route, and maybe they want to practice something, see if it works.
Natan's interesting too.
This is a good Seri to
Got
try,
the Florian back,
things.
okay, Joy.
I'm not sure how it's gonna
No
go.
suppression,
Do you
they
think
have,
it's gonna be
the
Shark playing
Joy
with
in there.
Natalia, or do you think they have something else in
They pick
store?
suppression, they
Maybe
have
best player in the
Valentina,
jungle?
Franco,
I've seen Natalia
still
jungle,
on the
it's pretty
table.
good if you know how to do it.
And the Kaja.
I feel
Neither side
like
picked either.
it's going to be Shark on the Natalia.
just
I
about
feel
to-
like that last match gave them a little bit of confidence, so they're going
this
to
is
go ahead
Natalia,
and kind of
bro.
spread their wings a bit here. Shark doesn't have to just rely on that rogue
in,
position
bro.
where he's setting for his teammate. Now he can. I don't want to say have fun, but now he can kind of spread out there, maybe start getting a couple of kills there, really be a nuisance for the AggravateOnes when it comes to some of their time in the jungle.
Surprise.
I mean, I'm excited
Luck
to
to both
see
teams.
how it's gonna go.
Appreciate that,
I'm
well,
just
T.
thinking, no, again, a lot of magic damage.
Actually, you just
Aggravate
reminded me
one.
we need to put up
Be careful, like having a good balance between magic and physical is very important. The Edith is being pulled by TOB. Not sure where you can, who you can get with that Edith. Maybe focusing on getting Florian easily at the start of the fight, just taking Florian out before she ultimates, before she has an impact on healing the team. Still, this Joy, of course.
Favorite duo ain't casting in NACT as Deco. Yeah, we go crazy.
Do much mistakes, but he brought some
And
early
it's cool because me and him,
aggressivity to his team.
we don't
and
mind if
helped
one
out,
takes the analyst or
quite
one
well.
takes
This time he's not going to be facing
Play by
Menace,
play, but-
so maybe it's going to be even easier for him.
I definitely
Because Neil
enjoy
really
being able to cast.
Did a great job on the XP lane as well.
Hopefully next in ACT he can come back, but he's still gonna be a part of this,
A lot
man.
of things to fix.
He's the manager for
if you
Avalon,
want
or he's
to
the
challenge
analyst for
TOB here.
Avalon. So
Alpha and Kadita
that's
being
big
banned.
things he's been working on.
What is next?
Definitely hasn't stopped yet.
I mean, they have a
It's not
pretty
on the
heavy
desk.
magic
A lot of-
composition themselves, the OhioBrothers here. Where, like I said,
It'll be-
they're
I
a little
think
bit
it'll be
more
in LA
confident
too.
here. Natal,
That'll be in LA. I'm
Natal
hoping
actually,
for the
I mean,
finals.
he's one of my favorites. If I'm going to go
Cast that
outside the
person.
box to just pick something out there, it's one of those funner heroes.
Oh,
A
shoot, should
lot
I wear?
of
If I
damage
do
he can
go.
kind of bring to the table there, especially if you have a line that's able to protect you. Not just a line, but now you have the potential of a Natalia. So AggravateOnes are just going to have to be on tippy toes the entire point of the match, because you're going to have an invisible Natalia to watch out for. When these engagements
I
come
wore
down, you're
navy
gonna have to be
blue
looking
last
for
time.
best player to take him out, because the
red
amount of
tie?
damage he can unleash in the opening seconds
think
is
I'll wear
absolutely astronomical.
Race.
And I think it works perfectly versus
Yellow
the
tie, orange
support
tie.
healer composition like this, because I mean Nathan can bring in as much damage as he wants. It's not like he's bursting and then he's running out of damage. No, he can really bring in constant
Under
threats
certain
in the team
casters,
fight.
he
Natalia,
isn't
like
an
you
analyst
said,
and he is
being
lying.
invisible around, being a threat.
Now he is.
in
I mean, he's
itself,
on.
It makes AggravateOne be much more careful, and probably in a way where Nathan.
If somebody said that, it's probably because it wasn't posted yet.
Around, so in itself,
So it was
Nathan
like, it just
can get
happened.
More aggressive in his
But,
positioning and really useful. Kagura, a bit more magic
I'm
damage.
looking now, and I go to
six picks out
Avalon.
of 7 focused on
Oh.
magic damage in this
Staff.
blacklist. He's gonna be interesting.
Yeah, he's on there.
Mages
If you click
are
staff on
here.
Liquipedia,
Bane, probably gonna be
it's on there.
physical this time.
Jeremiah John is the
Who knows?
manager, and
I think I've seen both, but I feel like
he is the only.
I'm kind of sad.
Only
I
analyst,
love Bane. He's one of my favorite heroes.
Only analyst in ACT.
Kind of top
Well, you're
rank
sad.
on him, but
You're
to see
sad because you think they're
A
gonna
couple
lose.
of them have team managers.
No,
like
of
Bloodhounds.
course not.
So,
I'm sure there's a very even chance for them to be able to take this game. The one thing though
AggravateOne
is
has
Kagura is a
Deity
very
or
interesting
Dealy.
pick for me for this composition, because
Deity.
they're so mobile. I feel like Kagura has issues with people who can
Then
dash out of the
Avalon has
way,
a manager
'cause she
and
has
an
to set
analyst.
up her
They have both.
yin yang overturn with that umbrella to go out there, which kind of predates
Oh, he showed you?
her ultimate coming out. Like, you see the umbrella, you
Yeah,
know
that's,
what's coming.
that's big,
All
bro.
of these heroes kind of have a dash.
that means
in
they,
kit
if
that
they
can
wanted
kind
to,
of use
because
to get
if they,
out of there.
if they,
So it's going to be very interesting.
it's
to see
going to be
how well
semi
he can
and
do it,
grand finals.
play
I feel
on
like
this
Los
road.
Angeles is gonna be,
taking some
4
liberties
teams
here.
going
They
out
want
there,
to
not
try
2
a bit
this
more
time.
stuff. But of course, when you're
And,
thinking about a healer
If
composition, you're
Avalon
thinking
goes
like,
out there,
okay,
which they
it's
have a
good
very
against
strong
burst
chance to make
heroes,
it,
actually.
they
But
get to
here,
pick, I believe,
you have too much
6
burst, let's be
members
honest.
to fly out there.
Natalia,
They can pick
Kagura,
their 5
and
teammates and then
Nathan all
1 from
collapsing on
staff.
the
It might
same
be
target,
7.
there's
I'm
no
not
chance you
sure.
heal it, out of
But
just dying.
I don't
straight
think
up.
Jeremiah
You got
John can
Aldous
make
now
it.
for
He's
a
not
bit
in
of sustain,
America.
a bit more late game as well. I'm liking
that could go
TOB's
in
drafts,
place.
of course. I think they have a good plan of what to do with it.
Yeah, I
On
love
the
my
other
team
side,
way better
Bane,
too, man.
Arlott,
We're actually transitioning
We'll see
over
what they
to
do with it, you know. Wait, where is?
Dang, is that a
no, there's no
Argus?
marksman, by the way, on AggravateOne. Yeah, there's no marksman.
Bro,
There's kind of double.
I haven't
Skelena,
seen
would
him
say,
in a
so I
minute.
guess
Oh, it's not
Chloe might
Argus.
be
Is that
playing
Argus?
him.
I wouldn't want to
Bro, I haven't seen him in so long. I don't
either.
even know his name anymore.
If I saw this
Yeah.
lineup
Aldous.
from the Ohio
It's
Brothers, I'd be
Argus.
like, yeah, I'm not Mark Schwartz.
Bro, I haven't seen an Aldous in a minute.
The sickest, techiest player I can.
It's been that long, bro. I forgot his name.
I would have preferred like
That's
Zoe,
crazy.
gold lane. Personally, I
Well,
feel like
there's still time. If
We'll
they're going
see,
to
we'll see.
adjust here, but
Yo, B
we
is
are
definitely
going
showing their
into
colors, man. They're
game
getting
2.
comfortable.
Do the
Draft.
Aggravate ones
Trying some
have
things out 'cause they
something
know they have
in
this
the back pocket that could possibly upset the Ohio Brothers? We're going to find out here in game 2.
Let's see, as best player is on the Nathan, and you got Black on Bane in his jungle. We'll see what
Aldous
this
is
Clash
good in the new
does.
patch. Really.
As you can see, we have Super Shark on the
Snaps
Natalia, so you're
super
right
easily.
about this. He's
Run him in-
he's
they're running him in
stealing the red
XP.
completely. He's going so fast, actually. I'm so surprised by
man,
all
you see the
damage.
You see the
I
rotation.
guess he can
by
always
Black.
just fly out
Oh,
to
and he's
safety
not
if
even
they
quick
try and
enough to. He can see it, but he
Have to
wasn't
fly
even
to the
able to
opposite
kind of
side of the map.
capitalize on it. So
He's so
Super Shark.
fast. Is
They got that Starscream skin on him. I wish I could use that one. That one's fire.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Able to get away. He's unpunished.
That,
For
was I
Aggravate
dreaming?
ones, that's got to be
Blazing
very
Trace or
frustrating.
whatever.
Was I dreaming,
I
or
think
he
that
was
was
spamming
Father.
Conceal onto the target like instantly?
I wasn't able to catch it there. You can see Hoon here has 2 members of Aggravate ones here. Is still pretty slippery. I mean, as far as slippery goes, Kagura, one of probably the most slipperiest mages in the
For sure.
in the
Brothers go to
roster.
M5, you know what I mean?
That's the thing I like about
I'm trying to-
Kagura. In a way, she's very versatile
Hopefully.
because she can do everything on her own. She doesn't
I've
need
been
anyone.
working on- I've been
She's
working at the
completely,
gym, I've been working out, getting my
completely
physique
able to
straight.
do it all alone.
That way when I cast
To
in
do find a
Vegas,
pop up there, and
top of
Shark
my
able
game.
to find a kill onto
And
Avery.
for-
You
not
see
Vegas,
there,
but
uneven, a
Los
little bit of
Angeles.
trouble. Hoon able to
overall
get
goal
away.
time
We were
gets
just talking about that
5.
slipperiness. Gets away with about 5% of his health. Super Shark, good positioning here. Comes in, puts some damage onto uneven, but not trying to capitalize
Definitely
on
gonna
it
be
just
between private and
yet.
Shrek.
A Black, he's gonna lose this jungle, possibly. Milo here gonna
think
go
I
ahead
stand
and
a
try
good
to put
chance,
some
though, just
frustration
because
on it,
Shrek's
but
last
not
year.
able to yank that away from him.
I
I
think
gotta
they would
say,
want to
Shark
switch it up and
very,
give more
very
cash to
good
the opportunity.
mechanically on his Natalia. I'm surprised by how
AC.
good Shark is, because
it's really
usually
gonna be
roamers
between
are
me and
more
Friday.
like into the mine, into being very smart and all mechanically.
If you look on
they
who's
are
done more
as
on
good
paper
as
this year,
as
between me and
junglers
Private,
or
it's
let's say
definitely me.
mages, but Shark is playing it pretty well.
At least for
Let's
like,
see if he can get a pick
needy
up to
stuff, they
Magic.
even
He
count
knows
that
he's
kinda.
there. He's providing good vision
Count
for his
your
team.
NACT, then I don't know.
Yeah, you can see right here. I mean,
Like
Shark
this.
especially
They go off
is
like
probably one of the most
what's done more for
mechanically
the NA
gifted
scene.
roams here
This year
in
alone,
North
I don't-
America.
nobody
we
has
just
me-
saw his domination. Oh, we do have a little pop-up there.
Except for, like,
onto
Inquirk
Avery. He's
beating
going to
him,
try
like,
to dash
casting
himself
turn.
to safety.
Got, like,
Aggravate
one or
ones
two
do
over me
have a
casting
good
wise.
positioning onto this turtle.
like, I have way
uneven
more
there
hosts.
with that electrifying beats. Are they going to be able to get this Lord? Hoon
Hoping
steals
that,
the Lord.
they kinda-
Milo
that's-
finds a kill onto Black.
I
2
never know what
kills
they go
for
off.
the Ohio Brothers and a Lord.
No.
Neither of the junglers used their retribution there. It was all thanks to Mielo. Perfect set here to completely cancel Bane, despite Bane ultimating a bit early onto
Natalia.
the turtle. I think his timing was not good enough, especially knowing that this player was low HP. He could have waited a bit more for
Try
the
to make up for
retribution
everything in the
amount,
XP lane.
you know, of damage to be closer to what it needs to be to secure it. And Van Hoon just coming in with the ultimate, finishing the turtle. Perfect job from the Kagura player. Good stuff, good start from TOB as expected. They are already almost at 2,000 gold ahead. As we see a little skirmish on the mid.
Yeah, we do see that Chase Fate being activated on to Joker. I think that's more or less to get him into the lane. We do have a skirmish here at the mid lane. Very low is Avery. Umbrella out, but does not find its a target.
I'm waiting to see what Aldous is gonna provide
Ooh.
to Team Zia.
Yeah, Zia, a little bit of back and forth here between Joker and Zia. Super Shark coming in here looking for an opportunity. Comes in. Is he going to be able to land the hunt? He's not able to put the damage on just yet. Joker surviving with just a little over half health. Milo in a bad way here. Electrifying beats, putting the damage onto him. Is he going to be able to get out of here? Taken down by
like
uneven.
Chuck.
Score is 1-2 in favor of the OhioBrothers. Down at the bottom lane, Joker going to have to expend that flicker to get out of the smoke trap from Shark.
I love the fact that they are trying so hard to get out, but just not going down. It feels like his life is just replenishing all the time. He's just unending HP back and he's not going down. Avery getting the Natalia ultimate for himself. Not sure what he's gonna do with it.
Avery in trouble here. You got the yin yang overturn, and that is enough for best player to come in and finish the job with that entropy.
Blasted, completely blasted out of existence. I felt like he was gonna survive this, but
yeah, Uneven trying to come in there. It's going to go ahead and try to zone out the rest of the team. Electrifying Beats finding its target on the best player. Is he going to be able to find a kill? He's not able to. Umbrella locks onto him, and it is more than enough for Black to be able to secure this turtle. He's trying to get away. Big flicker by Milo. Is he going to be able to find a kill? Black zigzagging.
Oh, touchdown!
On the other side,
Zia, chill, bro.
Let him get away today. Super Shark on the other side is going to be able to find himself a kill as well. Zia in trouble here, gets taken down by Uneven.
It's crazy for that.
what is this game? So much fights. They're just relentless, completely going forward. Mielo amazing on the AD. I don't know what you think of him, but mechanically he's providing some insane content for us to watch. TOB stealing that orange buff from AggravateOne, and Mielo really very amazed by how he's playing it. I love the confidence just going forward and flickering, trying to get the kill onto Bane. It would have been worth it, and in the end he didn't even die. So nothing was done, but he tried, and always trying to cancel Bane's ability to get that retribution on the turtle, but he was alone. He couldn't get any backup, so it didn't matter.
Yeah, we do see that ultimate coming off from Black. Big damage onto Zia. He's going to have to try to find himself an escape. Gets popped up and taken down by Black. AggravateOnes find themselves a tower.
Ooh,
meanwhile, the OhioBrothers going to go ahead and find a kill at mid lane and put the damage to this mid lane tower as well. There another kill off screen. Finds Shark.
Look on the bot lane though, they are pushing
they're
onto the
opening
tier
up
2
the
already.
bottom.
There's only a small minion coming in onto the
Use your
medium,
mid
the
for bottom.
tier 2 on their side. So decent trade.
Yeah, Black alone against
Took,
three
they're
TOB
down to their
players.
inhibitor, though, so I
Magic
guess-
gonna be in a bad way too. Gets cleaned up by best player. Zia is in chase here for Avery, but he's getting feared away. You see best player coming in here trying to put the boots to Joker, but he's in a bad way between 5 members of TOB. Hoon finds the kill onto Joker.
I don't know what to tell you. What is going on? Relentless fight. No one is stopping Shark. He's winning again.
Avery in a little bit of a problem here. Puts the damage on. Does see Shark. Is it going to be enough? Super Shark gets taken down with the electrifying beats from Uneven. On the other side, TOB doing a great job. Going to go ahead and focus down this turtle uncontested.
TOB gotta be careful. They lost 2 towers on the bot lane. That's a bit too much for their liking, I believe. And they have to also be careful. They always focus Avery. Avery always getting saved by Florian ultimate. You cannot get Avery down until Magic.
Am I free tonight for what?
Utility.
What's up?
Otherwise, you're just gonna be, hitting and spending everything.
What you trying to do?
Onto someone who's gonna get healed back.
Ooh, Entropy closes the distance.
Ark, you going to Los
We
Angeles?
do have that bloom coming up there.
I'll be able to meet you there.
Milo in trouble, goes down
I definitely
to
plan on
Black.
going whether I cast or
Hoon's
not.
gonna have to try. Actually, he's not even disengaging. He's still putting the fight on there. Throws out an umbrella. Avery in a bad way. You do see that yin yang overturn come out. Hoon's gonna go ahead, find the safety of the tower. You were just talking about it. They need to be a little bit more careful. Super Shark looking for an opportunity. He's not gonna find it just yet.
That flowing pick is coming handy. I think TOB is gonna have to wait for Zia to get get enough
wondering
stats
how
to
well
join
it's
in the
gonna
fight
work
because
out.
they are not inflicting any
You asking
damage.
for a
No
scrim?
one is going down. Their life is
I
always
think I
full.
gotta do a scrim.
Especially when it comes to those blooms, actually able to top them off. Doesn't matter where Florin is on the battlefield. Always going to be a nice little final slash there. Not able to make Zia completely pay. Milo in a little bit of trouble. Electrifying beats comes out. Big pop up.
I think I asked you
on
before. What'd
even
you say
Super Shark
you wanted
goes
to
down on the other side there. Milo going to find some distance between him and the rest of AggravateOnes. They're not doing a terrible job right now.
More than a ticket. You'd have to have a place to
Joker
stay.
in a bad way. 3 players. Is he going to be able to get away?
I still
Gets
gotta
taken
figure out
down
my-
by best player. Black is over here now, sending in the reinforcements in the form of Sharks out there. He's going to go ahead and clean up this lane.
I don't have much time to say what I'm thinking because the fight is just relentless. They never stop.
Ooh, best player gets taken out by a well-placed Avery on that Valentina. Oh, and here comes the chase fate. Zia
yeah, that's right.
locking
Texas.
on. Actually, just going to go ahead and reposition there.
Now
So
it's starting to though.
no worse for wear there.
I live in Florida, my
When
man.
we have a break in this game, they have been
Good to not
fighting
too
for
long,
about
though.
4
Love, man.
minutes
I'm getting my
straight
house
without
built.
stopping.
Wait, 2 months away
sorry,
from
I
being
already
done.
won. Sorry, trying to secure that lord. They got the space. Pirates used to be yellow again.
Yeah, big pop-up magic goes down. Are we going to focus on this? Lord Uneven finds the kill onto Super Shark, and Black finds the Lord. Joker finds a kill onto Milo, and this
hey,
might
you want a
be
ticket?
game
What you
for
gonna
the
sleep
Aggravate
outside?
Ones. 10 to 12 right now.
They don't even
as
know.
they
I don't
are
even know where the
trying
event's
to
at yet.
keep
I
up
don't
the
even know
pace
what building it's
against
at.
the
Or
Ohio Brothers.
Well,
what part of
we
LA
don't
is
know
it?
yet. We don't know. Let's
Have you ever
not
been
go
to
too
LA?
fast, in conclusions, but
Be the
for
first
sure
for me.
they are having the upper hand on objectives because the Ohio Brothers just cannot take any target down. There is way too much sustain.
Oh, you're legendary. Yeah. I said I saw your message. I just didn't get a chance to write back, but our team hasn't been running as a 5-man recently. They've been like branched off on helping other teams out, just practicing. We're still a team, but
look at that damage going on to
just
Hoon
chilling
and
for now,
diving
man.
into the lane there. Joker goes down, but he's gonna pay for that with his life. Best player comes in to clean that up. Lord is crashing down at bottom, and you're gonna see Aggravate Ones. I'm definitely gonna want to try to put the boots to this mid lane. They really want to kind of open up this jungle of the Ohio Brothers. You can see there the deadly catch comes out, doesn't really find a target.
I've only
Best
been to
player
Florida
still with
once
the
before I
entropy
moved
out
here.
on the field is going to go
twice.
ahead and disengage.
but I have my dad's brother lives out here.
Yeah, just as I said that, they find a big pop-up on to Magic. Oh, man, and now Best Player coming in there. Look at the damage he's putting out. Avery goes down, and we were just talking about that. We have the Chase Fate locked onto Uneven. He's not going to be able to get away. Zia doesn't even need to come in as the Ohio Brothers finish the job.
Remember what we said about the burst. If you manage to burst one target down, especially Florine, when they have nothing to sustain themselves, and when it's
the later this goes, though,
much easier. As we can see here, TOB asking for a pause. We're gonna get a little break. So yeah, TOB, that's just what they need. That's a little winning condition. Get Magic out of position, get in first, and then completely engage. Zia, Super Shark all collapsed as Magic went down, and we see Best Player sitting on 8-1-2. Despite the goal difference not being too big, I suspect Best Player to be really, really ahead in gold of everyone else in the game. And that's the issue here, is when his proper burst comes in, you can't really sustain a Nathan at this step in the game. They kind of scared me in the way that I felt like they couldn't win those team fights, but actually it's not really true. They are just keeping the pressure high while they are getting Zia fed, and they are pushing on the side. You have Shark pushing on the top, you have Zia pushing on the bot, and it's okay. It's okay if we are trading some kills, Mielo is going down, or Best Player, it's fine, as long as those side lanes are keeping the pressure up, and as long as Aldous is stacking up, it's fine. The late game will be assured.
As long, Aggravate Ones, they need to just kind of maybe be a little smarter, especially for Magic. He is basically the game winner here. If you can protect him, if you can kind of stay in the back
got a big mid-game buff.
You saw it before. Like every single time they started going for Avery, Magic was there with the Bloom to kind of keep him top up. He didn't even have to be physically there. He just needed to see it on the map to be able to kind of capitalize on it. And that last push there, Magic, you called it. As soon as Magic goes down, the entire tables flip in favor for the Ohio Brothers. There's no more healing there. There's no more sustain. And you've just got people who are getting bursted down by the incredible amount of damage that the Ohio Brothers have.
Makes me think maybe he could have benefited more from playing with Purify rather than Flaker, so that he can avoid the spots where he just gets blasted down. Because he can't move, he gets CC'd once and then he's down.
I feel like it's going to be long, because I think they got to do... No, it's
I don't feel like they're going to be able to do it late game on Aggravate One side. I feel like this linear plan is just not gonna work. They will find
TOB is gonna 2-0 this
TOB side and most likely close the game down.
There's always hope.
There's hope. Of course.
For the Aggravate Ones, kind of hoping that they can keep. When it comes to like Flicker or Purify, I feel like Flicker kind of benefits if you are, I want to say, hoping that you're going to be in the back line more. So that you can kind of get yourself inside and kind of create that distance. Purify's kind of depending. You're assuming that you're going to be
right. You stay in the back. That's the thing. If it's Avery, well, okay, he gets the pressure on himself, and Florine can help him out. But then if Avery goes down straight up because it's going too quick, then you have another issue. You could be using Arlott to kind of go forward, sure, but same thing. If Arlott is splitting from his backline too much, he's still weak to just
last
and dying first. So I guess, I don't know, I feel like a little Purify wouldn't be nice, but I agree with you. You can play more backward forward with the Flicker. It's just you have to be confident enough not to get picked off. That's it.
Yeah, and especially as we start moving in later to this game, you're gonna have, especially when it comes to like the comms and calling out targets. I mean, there's not much. I usually kind of consider that. I mean, when it comes to these sustaining compositions, one of the most immediate answers is to be able to like outburst the healing, especially when it comes to the early game. We're starting to outpace that now. We're at a point in the game when the pacing is like in favor of the burst. OhioBrothers are starting to show how much damage they can put on. They haven't exactly come online for Zia just yet, but we're going to see that kind of probably come into play here in the next few minutes.
To be honest, it's tough for Zia to really get involved. I feel like they have quite a good amount of mobility on AggravateOne side, and for Zia to have a clear engage where he can shine, it's complicated. So for now, he's stacking up big time. I feel like next time he come in the fight, it's
Another
gonna
pause?
hurt a lot. Okay, they need another pause. I think Milo is gonna having some issues. Not sure. As we see the gold, we see 9,000 gold onto best players. So really,
the game, y'all are gonna win.
Of black, about 1,100, and Aldous almost at 9,000.
Wait a little bit longer, fellas.
Very close.
While we wait, free code. Make sure you guys go to Mobile Legends Ian Code Exchange and get a Nana Slumber skin by entering that with your ID.
That's kind of crazy that you were mentioning it. You mentioned it before too. It only looks like about a 2K, not even a 2K gold leads for the OhioBrothers. But when you actually go to the breakdown, you're looking at two players on the OhioBrothers who have a 2K gold lead on everyone on the opposite team. So, I mean,
it's
that kind of tells the story right there.
The lead, right? It's about who gets the lead, right? If it's the key players, those late game heroes, then it's useful. If it's your roamer who is getting 3-4 kills, you're like, okay, roamer is not supposed to get those kills. That's the economy that should go for the carries. But we'll see. I think next Lord is going to be a good old 5 versus 5. Zia is going to come in, trying to flank the backline, and it will be a much bigger problem, because remember we talked about it during the draft. We got Shark on this Natalia, we got now Aldous being really fed, both collapsing on the target together is a threat. You got best player with the Nathan, same thing, it's a threat. You got Spoon with the Kagura, you got too much threat to handle. Something will go wrong. I don't want to be pessimistic, I'm just trying to keep it real with you guys. That's how I think things would go. On the other side, if AggravateOne managed to keep on picking off targets one by one, maybe slightly earlier than team fight or the Lord pops, that would be the best case scenario for them. Just pick a target like 10 seconds, 20 seconds before the Lord pops, and you're good.
And the problem here is that Florin Magic can't even really hide when it comes to these things, because you're going to have that chase fate from Zia that's going to be able to pretty much show everybody on the map before these engagements start. So immediately the OhioBrothers are going to know you're going to have to chase them down. You're going to have them all basically having the target that they want to be able to kind of chase down before these engagements start.
All right, we got the next Lord in 15 seconds. Best player trying to solo play here.
Does try that empathy, actually gets bursted down to about 1/3 health there. So thinking twice about that. Yeah, use that entropy to kind of switch places in there, and then just took a heap of damage from 3 members of AggravateOnes.
The 20 seconds before Lord is the moment where the jungle shouldn't take any risk, especially when you're the one with the retribution, of course, you know.
Yeah, you can see Black trying to find some positioning here. I'm not sure if they have the... Oh, best player going to come in there. We do have a pop-up there. Out comes the deadly catch. Milo in a little bit of trouble here. Gets bursted down by Joker on the back line. Uneven with the electrifying beats. Joker finds the kill onto best player. Hone is taking off for the hills as the rest of AggravateOnes.
Yeah, on the
you
top,
can see Super Shark here on the side here. Not going to go ahead and mess with AggravateOnes just yet. This is going to be potentially a free Lord for AggravateOnes. But on the other side of the map, you can see Zia going ahead and pushing into the top. He took down that one high ground there. Avery gets the Lord, but they have to go ahead and answer this push at the base.
Props for Zia for quickly reacting. He thought about joining or pushing, and he managed to really fixate on pushing quickly. He got the inhibitor down. That's not too bad, but you can see TOB, they're struggling to face off AggravateOne. I don't know, the timing was a bit weird. They got one player picked early on this fight. That's what we're talking about during the pause, right? That winning condition is pick someone off from TOB before the fight even starts. Don't try to 5 versus 5. Get them early. Take a risk. Go forward. Like this.
Yeah, big conceal play comes out there. Hoon's going to go ahead and find himself an escape. Milo finds a pop-up. Down comes a deadly catch, but they're not able to just get that mid tower just yet. Luminous Lord at the bottom starting to push. We don't really have lanes synced up just yet. You can see Shark on the opposite side of the map. He's going to be looking for a flank here, looking for some of the squishier players. But I want to say AggravateOne's doing a great job kind of sticking together. As I say that, Shark finds himself a chase fate, locks onto Black, actually in a little bit of trouble. They turn it around on Zia, who's in a little bit of trouble. Gonna go ahead and run. They're diving deep into there. One tower down for the side of AggravateOne's. Zia goes down as
they might be able to they might be able to take this.
Sustain himself through the fight. Even trying to get just Black 1v1, it didn't work. Okay, there was some help from Shark, but I feel like very underwhelmed by the capacity of Aldous here to do anything in this fight. It doesn't sound good for TOB. It sounds really bad actually.
Ooh, best player puts on the damage, and Black finds himself another tower. A little bit of a flicker out there for the side of the Ohio Bird. Ooh, best player in trouble is going to try to get out of here. Joker goes down. Look at the damage here. This is that late game damage from Matan. Shark.
Shark gets out.
Is he going to be able to take him down? Shark's going to go ahead and find himself a quick ride home as best player is given in chase. Actually, in a bad way. There's 3 members here.
Oh, God.
I think a bit of frustration from Avery not being able to take Shark down here. He tried to overstay, but almost went down. Yeah, a bit complicated on both sides. I don't know, but TOB, they get the momentum. Let's be honest here. They are doing pretty good. They got 1 inhibitor down, so it goes their way. Shark keeping the pressure on the side with his Natalia, trying to help out a bit, but he doesn't really have an impact on those fights as long as I mean, he did kill Uneven. Let's be fair with him. He did get Uneven. Somehow he managed to get Joy. I didn't see how exactly, but that's all you need from Shark right now. Kill 1 guy. We handle the rest. If possible, magic. If possible, magic.
Well, what is constantly happening here, even with any of these skirmishes or clashes that are happening on, is the Ohio Brothers are always finding objectives despite how any of these clashes turn out. And that's kind of where AggravateOnes are kind of faltering here. You can see as the towers here, there's only 3 left for AggravateOnes. A big clash here. As I say that, Avery in a little bit of trouble.
Shark needs to get in there.
But that Bloom able to keep them topped up. Shark coming in. He's looking for a kill onto Black. He is not able to find it. Zia comes in here putting the damage
Zia,
down.
that's it.
Avery. They aren't able to find a kill onto Magic. Oh, there it is. As I say that, here comes the burst. Uneven with the electrifying beats.
Oh, big deadly catch though.
And down goes Zia. That is 4 members down for the AggravateOnes. The Ohio Brothers still have 3. And unfortunately, Black is alone to defend this base.
That looked a bit scary for a moment when Hoon and Mielo tried to get in 2 versus 5. They somehow survived, and then Zia came in. Let's see if Black can defend.
We have the entropy out there. Black trying to put on the dancing shoes. He's not able to find it, and that's gonna be game 2 going over to
TOB
the
takes
Ohio
out AggravateOne.
It wasn't pretty, but he got the job done.
What an amazing game! Really exciting, very back and forth.
That was quick.
I don't know. I was a bit scared for TOB for a moment. I felt like they were gonna fall short. But then Zia coming in and actually doing this flashy play where he just joined the backline, flickered, stunned 2 of AggravateOne players and got the job done. But he was very contested. Good job, AggravateOne. I think they can be proud of themselves. They really did something good. I was a bit underwhelmed by Sharks on Natalia. It was good in the early game, but it's just probably the draft was not the best to go against with the Natalia. I feel like it just felt like the effect on Natalia was a bit nullified. But you know what he did? Play push. I helped my team by doing the macro. I pressured the side lanes, and it's okay. If I cannot get a kill, I will at least get that going for me. All right, let's see the post-game stats. Very, very conflicted, very close. As we said, 17 to 23. Even the gold was pretty much always similar. Best player, good performance with the marksman today for the jungler of TOB. I'm liking it.
Yeah, and amazing performance for him. When it comes to
Alright,
this,
guys, I will
like
BRB.
this was a story.
The next matchup we are going to be seeing is
the Ohio Brothers,
a long-awaited battle.
Heroes they
Bloodthirsty
wanted to play.
Kings going
It
head-to-head
didn't matter
against the
what
Nighthorde.
draft
So
of AggravateOnes
be
were.
back momentarily for that, but I'll let the casters take us away on this amazing series that just closed out with TOB taking down AggravateOne's 2-1 or 2-0.
These matches, it doesn't matter what type of draft you have. If the mechanical ability on the other side is so high that you're just gonna eventually get overwhelmed, and that's kind of the story of this match.
Look, the play of Zia. This is the one I was talking about. Then followed up by Mielo, good knock up by the XP laner. Super Shark barely surviving and even doing crazy amount of damage. He was a bit slow to react and go backward to continue his ultimate onto more targets. I felt like he overextended a bit on Shark, who was already dead. But you know, they did their best, and that was a beautiful show. We didn't expect them to fight this well, but at the same time, like you said, is that really a serious draft, or are they taking a lot of liberties and just to, you know, keep the, let's say, keep their best aces in the pocket, you know, not trying to show everything.
Yeah, we can see the post-game stats here. I mean, as close as the fights were, I mean, when it comes to the stats, you can see here, especially for all the tops, best player, Milo, and Magic here. Oh, actually, Magic pulled one out there with that, with the total assists there. Doing the, I mean, absolutely great job by him. We were talking about him. This kind of just shows how strong Florin is in the current meta, and with the healing ability and being able to be basically anywhere on the map to be able to kind of help sustain your team, and that just showed how many problems they had with the Ohio Brothers.
I gotta give my personal MVP would go to Mielo, because I feel like he really played well. Also being able to tank this much damage and also inflict a lot of damage, bring in a pretty good amount of CC, pretty good amounts of initiation, of useful initiation for the team. Shout out to Mielo. I wasn't expecting the explainer to be at this level today, and he's really showing up strong. But everyone in TOB plays good. That's what makes them special. That's what makes them winners. So yeah, it's always complicated to blame anyone or find any mistakes from any of the players of TOB, even when they are taking liberties like this.
Ooh, and here we have the MVP of the night for the Ohio Brothers. Best player here. You can see we were just talking about his domination on these marksman players here. We usually kind of see these on Zane. That's pretty much these dream picks for Zane when it comes to what he wants to be using in the jungle, but the meta kind of forces him outside of it. 6-3-11 in game 1, and then 11-3-3 in game 2.
Don't you think this is a statement from best players saying to the world, listen, I'm also versatile. I can also play those marksmen and focus on this on one series and still win with TOB convincingly. I think it's pretty nice from TOB if that's the idea behind those picks. That's actually quite clever, especially going into the next games, the next round of games for the stage 2, which is just starting. We just at the start. A lot of exciting games, but this is just starting.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, hopefully that was enough to kind of prepare you. The excitement doesn't stop, as next we have BTK is going to be up next too, which is basically a lot of the fans' favorites, but we will join that right after this small break.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara, wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Gideon Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall season. I can't wait to see potentially new talents coming out from North America. Obviously, we love the old, but some new ones would be great to see how the community is going to continue to grow, and especially when we're looking at the top 1%, good luck to all of you guys, especially those who are prepared to deal with a giant crowd when you start flying over for the international. Good luck, everybody.
Wait. Hi, everyone. I'm NightsOfFate. How are you guys doing? I just want to say a few good words here. I've been very excited to see you guys grow. It's so great to see how things have developed over the seasons, over the years. I hope it gets bigger. I hope you guys have more to say on the international scene. And I heard you guys are coming to ISF, so that's super great. Can't wait to see you guys there. Can't wait to see you guys rock the, LBB scene.
Hey guys, my name's Phil, and here's the thing, we watch NACT Grand Finals, and if that shows anything about how NACT is as a region, you know what? I can't wait for it. I hope NACT falls. All of you guys will do good, because at M5, we gotta see a surprise, man. I can't wait to see NAs in M5.
What's up, guys? I'm Mirko, Indonesian caster. Right now, casting for MSC. I'm eating. They told me to do this. It's all good. NACT is gonna be insane, all right? You know who I'm rooting for. I'm wearing their colors. BTK all the way, all right? So yeah, BTK. Support M5 BTK.
In the world of esports, every battle is a chance to prove oneself. Every moment holds the potential for greatness. It's not just about winning, but the spirit of competition that drives us forward. NACT 2023 Fall Season is where dreams are realized, where champions are crowned, and where legends are made. In the arena, we face our rivals head-on with unwavering focus and unwavering resolve. We leave no stone unturned, no opportunity wasted. Together, we create moments that will be etched in history. We inspire, we innovate, and we forge new paths towards glory. NACT 2023 Fall Season. My fight, my moment. Welcome to a journey through time as we delve into the transformative milestones of North American Challenger Tournament, NACT. Our story begins on April 11th, 2022, when the North America Community Tournament was officially renamed to North America Challenger Tournament. The official NA YouTube channel was also introduced, and Team A77 claimed the title of champion for the season. Fast forward to August 7th, 2022, and NACT evolved into an officially organized North American regional event. The tournament spanned 13 days of thrilling online broadcasts, with Team First Blood triumphantly seizing the championship. As we moved into the fall of 2022, the first ever offline grand final was held, taking the tournament to a whole new level. This landmark event took place in Las Vegas, USA, creating an unforgettable live experience for all the fans and competitors. The NACT trophy was unveiled, and the championship title went to the Valley. They also represented North America in the M4, finishing in an impressive 6th place. It was a remarkable moment, as it marked the start of a new era for NACT. By February 2023, the NACT spring season was underway. The offline finals took place on May 14th at the HyperX Arena in Las Vegas. Our livestream page was a sensation, reaching number 36 on YouTube's trending list. Gerald Solomon, the head of the North American Esports Association, was in attendance. BloodThirstyKings, who will represent the United States in the IESF. This has been a brief look at the significant milestones of NACT, charting its growth, evolution, and the challenges conquered along the way. Stay tuned as we continue to make esports history.
The upcoming tournament for NACT Fall. This is Mara, wishing you guys luck, and I hope you guys do so well and you go to Philippines for the upcoming M5 World Championship. And you never know, it might be you that I announce as the winner.
Hi, I'm Getting Q. I'm from Malaysia. I'm a talent as well as a caster for a majority of the MLBB tournaments that you may see internationally. Good luck to all the teams who are coming in for NACT Fall Season.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be the last series of the night, but that's not where the good news is. We are celebrating the August Starlight, which is coming with an exclusive skin for the Eternal Guardian. 10 returning Starlight skins and a new Starlight Shop exclusive killing notification also await you in August. Unlock Starlight memberships with only 300 diamonds and get rewards worth over 600 diamonds in total. Plus, your first Starlight purchase yields a bundle worth over 1,700 diamonds. You can buy the weekly diamond pass to unlock rewards earlier. Look out for more Starlight exclusive bonuses and be sure not to miss out on all the goodies. Well, guys, or Jamet, you know what time it is.
It is time for the dessert, but the prediction first, right? BTK versus the TheNighthorde. We are both on 11-0. Hey, Private, we gotta take it all the way, huh? We want 50-0, okay, this season. We get it all right as UA is getting it all wrong. I don't know how he got one, actually. I don't know.
It was a mix-up. It was a mistake. He didn't know what he was doing.
Of course, he's for the NighthOrde. Of course. I think we
now.
need to kidnap UA and try to make him change his mind next time.
Well, when it comes to this, I mean, it's no surprise to anybody. BTK has been a long-standing name here in North America, and there is a reason why. We've talked about it a little bit earlier today. Mobazane being this huge character when it comes to being able to kind of lift the team up and kind of, I want to say, delegating the pace of the game and the synergy that kind of comes therein.
Make anything possible now.
We'll see. I'm looking forward to it. It's
Doubted
the
him
last
before. There's
best
no way
of
you
three
can doubt
of
him
the
now
day.
after what they
Sadly,
pulled
it's
off
going to be very
Las
important
Vegas.
for both teams, but at the same time, this is not stage one. As we've said many times throughout the day, double elimination bracket. Whoever loses here goes to the lower bracket. You get another chance. You're not going home straight up. And BTK or the NighthOrde will continue on upper bracket, and have have a chance at getting those 100 points, because it's always 100 points for the winners, and that's what you're aiming at.
Well, I think the big contention too is who's going to be in that third and fourth place too as well, which is I think where the importance lies with these lower brackets, because you have a bunch of teams who didn't actually face each other last stage because there was no lower bracket. Now they are all going to kind of be clashing together down there after these matches here. I think for most of us, we've kind of written it that BTK they have so many tools in the belt to be dominant here. AggravateOnes have come a long way too as well. I mean, this time last season, they were in a little bit of trouble, weren't able to join NACTs, but just like the Bloodhounds, they have grown and they have kind of clawed their way up here. Top 8 and looking to kind of show that they are meant to be here. And what's a great time to do that, especially an opportunity here against the top in NA, BTK.
Looking forward to see this game. So we have, starting from the left to the right, Joyboy, Mobazane, Fried Chicken, Aizo, Yato, and on the other side we got Matt For You, Myth, Reckless, Assault, and Kong. Let's see what they have for us today. We got a Fanny, first ban of this series, BTK versus the NighthOrde. First pick for BTK as they are on the left. Let's start strong.
Well, the Fanny ban is definitely specific. Myth, when the NighthOrde faced the Bloodhounds, that Fanny actually upset the upset Bloodhounds. It actually came in clutch. It was
one is my son.
It showed. It was basically the story of why most people ban Fannies. When you get something that is that strong that some of these mechanical players can play, they can just run circles around you. We're gonna go ahead on the other side. We're starting out with a Fredrin ban. I want to say, you know those critiques that come out for Mobazane. They always say, "Oh, he can play Fredrin and he can play Granger." So it looks like maybe a little bit of focus onto Mobazane here.
That's the thing that comes with fame, right? So you get more and more feedbacks about how you're supposed to play or what you're supposed to do, and that's the thing. Zane is in a situation where he's privileged enough to have 1 million people giving him insights about what they should be doing, sadly. And I'm sure I don't think he was planning to play Fredrin today. I feel like since last week, he's probably worked on some stuff and he's gonna pull different picks here. I mentioned after last weekend, I wanted to see him play some Paquito, maybe, because I remember a long time ago him playing Paquito amazingly well. I do believe that he could be good with it. Or maybe playing some Granger. I mean, we've seen Blessed Player having a blast with it. Of course, if you're playing something like Granger, you need to have your team very well synced with you, because it could be a nightmare for you. Your jungle very early on could be turning into a mess. So
I do see that we going to go ahead and pick up a ban onto Terizla here. I mean, and it's not just about Zane here too. I want to say too as well, Fried Chicken has been an absolute domination in that XP lane. Highly contested right now in North America, whether he's like the #1 spot. I think people can debate points there, but Fried Chicken is just absolutely devastating when it comes to that. We saw him, especially when it comes to like those mechanical heroes that you can play in that lane, where you saw him on the R lot and he was just all over his opponents. So there's definitely a lot of tools here for BTK.
you made me realize something. I just realized that NA has an abnormal amount of good XP laner. You guys have much more good XP laner than I would say pro team in another region. I mean, of course, if you're looking at the top in PH or Indo, everyone is really good at their roles. But in NA, every XP laner I've seen so far has been good. They have been proposing some nice plays. They have been very impactful. I would say a kind of neutral impact as an XP laner would be just you pushing and not really impacting the team fights. But today we've seen a lot of plays from Yellow, from other XP laner throughout the day. And for Fried Chicken will give us some show for sure, as we know.
Yeah, it's one thing to kind of come outside of that box. I mean, you can just exist as an XP laner. It's usually one of those thankless jobs because there's so much action going on the other side of the map where as long as you're holding your laner there and you're able to kind of push on the tower, you're doing your job. But that's not what we see here a lot from those great XP laners. They're able to clear their lane very quickly, able to rotate to help facilitate a lot of fights for your team. And that's what you want to see from those great XP laners. As we're going into more of this draft, we do see that's a Rizla ban matched out by a Uranus, followed by a Valentina and Faramis ban.
And we see the first pick, Kalita. It's been not working that well for Xiaopo earlier, but I think BTK is gonna show us how it's done with the good old Kalita. And we see the first pick, Kalita. It's been not working that well for Xiaopo earlier, but I think BTK is going to show us how it's done with the good old Kalita. Want to see what the NighthOrde has in store. That's really the question mark in this draft because they are the one who have to propose something to BTK. Give us a good challenge. What will you bring today?
Well, I think we still have the R-Lot open, and then you can see there the Kaja picked up as well. That's going to give you the Divine Judgment.
Sometimes even though it's like
can't purify it, so have something to kind of be able to dive into the line to kind of pull back on. What I have seen kind of as a failure, I want to say, when it comes to some of these teams that pick up the Kaja and a Lapu pick up there for the NighthOrde, is that the team isn't really centered around like that pull and to put that damage on. True. Sometimes I've been seeing it tonight where it's mixed in with like a dive composition or a sustain composition where they're kind of trying to attack in different directions instead of the entire team kind of facilitating with that Divine Judgment and being able to kind of burst it down when they do actually get the pull on.
I feel like the team, when you're playing around Kaja, you need to give him enough room to work with. If you're always putting the pressure or trying to catch up because you're a bit behind, you're gonna force Kaja to either play reacting, which you don't want to do. You want him to be the one acting first, or just doing a mistake, right? So you need to find the room for Kaja to work, and that works by just playing a bit more passively, a bit more safe, not getting picked off one by one every 30 seconds. You know, that's really the basic for Kaja. But once you're behind, it's hard for Kaja. He doesn't have this ability like a Franco to hook someone.
I like VTK's draft better so far. I told you the Boxy was coming out.
Pick off. You can, but you always have to go forward as a Kaja player, right?
The Boxy,
it's not like Franco just staying back, or no, you have to take a risk. We see the Baxia and the Kufra on BTK side. Okay.
Well, Baxia has been one of those stronger. I want to say, like, the junglers, the tanky junglers right now in the meta. I want to see Fredrin and Baxia are kind of up there when it's still kind of maintaining their seats as the tank jungler here. Even though I want to say it's starting to heavily pour into like the assassin sides here. They still are able to kind of benefit from being able to hold those objectives, the turtles and the lord fights. They can dance around it, try to egg out those team fights that you want to get into without actually taking too much damage there. So, I mean, a good pick there by Mobazane.
And we see the reaction pick from the NighthOrde, carry. I think there's not much to be said here. They see two very tanky heroes. They see Baxia, tanky jungler, and a Kufra. They know carry is a really good pick for the gold lane in this situation. They are banning Leslie as well, so removing a threat for carry because carry is a bit closer range. So if you're thinking about the late game, how it's gonna go, carry going forward, Leslie a bit in the shadow and bursting with a couple of attacks on the carry, you don't really want to have this because that would be, against the point of having carry safely rotating around the last fights. So Leslie is out, and you got Ling out on BTK.
Yeah, when we went ahead and took out Yuzong as well. The thing for carry right now is that I think we're kind of on the side of the Nighthorde. We're gonna need to be finding something that can kind of help push us into that late game where carry's actually going to be most dangerous. My biggest problem with carry kind of matches with Sicilian, where like the early game, I mean, they're not really able to do much. Carry does have a little bit of a slow but you're really waiting for that late game. You're really waiting for that scaling up, and it doesn't matter if you're gonna get like trounced in the early game.
Yep, you have to be very careful as well against Joyboy because we know how good he is, and he's gonna be a very nasty Q-Fry is gonna pull in a good way, of course. So carry has to be very careful. On top of having this struggle in early game with carry, you gotta be careful of that enemy sets. If you want to get faster to the late game where you really become beneficial for your team. We see Yuzong and Lens being banned on both sides, and the Valier pick for the Nighthorde, pretty quick pick and quick reaction. Iritel on BTK, so they knew what they were gonna go for.
Yeah, exactly. Valier is a very interesting pick for me too because of the BloodThirstyKings' ability to kind of close the distance on you, especially when it comes to this Boxia pickup. I feel like he can kind of come at you at so many different angles that it's going to make this Valier's job very hard to kind of be able to get those slows and that CC onto them. So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how well that they can operate this.
What about this Lapu Lapu in this scenario? I feel like it's a bit tough here. I know they prioritize Lapu Lapu for one reason, because they are really confident with this Lapu, so it doesn't really matter what was going to go against it, but still, I feel like there's not much you can catch up with the Lapu.
Borders would be great.
Retail is so mobile, so quick, so it's tough for Lapu to really get onto her, and the other picks like Kufra, Baxter, obviously not really the target you want to go for. Kadita maybe, but it's unlikely. She's going to be positioned quite well. And out in the end, very mobile as well. Lapu Lapu might be in for some trouble here.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing is like, what is your target? Even if you do get on to...
Bro, show us the pick!
The Irithel has the escapability. The Kadita has the ability to get away. I'm not sure you're going to be really wanting to battle it out with Fried Chicken.
I called it!
And we do see a Martis pick up there. So that is the early game. So they do have... I do like the plan here, the composition, to as far as having points at different timelines
we called
to kind
it.
of scale up. It's just going to be on to the execution and how well these teams kind of clash into the other ones. Like I said there, you were talking about the Lapu. The Valier is going to be able to get dove onto from a lot of these heroes. You're going to be able to close the distance on him.
I like the scalability, like you said, on the right side, but I feel like that Kaja and Lapu will have some struggle to dive into anything, and I feel like we might see a similar game than the one we saw earlier with the Kaja pick on Powerless, where he couldn't really do much because he was always getting pushed back. I feel like this is gonna be more like a reacting Kaja, just more like defensive, playing around the carry rather than a Kaja that brings in some pickoff for the team. But we'll see. Maybe they will find early on some pickoffs, and maybe the momentum will be their way for them to snowball this game.
Well, one thing that they don't want to do is make up on that Kufra as well, because that's going to just activate a chain of wombo combos for them. But ladies and gentlemen, we are on to game one. BloodThirstyKings taking on the Nighthorde in the last series of the night.
All right, let's see. That last series is going to be super important because we got BTK, of course, and it's like the dessert after the meal. You really want to enjoy that one. So sit back, take a little drink, and enjoy some popcorn. We're going to have a good time together. Thank you, Private. That was an amazing night, by the way. I wanted to criticize it before.
Well, you're very welcome here. You can see that first TheOhioBrothers are going to be going over to the BloodThirstyKings. Not even really much to contest there for the Nighthorde. I mean, let's take a look at these compositions here right now. The big thing right now is going to be Fried Chicken. It's going to be absolutely a mess. And I'm not really sure what you can do as a Lapu to kind of stead off a lot of what he can kind of accomplish here.
I feel like you're just gonna be here for the peel, right? You're just gonna be here for your tankiness, just providing enough time for your backline to do the work in team fights, and you know, providing some CC, giving some vision in some instances.
Myth gonna use that mortal coil to get himself out of harm's way there. Meanwhile, this is what we were talking about, that XP lane fight. Fly Chicken pushing deeper into enemy territory there.
Let's see what Zane has in store. First little contest.
Joybaj catches a good pop up there. Airborne is Cone, and he is taking out early first blood for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
That's a good start. Kadita starting off strong with the first kill, hitting that level 4 as the turtle is coming. But that's with the help, of course, of the kill. Otherwise, it would have been a bit complicated for Kadita to get that level 4, but it doesn't matter. Zane always on the objective.
Yeah, Myth isn't really shying away from it. Actually, gonna go ahead and try to contest this. In comes Maddie for you with that bravest fighter. Momozane's still able to get the turtle, and now we have ourselves a slugfest in here. Myth takes down a Joy Boy. And Yato actually goes down there. Oh man, look at the chaining this gear. Mobazane actually in a little bit of trouble. Is he going to be able to get away? He is. So they claim the Lord, but lose 2 in the process.
You know, the thing I'm thinking when I'm getting chased by Martis is when does he stop? How can he run so fast for so long? He just chased Kadita throughout the wall. He didn't care. He knew he would get her. And that was a perfect double kill from Myth. Really positioning himself well, diving at the right timing.
Ooh, Reckless gonna go ahead and have to use that dash to get himself to safety. 3 members of Bloodthirsty Kings there to try to contest that. And Mobazane already starting to put the work into the enemy's jungle. Not sure if he was able, yeah, he was able to get that. So already starting to pulling away jungle for the Nighthorde.
This is tough for Assault as he's alone.
Ooh, Reckless with the rotation gets caught by the Bloodthirsty Kings as well.
A little sacrifice from Kaja. I don't think there was much else to do. Otherwise, it would have been carry probably going down. So good stuff from Reckless. But again, like we mentioned, we don't want this Kaja reacting. We want it to be the one picking of targets. We'll see if it's going to change in the next few minutes. It's going to be important that it does.
Cool. Yeah, we have 3 members here locking onto Myth. Cone is there with a push on his Valier to go ahead and facilitate that escape.
Zane with the good farming cycle, just focusing on the farm as the Explainer are kind of stuck in their lanes for now, not really trying to rotate or impact the other lanes. They're just trying to do their thing, their little matchup. We see them exchanging shots, but I don't think anything is going to change as Assault is pushing quite well.
Oh, Reckless, speaking of which, flickers in, catches a Divine Judgment. ISO in a little bit of trouble, gets caught on the back end, though. You see Joybaj here and Yato trying to put the boots in the Nighthorde, are not able to punish them. A 2-3 lead for the Nighthorde. On the other side, though, Mobazane starting on this turtle. Are the Nighthorde going to be able to contest it? You can see Matt for you on the other side here. Comes in, turtle is reset. Mobazane still gets it. That's going to be a nice little bit of shielding for them, and they're going to go ahead and use that to go ahead and start an engagement. Nighthorde, Maddie for you, going to go ahead and flicker himself to safety.
Props to Fried Chicken for pushing out Myth out of the way of the retribution range on the turtle, securing Zane's retribution on the turtle. Good job, Fried Chicken. Very, very well executed on the Harlot. That's always nice things to see. I want to see the engage from Reckless, but he's not really finding the angles there. A bit of a lead for BTK already into this game. Only 1,000. It's not too much in 5 minutes as ISO is feeling a bit of the heat.
Yeah, you see 3 members of the Nighthorde trying to contest against a BTK. Joybaj is hiding in the bush, giving a decent amount of value when it comes to vision around the map. Right now, Nighthorde kind of starting to fall back a bit. Need to start keeping up the pressure. Need to make use of this Martis in the early game.
It's funny how I see like the synergy between Zane and Chicken. They kind of always gravitate around each other. I feel like they want to do something together here. And they're gonna rotate on the top.
Big ultimate lands. Joybaj gonna be able to find the set onto Reckless, who goes down to ISO. Assault gonna get the heck out of dodge there. You can see the rest of the Nighthorde coming to try to help out. That's 4 members. Myth is all alone in there. Gonna go ahead, try to find some defense here for this tower. Is gonna clean up these minions. Not before Joybaj finds a pop-up on the cone. We were talking about them being able to close the distance on this Valier, but BTK think twice about this fight.
It is complicated when we know that Valier can easily push back divers like this. It's very hard for a Kufra to make the difference into Valier.
Big set onto Myth. He's going to come in there, going to use that Mortal Coil potentially. Matt4U finds the bravest fighter, is popped up for his efforts. Joybaz into some trouble. Myth able to find the kill onto him. You do see the concealed play now. They are chasing down to this turtle. Mobazane and Fly Chicken sitting here as the pair. Yato going to clean up the mid lane before he comes in here, looking for some positioning, but Reckless and Cone spot him out. Myth coming in there. Turtle down to about 1/3 health. Are they going to be able to find the retry on it? You can see Fly Chicken coming in, putting on the damage. Myth finds a kill onto the turtle. Mobazane going to try to get out of the way, but he is in a bad way against 3 members of the Nighthorde. And they are putting the boots to him. In comes Joyboss to try to facilitate an escape, and Mobazane able to get away. It doesn't look like the same can be said for Joyboss.
I'm surprised Joyboss didn't try to ultimate either side. Maybe when he was diving onto the back of Zane or under the tower, I thought maybe he could have done a bit more, but that was hard. It was a split decision.
Pop up there, catches Reckless, followed by the rough waves there for Yato.
Yato is doing really good on this early game. It's tough for BTK. I feel like their draft is nice in a way, but it's really something you want to aim at for the late game. You know, ISO have to get there. Yato is doing good. He's farming well and he's getting those picks, so it's helping a lot. But it's a bit complicated. It's really not clear cut for now. It could go either way. There's not much of a gap. I was expecting something more dominating from BTK, but they're struggling on those face-offs. It's not really they're playing wrong. Or it's just it's tough. It's tough.
Ooh, as we see, Joyboss catches a beautiful set there, and Reckless goes down again. And we were talking about it earlier. Especially when you pick Kaja, it really, if you're behind, Kaja becomes almost a liability for your team. That time he wasn't even actually diving on. Fly Chicken coming in here. Final slash activated out there. Myth coming in there. There are 4 members waiting. Do they realize Matt4U in a bad way is going to go ahead and use that bravest fighter to get himself out of harm's way?
I feel like Chicken is spending a lot of time rotating and trying to enable his teammates, but for no success on that side. They are really trying. At some point, one of the 2 teams will manage to enable, I guess, their teammates and find a good wipeout. But for now, both teams are trying really hard. ISO a bit in a out of position here. Be careful not to get flanked from both sides, especially with Reckless very close to him, but somehow he didn't see him.
Yeah, we're going to have this lane pushing in here. It looks like Mobazane lying in wait on the back. You see a retry does hit Myth, so they know he's there. Matt4U into trouble, has a pop-up. Rough waves come in. Final slash pushes him back into the lane, but they are not going to be able to find a tower. Meanwhile, at the top, you can see that Assault able to find a tower for the Nighthorde.
As long as they don't fall, they'll be okay.
Yato's pressure on the gold lane because Haizo is really having a tough time. Reckless is always around trying to cover Assault, and Assault is getting the tier 1. Now he's able to rotate on the mid. They will be able to even swap lanes if he wants to go on the bot lane and push that tier 1 bot. And the Lord is coming in quite fast, so things are going really fast for UTK. They need to find some solution now.
Yeah, you can even see that the side of Assault is actually going to be rotating down for this fight as well. Actually putting the damage onto ISO is having some trouble there at mid, while the rest of the Nighthorde is on top of this Lord. Not sure if they're actually trying to bait it out. Looks like they do reset it. Mobazane waiting here. They're looking for a good position on whether they're going to go ahead and start this Lord.
I think Nighthorde, they are aware that they have the team fight going in their favor if the face-off was coming now. I feel like Carry being a bit ahead just favors them right now. So they want to force that. That's why they are baiting the Lord. They want BTK to dive in and take the bait.
Look at the positioning there, Joyboss. He is found out there. Bouncing ball is going to try to find his escape. ISO on the bottom as well. Oh, gets caught by a Divine Judgment. They are not able to make him punish, though. Yato finds himself a rough waves. Down goes Reckless again. And that's going to go ahead and facilitate a good taking of this Lord. On the back end, you can see Joyboss has the vision here on Myth. He's not going to be able to get in there, or is he? Up at the mid of a fight, ISO and Yato trying to contest. Are we gonna be able to go in here? You see a stun onto Myth, big pop up there. Is Zane gonna be able to get it? ISO finds a kill onto Cone. Matty for you in trouble. Is he gonna be able to get away? Coming in with that mortal coil. Myth looking for the red tree. Zane finds the Lord and the kill onto Myth from ISO.
It's so funny how BTK always ends up being on an objective with the enemy jungler close to the Lord or the turtle they are doing, and it always ends up being a retribution fight. They gotta be careful of this, but at the same time, Carry pushing the lead and then pushing the top.
Ooh, Reckless actually gets caught here. He's having a bad day as a Kaja. It is a bad day to be a Kaja today for these series that we've had out there. And you can see Zane and the rest of BTK going ahead and feasting on the enemy's jungle.
It's been mostly Kaja sacrifice, but okay, coming back to the Lord fight, I feel like Asshole could have benefited more in the fights rather than trying to split mid and top. He is so ahead in gold. His impact is for sure in team fight much greater than just pushing. I feel like he should have joined there. Little mistake on the Nighthorde that might even cost them the game, sadly. I want to see that Carry involved in a team fight before the game ends, otherwise what's the point to be that ahead?
Well, when you can see here, BTK, I mean, when they know their power spikes, they're already taking a commanding lead, and this looks to be splitting the divide even further. You see JoyBots does catch a good pop-up onto Myth, but not able to capitalize. They're going to go ahead and rotate. You see Zane standing guard while his team takes the second tier tower of the top. Oh, Mythic comes in, is not going to be able to find a kill, but is trying to clear up these lanes.
Let's have a little look at the scores. You see Yato 4-1-3, really having a good game. Same thing with ISO 3-1-2, doing good, doing their job, farming, picking their spots to team fight. On the other side, like I said, I'd like to see the gold laner a bit more involved in the next fights, and Reckless really taking the shots on him for the team, protecting his teammates as much as possible. Not necessarily the kind of Kaja you want to see, but you don't have a choice. You have to adapt or lose the game.
Oh man, big fight here. Zane actually in a little bit of trouble, gets taken down to about half health. In come the rough waves and the set by JoyBots. You can see the damage coming out with that speedy light wheel from ISO. Matt, for you actually able to get away with a sneeze of health. Zane not going to be able to make a pay for it. I cannot believe nobody fell during that engagement.
Kadita had the perfect angle to go from the flank with Zane really like showing that he's getting out of position, but it was just actually a bait for Yato to flank. Perfect execution, but in the end Yato did not have enough damage to take someone down with him.
Yeah, and you can see Nighthorde definitely sticking together now. Gonna make sure, and this is what happens when you start getting into the 14-minute mark of the game. You're kind of gonna stick together. Once somebody gets caught, the rest of you are there to kind of help make sure that they're going to be able to escape or actually pay the other team back for the kill. Getting good proper position now as the next Lord is up.
The problem is BTK really having the great vision covering most of the map.
All ISO has to do is get pulled. Oh,
big pop up there. Finds another kill onto Reckless. He is 0-6 right now and having a pretty bad day when it comes to getting caught. You can see this Lord already down to about half health. They don't know about Myth, but I mean, good job by Fly Chicken. They're going to go ahead find him out, going around, and the big bait. Zane turns away from the Lord. He wants Myth, and there are 4 members of BTK here to help put him down. JoyBots actually finds the kill for that.
Zane said no more 50-50 retribution. We clear around the Lord. We reset. We come back later. No problem. There's no point. Coming back at Reckless move earlier. I'm not sure why he was so distant from his backline. I don't think the backline was ready to join. I feel like if you're going to check those bushes, have a safe distance with your backline, sure, but make sure they are following. Because if you're really too far, what's the point in taking vision? Then there's not really any point there. He was too far and he went down isolated. Sometimes it's good to take the hit onto yourself. You know, you go, you check that bush, you take all the utility out of the enemies, or as much as possible, and then you sacrifice yourself so that your marksman or your mage can do the job. But here it was so not necessary.
All right, Lord is coming down to mid. It is Luminous, so here comes the charge, chunking down the high ground tower by about half health. Now we're focusing down at the bottom, down to about 10%. They're looking to put on the damage, ran out of minions. You can see this Lord is actually still up as they're trying to sync up these waves.
Not even a Luminous. Oh, that is.
Myth clearing well on the top, huh? He's really doing a good job just bringing the wave in so that the team can clear. But I think they're still gonna lose it.
Yeah, you can see there, unfortunately, Yato did. Oh man,
Oh, that's not unfortunate. That's huge.
Finds a kill onto Assault.
That
and
worked.
Reckless.
Might
Down
be
goes Myth. There's only 2 members left here for the Nighthorde.
Oh,
This
that's
might
it.
be the final push at the 16-20
They got
minute
marksman,
mark
right?
here. You can see the
That's
minions
game.
in there as they're trying to put in the damage. Joybosh finds a good pop-up onto
That's game.
Cone.
Yeah,
Is it going to be enough? You can see Matt For
Attack the
You
turret.
gets taken down, and that is going to be a wrap here for this core. First game going
Golly.
over in dominating fashion to
BTK.
I feel like BTK was much more gradual if you compare with TOB's performance. TOB was really all over the place, trying to always have the pressure on the enemies and always going forward, always this aggressivity, taking those kills. Here, BTK taking their time, slowly building up that pressure, and then coming to this point where they are squeezing their opponents and finishing the game clean. But I like this because this is precise, this is clear, and I feel like it's much more clean in how you execute your game plan. You know, it's more like a focused team that wants to display a good game rather than a team that wants to enjoy themselves and have fun and get some nice kills. You know, they play it seriously here.
I do want to say, like, you brought up a good point about how BTK, I feel like a lot of the times they kind of leave Zane to that 50-50. While here against the Nighthorde, they weren't actually able to capitalize on it, but you brought up the point about how in the early game, Ohio is usually just a lot more aggressive when it comes to it. And that usually is one of the bigger weaknesses for BTK and for Zane when it comes to a lot of this stuff, is that they kind of leave that up to Zane to kind of handle himself. We did see some
gonna be asleep.
you saw that Chicken was able to kind of come in there with that final slash to stop the Nighthorde, to stop Myth from being able to get his retry off. So there's still, I feel like they still have a little bit of training to go to when it comes to kind of helping MOBA Zane by distancing out the rest of the team, because there were a lot of opportunities where I think the Nighthorde could have probably stolen a lot of those
Chicken
objectives away.
He just goes in for blood,
Maybe
bro.
there's some
He
sort
didn't
of
have a big
middle
impact
ground
on that
between
game,
how
though.
TOB played tonight
Like he was
and
just
how
there.
BTK seems to be playing. Maybe BTK can learn to kind of keep that pressure high from the start on their opponents so that they don't let them evolve. And on the other side, TOB could have played a bit more clean, but I feel like on their side it was more a decision to have fun, enjoy some different picks. And like the Natalia, we've seen like the Gord, you know, they were really enjoying themselves.
I will be right back before this next one starts.
But I don't know, it's two different playstyle, two different vision of how your team should be playing, but they are both fine. They are both fine. One side, you have a team that wants to focus on being good on the macro, really serious on how they play. As you can see here, the damage dealt, there's a huge gap. The kills, there's a huge gap. They're just trying to play clean, that's it. And ISO 35%, that's kind of what you expect from your gold laner, to be the one much ahead in terms of damage output. The only thing I would say for BTK, I felt like in the start, for the first few minutes, ISO had a really hard time because he was alone. Reckless was always around, and I felt like maybe they could have put a bit more support onto ISO's side to facilitate his lane rather than giving away the first tower to carry. But of course,
interesting point about ISO is he's actually a sub-in for BTK, so he was kind of warming the bench for them. Since last week, since I've seen him playing in all of these games, I've been like, man, why was this man a sub-in instead of like on your main roster? Because he has been outperforming in almost every single game he came to. I want to say, with the exception of the TheOhioBrothers match, where they were actually able to kind of shut him down and hold him at a length. ISO has been overperforming in every single match from BTK that he's been in. Like you said, even with not a great early game, able to kind of find his footing in the mid game and start to outshine as we came to the late.
For sure, props to him. The enemies didn't make it easy on him, and the teammates didn't necessarily match the enemy's energy on the rotation on the gold. So props to ISO for showing up big time, and props to Chicken, like you said, for being a good supporter on the team fights, around the objectives, helping out, clearing out the way against Myth, moving him out. And yeah, I like the fact that BTK is really being more meticulous around those turtles, those Lords fights. Just need to keep on going. And the Nighthorde, It's tough. We knew it would be tough. They lasted 15 minutes, but it still felt like there's a lot of things to be done. That Kaja pick is still a big question mark. I don't know, Kaja is usually something I love to play. I would love to push in a team I'm coaching, but here it just feels like there is much more lax around Kaja as a team to make it really useful. And it feels like, yeah, like you said, it's just lacking a bit.
All right, we can see here the bands kind of pretty much formulating around the same that they were for the last game here. Nighthorde, I mean, what do we do as the Nighthorde? What is your game plan when you're going up against the BloodThirstyKings? You saw even in the early game, kind of able to hold them. I want to say, as we saw with the TheOhioBrothers in the early game, they're kind of clambering.
All right, we are
around,
now
able to
back
kind
in
of
action.
get, some kills
Possibly
off
the
of
final
each
game
other.
for tonight.
Eventually, though, I
BTK
want to say
Nighthorde,
the patience of
took game
BTK,
one.
what the difference is, I see, is that BTK, they know their power spikes. The early game doesn't matter to them. They're patient. They know exactly what they're doing. And once those power spikes go off, they just take off. They take flight, and there's absolutely no shutting them down, especially when it comes to some of the mistakes that you see here. What does the Nighthorde possibly need to do to be able to combat this from BTK?
I felt like in the early game last game, Myth really set the tone to what should be done, and he went forward, he got that double kill. You know, I felt like everyone should have matched this energy and go even more forward, taking more risks, especially on the Kaja. I felt like powerless at some points, even though he doesn't have the same vision we have, he didn't really go forward and take risks enough to create opportunities. You have to take those risks, even if you're gonna die much more, it's fine, but you have to learn this way. You have to go forward and try things. But if you stay in the inaction, just kind of choke and fall under pressure, stay behind, wait for things to happen, while BTK is leaving doors open. They were leaving opportunities open for ISO to be picked on his lane, for the Nighthorde to invade, for Myth to surf on his 2-0 he had at the start. There was things to do, more to do. All right, we see Kadita being first pick. We see Kaja and Lapu Lapu this time on BTK side being picked. It's kind of like reverse picks in this game.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly reversed right now. It looks like Joybot is going to go ahead and show them how that Kaja is supposed to be played. I don't think we've seen a successful Kaja tonight yet. So it's going to be a tall order, but BloodThirstyKings definitely going to be able to fill that. Still waiting to see what we have on the Nighthorde to match up with this Kufra. I mean, it's a successful. It was successful for BTK, so why not for you guys?
It was successful. Did you think like Joey Boj on that Kufra was that instrumental when you compare to someone like Arvel, who has been really, I don't know, he's been all over the place when he was playing Kufra those 2 times? I feel like Joey Boj was a bit more neutral in his impact. He was there, he wasn't doing necessarily mistakes, but he wasn't always trying so hard, or he was a bit late on his engages. Didn't see some flashy plays. We'll see if on the Nighthorde it's flashier. It's not necessarily about being flashy, but you gotta propose more.
Well, I understand what you're saying there too, and especially when you compare it to like Arvel, there were just a lot of plays where he was making some great connections, some great sets for his team there, just especially to go ahead and start off a lot of those fights. We do have the Leslie being picked up by the Nighthorde, and we saw this successful before tonight with a tankier
BTK and
front line.
TOP.
If you have that meaty
Make
shield
second
up
place
in front,
first
that
again.
gives her the opportunity
We're going to the grand finals.
kind of do that true damage to get around there. I mean, basically got a savage on her initially here, so we're going to see how well that kind of plays out here. As Lilia picked up for the BloodThirstyKings, maybe kind of putting to rest what I initially thought that she was kind of nerfed into oblivion with that alt change of hers.
I thought it would be as well. I thought it would be like half the damage output, because mathematically, if you ultimate, you don't get your stacks back, so you don't have much to do after you ultimated. But apparently, everyone is still out there to play it. And last time it was played, I think it was Demon, I believe. He had like 35% damage.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Team. Yeah, so it was quite good. It was working well for them. We see the Lens and the Ling being banned, the Martis on the Nighthorde. And like you were mentioning, that Leslie, I feel like it doesn't even matter if you're a tanky hero against Leslie. Late game, Leslie just melts through everything that comes her way. That's the whole point of playing Leslie. It's just a bit more complicated to get her to that power spike where she can safely inflict damage, and she's still a bit weakish against a heavy dive a heavy CC, and Kaja is kind of the threat that you want to have against Leslie. The first spell of Kaja can kind of uncover Leslie if she tries to conceal herself. So we'll see. We see the Harif and BTK for Mr. ISO.
Yeah, for ISO, they're going to be in the marksman lane. I was actually kind of wondering about that too, because I hadn't seen a Harith before tonight. Actually, I hadn't seen a Harith in the gold lane in a very long while, and I was wondering why. It looks like ISO going to go ahead and try to flex on us just a little bit here. Still waiting on the next two pickup.
Sorry, I'm blocking off half the draft.
We're going to be going back for that Martis pick, or no, we can't because it's banned out. So I'm wondering what we're going to be picking up on Myth here.
Maybe Lapu as well, because they need an XP laner as well. Oh, no, Esmeralda. Okay. I remember when Harif, was it when Harif or Esmeralda was released? Well, they were at the start of MLBB both together. Esme was the hardcore counter of Harif because of this capacity of going through shield with the damage. So of course, this is still the reactionary pick you want to have against Harif. Glad to see it here. We'll see if it works out this time. As we see, well, yeah, no, Lapu was picked on BTK, my bad. And yeah, Hayabusa.
It depends too. I've seen it a lot too when you have that Esmeralda, but even back when those two were meta, Esmeralda, once Harith gets fed to a point, Esmeralda is just feeding him because Harith's shield, I believe, scales off of the magic power that's around him when he throws down that Zaman Force. So it could be a little tricky there if BTK can get into that lead. Ooh. I saw Zane playing this a little bit on his stream, the Aulus. Aulus got a pretty big buff recently here. I believe the skill 1, skill 2. So, I mean, it's going to be very interesting to see how he can pull off with this.
I'll be honest with you, I'm scared for Leslie. The Kaja chicken and Lapu. That's scary. Of course, there's the Harif on the laning phase. It's going to be tough as well. Leslie is going to have a tough job here.
I've actually fought Zane on Aulus.
He's really warmed up on his Kufra, and I hope that he's going to cover assaults because
Aulus is pretty good.
It will be a tough game. And Yato on Lilia is a question mark for me. I can't wait to see how he plays it. His Kalita was good, so I can expect him to continue that trend of being very efficient.
Oh, but without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving to game 2 of our last series of the night. It's going to be the NighthOrde taking on champions of last season, BloodThirstyKings.
Let's see what they have in store. Myth on Hayabusa, that's something I like to see always.
I'm in the middle. Sorry.
It's perfect to end the night, you know? For MOBA Zane. Haven't seen him play that in a long time, so.
You're going to see how well they're kind of coming in here. We can take a look at the emblems right now. You see a little bit of a speed there for the BloodThirstyKings picking up that agility despite the nerfs there as well. And you see right here, Joybaj being kind of coming in, getting a little bit of a poke and zoning out. Probably going to be a little bit more careful than we saw, especially from Reckless from last game, where it just seemed like they had his number.
Exactly. When you play Kaja, you have still to provide that vision for your team, but you also have to do it safely against Kufra. It's complicated, so be careful, be very careful, but you cannot cut down on providing vision for your team.
I've seen Zane dominate on Argus, bro.
Early on, you have to tell him when the threat is coming. So, of course, you have to take risks, and that's when opportunity arises.
Yeah, you see Mobzane coming in, clearing out the jungle already in the enemy side jungle too, starting to clear out. But I mean, NighthOrde doing the same thing here. Not any engagements just yet at the 130-minute mark.
So completely equal on both sides.
Ooh, big pop-up lands on the Joybaj, and they're not any worse for you. See, he's still at full health there. Quad Shadows by Myth, doesn't find a target. He dives into the back lane. Still not, I guess, just trying to get a little bit of poke damage there, maybe right before this Lord comes up. 3 seconds just why. As you see, cutting the lane right now is Fly Chicken.
Yep, and still level 3 for Con. He's gonna get his level 4 first turtle being positioned here for BTK. They're gonna reset it. They know they are low.
I feel like the Aulus could work here. I mean, there's not really anybody to stop him. The real only like direct counter for the Aulus would be the Masha. Something to stop his basic attacks.
Oh, you do see in comes Reckless. Are they gonna be able to find a kill onto Joybaj?
Got that.
Fly Chicken coming into the back line. He has Cone in his sights. You can see Reckless trying to get away. He is super low right now. He's going down the wrong side there. It is game over for him. him up there as a map
It
for
picks up
you
a kill.
is about to be taken down over here.
That'll
Down to
put him
about
ahead.
half health. Fried Chicken not able to find the kill just yet.
Yeah, Reckless tried to not give a kill to anyone by delaying his death, but it didn't work, and in the end, Zane got it. So it's best case scenario for BTK. They are slightly ahead, but both teams are really economically at the same spot. They still have to do that first turtle. On that first turtle, I think it's been a long time we didn't see a turtle surviving this much. That's nice for the environment. I like it.
Yeah, you see Yato, we're going to get out of the way as Joybaj gets taken out by Reckless. We're starting on the turtle here right now. Yato alone against two members, Reckless and Kong. Myth going to be able to take it uncontested.
Yep, uncontested, just bad timing on the fight, and Mobazane is on the top side. I don't think there's much to do. You gotta contest it, but they are not too bad, huh? On the economy, still okay. Mobazane, surprising Reckless.
Yeah, surprising Reckless. Zaman Force comes down with the damage from
Yeah,
Mobazane,
he's
able to
chunking
put
down
him
damage.
away. It's going to even things out here, 2 apiece for the Nighthorde and the Bloodthirsty Kings.
So Kaja not really working that well until now. Will Joyboy find something? I guess Zane
he just
got
yawned.
his revenge onto
Same time I
Reckless.
did.
You know, both Roamer died twice.
Yeah, Matt for you dives deep into the lanes. Mobazane down to about half health. Fly Chicken here lands a stun. Down goes Cone on that Kadita. That is a 3 kills for the Bloodthirsty Kings, and they're not looking to stop. Looks like they're going to go ahead, try to contest this purple buff on the side of the Nighthorde. They're diving into the jungle. Reckless is present there to throw out a bit of a set for the stun. You see Joybaj with the Divine Judgment. Reckless trying to get back to his tower. Is he going to be able to? Quad Shadow is out. Myth finds a kill. Reckless goes down as well. Matt for you trying to make Mobazane pay. Joybaj just narrowly getting away from that ultimate sniper of assault.
It's funny how we were mentioning between the games, BTK needs to be forcing a bit more early game, just, you know, taking a bit more risk, going a bit more forward, a bit like TOB is doing all the time. And they are doing it this game, and they are still managing the macro well. That's really how they want to be playing it. I like the fact that Chicken is ramping up his mechanics on Napula, who know he's really impactful. He's at 2-0-1 already. He's really helping the team well.
Just took out their
and on the
junglers,
other side, Matt for you is struggling a bit more. Reckless already 3 death on the Kufra player. May Joyboy find something to show us on Kaja. We need to end the night with some good setups on Joyboy.
Well, and that brings up the question for Reckless here. Is it a placement problem for Reckless, or maybe his team just not in position? You see he does land a pop-up on the Mobazane there, but nobody from the Nighthorde really in a position to capitalize on that. Joybaj's going to get a little bit of poke damage there. Oh, actually catches a pop-up, and he is able to get away there. You can see Fly Chicken diving deep into the back lane with that bravest fighter stance, and this Lord going to go over to Mobazane. Matt for you diving in there with that Falling Star Moon. He's not getting pulled. He was about to get pulled away with that Divine Judgment, but they were able to go ahead and stun Joybaj out of it.
In those team fights, I just can't help myself but have my eyes on Chicken zoning the backline. Here, he didn't decide to go on Myth. Obviously, it's much harder on Lapu Lapu to counter Myth like he did last time. But he's really focusing Assault and removing him from the fight, and then flanking backward by coming back and joining, collapsing with BTK.
Whoa, Matt for you trying to run away, gets slowed down by the Retri, and Mobazane finds the kill.
I feel like Zane found his pick with Olus. The high mechanics you can have on Olus really benefits the pick, because it's pushing the ceiling of mechanics you can have on the hero. Even
climbing
though it's
in
a
the
fighter,
farm.
his attack speed is incredibly
ahead of
fast, his
Missile.
mobility is really good as well. So it's a good pick for him.
Ooh. Yeah, they come in onto Joybaj. Yato, actually, Joybaj gets taken out by Cone, and they're actually able to reverse it. On the off screen, you can see ISO able to find a kill onto Reckless again. Shadow kill onto Mobazane, and a Falling Star Moon there to help secure that kill.
BTK being a bit more wild here, taking more risks. They do lose Yato in the process, but look, Chicken is doing a good job on the top lane. He's getting the macro going. He's pushing that tier 2 tower and crashing a big wave onto it. Izo is gonna probably manage to get the tier 1 mid as well. It's going well for BTK. They are taking risks. They are being a bit more wild, which is fun.
I want to say this is like a classic case of objectives over kills. You're seeing a lot of these little engagements, you would almost say lost by BTK. They're feeding little kills here, little kills there, but on other sides of the map, you're starting to see these towers go down for the side of the Nighthorde here, and that's going to start adding up for them.
I gotta say, Reckless, for everyone watching, Reckless did die 4 times, but for his defense, he has to do that, because if he doesn't go down, someone else in his team will go down. It's really moments where someone has to take the fall, and Reckless is taking it for the team. It's not really
BTK is losing turrets though, but they're taking this turtle, they're gonna get that huge, that 12% XP.
And he's doing it so that the rest of the core players in the team can farm and
definitely have more XP.
Hitting those power spikes, you know.
Yeah, you can see a trade here. The turtle for a tower up
Everybody
at top. Secured there by Matt4U as Mobazane takes this turtle.
We're seeing Zane really ramping up the farm. Olus is such a funny hero to watch evolve around the map because he goes so fast and he clears minions in 2 shots really early into the game, so you can just go really quickly to get fed. He's already at almost 7k gold in 8 minutes. That's a really quick farm, huh? That's a very quick farm.
Yeah, we were talking about those gold leads and how they kind of scale out. JoyBosh finds the Divine Retribution onto Reckless, who's going to flicker back into his own tower. Now he's running away using that ability to kind of find himself to safety, but it's all BTK needed to go ahead and secure that tower.
Let's say the Nighthorde is struggling a bit more. I feel like Myth is not able to find any angles to go in. He always have the threat of JoyBosh having this suppress and completely cancelling his ability to get a pick or even get some damage out, you know. Plus everyone is always stacked in BTK. That's not the ideal for Hayabusa. They are gonna concede.
Well, yeah. Yeah, especially being stacked there with JoyBosh there, because especially when you're playing Hayabusa, you want to get in, you want to be able to throw out to get those stacks on before you release that shadow kill on them. And if he throws out the ability to get the stacks, he's immediately going to get snatched up by JoyBosh. So exactly. It's a super tricky situation to be in.
Let's see if Leslie is able to overcome that gap economically.
Ooh, bad wave between 4 members. Matt4, you can activate that sprint, and he is a speed right now, getting out of there. But BloodThirstyKings on the back end going to go ahead and secure themselves that tower.
As we see Myth almost getting picked already, the tier 2 on the top being down. We got the Lord going for BTK. Look how fast you can clear that Lord with Olus. This is amazing. We still have Leslie as a big threat for BTK. She's not been involved too much in the team fights yet, but she can also easily get picked. Just need JoyBosh to sacrifice himself to get that Leslie, or even Chicken to go onto Leslie.
BTK 100% win rate predictions.
Can get
I'm not 100%. I'm like 80%. I gave BTK my vote when they were going up against the TheOhioBrothers and they lost. And I voted for Area 77 taking down Bloodhounds.
You also need to enable her because if she just stays behind watching and survive, it's no point. You have to enable Leslie, and Mobazane is level 15 and she's level 11. I mean, big gap.
Yeah. I want to say, like, both of these teams are just trying to out-rotate each other. We haven't really seen a really decent team fight between all of them just yet. They're both kind of trying to out-rotate, get these objectives when their opponents are getting other objectives. It's just that BTK are doing it harder, faster. ISO in a little bit of trouble, does get taken down by Myth. We were talking about finding a solution or finding an opportunity. Fly Chicken takes down a tower as we have the whole of BTK moving to the top, trying to go ahead support this Lord. We do have a conceal play. They're not able to find a target just yet. And the utilization you get when you have a Hayabusa on your team, you can see Myth over there split pushing on the opposite side. Fly Chicken's actually going to have to go back to base so that he can answer this.
That's the problem, right? ISO going down kind of delayed JoyBosh's decision to conceal Flicker in. He didn't do it in the end because he felt 4 versus 5. It's a bit too forceful to go in like this. If ISO was alive, probably they would have played more forward, but in that case, JoyBosh was just staying behind, expecting just to maybe push the inhibitor, but at the end, not taking a fight. It would have been too risky. So I like the call from BTK. A bit sad for them that they lost ISO. They lost ISO early on. I'm still yet to see a flicker in from a Kaja today after 3 picks.
Oh man, 10k gold on Mobazane right now. Almost a 3k gold lead over the highest member on the Nighthorde. You can see in comes Myth with the shadow kill. Oh, ISO just narrowly gets out of the way. Fly Chicken onto the back line, trying to punish them for it. In the mid though, you see Cone gets taken down by Mobazane. Matt For You trying to run his way to freedom. On the side here, Reckless gonna go ahead, throw some damage out there, and then find his escape.
That was much closer than I expected. Assault was kind of free damage on this fight. He wasn't close to the core of BTK, just had one target in range, but it shows you how much damage he can deal with his Leslie. BTK need to remember to get rid of that threat, otherwise it will be tough. If everyone else in NH is taking the shots, peeling for Leslie, she can rampage the front lane of BTK. So let's see how they approach the next fight. I like the fact that NH is kind of covering several spots on the map rather than being all stacked up. Versus Olus, it's a bit complicated to do that. And it's also versus Lilia. So
we have a little bit of vision here for Reckless. He does show himself. Myth gets caught by a divine judgment there and pulled out. He does activate that shadow kill. Is he going to be able to get away? Quad shadows ensure his escape as Reckless on the other side looks like he is going to be able to get escape using that conceal to run himself to safety. Lord is reset for BTK, so I mean, not actually able to have an effect here. Reckless comes in, lands a big pop-up and a set for the team. Down goes Mobazane. Down is the Zaman Force. ISO finds a kill onto Reckless. Fly Chicken bringing the damage to Assault. There are only 2 members left for the Nighthorde and 4 left for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Quite
Yeah,
impressive from BTK.
32.4 subscribers, Uzi.
If
the advertisement is a lot.
The Nighthorde had 4 ultimate left.
Yeah,
So they had
you
a
got
lot
here,
of opportunity to work with on
when
this
I was
fight.
doing the live stream
But
shop,
somehow,
and it gave me a big
BTK
boost.
always comes out on top here, and Assault was not able to have
I would say most of my followers are not in A. I've been thinking about making a channel, a new channel, and just trying to make like a straight like
that's a pretty late game Lapu. He's
revamp
gonna be
of it. I don't know.
tanky.
I left my YouTube
Very
alone for a
tanky
long
boy.
time.
We have the Luminous Lord.
But I am trying to get back
down
on
to
and be
mid
more heavy on
high
making
ground tower.
videos.
It's gonna go ahead and charge up, and that's gonna be it.
Kind of
Big
recording some
pop-up
stuff that
lands
I'm
onto
dropping.
Joy Boss. Reckless goes down by ISO.
How's your brother been?
And you see the
How's college?
4 members here from BTK trying to push in. Fly Chicken comes in with that bravest fighter stance. There's 4 members left for the side of the Nighthorde. Lord putting the damage onto the cord. You see Fly Chicken into the back line. He's going to be taken out, but it's not enough to save their core. That's going to be game 2 going to the Bloodthirsty Kings.
As expected, the favorites make it through those 2 games. About 15 minutes, both games. Very convincing win from BTK. I felt like if you gave like a few more minutes to Leslie, it could have been different. But no, again, this kind of inaction that is taking over the Nighthorde, where they feel like they don't know what to do and they are just falling back and staying and standing there waiting for BTK to make the first move, and then Joy Boj gaining confidence with his Kaja, finding more opportunity as his opponents are getting pushed back. At the last fight, you see him picking Myth before Myth even got close to the front lane, and that's what he needed to just give enough time for BTK to push through those inhibitors and close the game. So good stuff from BTK. Everyone is showing up today. As we see Mobazane 5-4, quickly rotating with his Solus, always a perfect farming cycle from the jungler of BTK. And then you got ISO with the Tarif, convincing games throughout the series, played well, and Chicken. I was expecting Chicken to come in strong with his Lapu, and he really did. Assault, I felt like could have ramped up even more, but as you can see, he didn't finish his build. And even though it was 15 minutes, it was hard for the Nighthorde to get any farm this game. So they did their best, but it wasn't enough today.
And you can see here that final Lord take there for the, well, actually that wasn't the final one. You saw that big pop up there. Even with these opportunities, they were able to get down Mobazane, but just not
hear the
able
music
to kind of get onto the rest of the Bloodthirsty Kings. And they came in there. You see Fly Chicken kind of fronting and leading the charge there.
Chicken did the
putting
play
down
here.
Assault.
Yeah, that was a very good set, but Chicken just zoning Assault was really the play on that last fight, I feel. As you can see, the post-game stats. What do you see that is kind of shocking you? I feel like chicken the carry, you know? That's something.
Yeah, 24% damage there. Actually matching Mobazane here and Yato. Apparently there's something I missed with this Lilia. She's still a very strong, still a contender here for the meta, despite losing that shadow charges that she gets from her ultimate. So, I mean, still a contender here, still top damage there. 9-13 here for the Bloodthirsty Kings.
Who did you like the most out of BDK? Who would be a good contender for the MVP on this series?
Ooh, that's going to be very tough there, man. It's always, for me, a lot of the times, it's kind of a toss-up between I want to say last week it was ISO I wanted to put up there. This week, I felt a little bit better about Fried Chicken and Mobazane here. I don't even know. I'm dodging the question.
I feel like the second game, if it was just the second game, I would give it to Chicken. But the first game, he was here to support. He was rotating a lot, moving around, but not really. It took some time to have a proper impact. But on the second game, I would say Chicken. I would say Chicken. Yeah.
Yeah, first game kind of was a toss-up there. Mobazane he's been doing very well here. We talk about how he's the kind of the glue here for this team. This time, didn't really have too many contentions here. I believe this is the first game, and we were talking about it before here, that the kind of like 50-50 when it came to a lot of these Lord or contests here.
Sure, yep, they need to kind of delay that Lord as soon as they know it's going to be contested and focus on getting those safe kills, because that was just Maeve going all alone, 1 versus 5. ISO had a really good performance, same thing here, Zane with all this just melting through the Lord. That's the thing that you love. That set, super beautiful set. Sadly, it's not working enough as Assault is getting picked off by Chicken just now. And that's game. That's game. When you're losing Leslie here, that's game. That Esmeralda didn't really come in handy, right? I don't know.
Oh, looks like it's going to go over to Yato here.
Oh, yes. Galita was great, for sure.
What's up, Daniela?
6-1 and 7 in game
bad,
one and in game 2.
I appreciate you stopping by, though. It's going to be the end of the stream.
But,
that was the final series of the day.
But it was a tie for the most damage there and the second game there. So congrats to Yato there for the MVP.
Everything's over, so
BTK.
Much love, Daniela. Hopefully I can see you tomorrow. I'll be live at the same time watching this. Shout out to your brother as well. Tell him I said hi and hopefully he's doing well.
So what do we have?
Yeah, everybody on the stream, thank you so much for being here. As we did watch NACT Fall 2023, Stage 2, Day 1. Make sure you guys hit that giveaway, type in that code, and redeem it
well, we can see
for a chance to get a Nana Slumber skin.
With the results here tonight, we have the
tomorrow we're going to be seeing
going to be going up against
two
the
best of
Bloodhounds.
fives.
A little bit of a rematch from last week, where we saw the Bloodhounds actually able to get a.
Oh no, we'll see the lower bracket. We'll see the lower bracket.
Are they going to be able to duplicate that? Possibly get over on the Ohio Brothers, and then the Bloodthirsty Kings against Avalon again. But this
thank
time,
you, Daniela.
The difference from last week is we have a bottom bracket.
Appreciate that.
Ones, Area 77, then Nighthorde, and the Knights of Fate.
Can't wait to see who is gonna win. I feel like what really excites me, those winners semi-final. Of course, it's the upper bracket, so it's always the interesting games. But all of those games are gonna be amazing. I know for a fact. Today was surprisingly exciting
already full.
for me.
Didn't claim anything was late.
Oh,
it's all good.
All the games today.
Maybe next time. I'll try and get one, and I'll hit you up when I get it.
You guys are doing much better every season. I cannot be more proud of the community in NA for going forward with all the troubles.
I'm thinking they're gonna close out.
Motivated to become the best.
Shout out to Private, shout out
North
to Jimmick
America.
on the
They're
desk.
really showing up and proposing some good games.
Things to come.
I mean, tonight's was it was very entertaining, and for me, I'm really excited. You said it. I'm excited for these next games coming up, not just up at the top, but especially in the losers bracket too. It's going to be more kind of, I want to say, gritty, and people trying to claw their way out. Especially when it comes to that 4-way tie for 5th place right now. You're definitely looking for people to kind of set their steps out there to make sure that they can kind of get ahead. I'm very excited. Some great matches here tonight. Some surprising strategies that we saw here, especially when it comes to dealing with the new updates with some of the buffs, some of the nerfs that we saw, the change to the XP lane. I want to say there was definitely an impact on some of those early Lord fights, how teams kind of, I want to say, some were a little bit more hesitant. Some people kind of really prioritized it.
Semester
but
break is
definitely
over.
what
First
I did
day of being a
notice
sophomore
is
starts
those fights
tomorrow.
Directly after those
Hey,
four
congrats.
fights,
That's
the turtle
exciting.
fights.
Sure, you're killing it out there.
I felt like the explainers. The explainer were
Out in the
much more
Philippines.
stuck into their
Hey,
lane
I'm going to the
during
Philippines for
early
M5.
games
Maybe we
because
can
of
meet
the-
up.
the changes.
That'd be cool.
I feel like maybe Joy is an exception because of her
Definitely
capacity
trying to go to the
rotate
Philippines for
quickly
M5.
around the map.
That's
You
where it's
can
gonna be.
always join every fight.
How
and
far it'll be from
we've
Replay,
seen
Philippines
I
is
forgot
big.
who had Joy. I think it was uneven when he was rotating level 3. It was fine. But last series, as you saw, Arlo, for example, lap to lap, they're struggling a bit more to get out of this lane and helping on the turtle fights now that the XP is reduced for the first turtle, right? But overall, XP laners always impressive in NA. I gotta say, I give props to all of those guys. The roamers, the Francos today were amazing, all of them. Kaja, the pick itself was a bit disappointing, but because I think people are getting used to Kaja, right? You're playing it over and over with you, against you. You know when he's gonna be positioned. You can feel, you have some intuition regarding the timing on when the conceal is gonna come, and it kind of nullifies the effect of Kaja if you're at this level, right?
Yeah, I mean, we saw, I mean, even Joybaj, I want to say, from the early game, had a little bit of trouble trying to find those openings. But, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap it up for us. I want to go ahead and send shout-outs. Liz, unfortunately, today she had a few technical issues, so we had to, unfortunately, go ahead and start without her. We hope to see her again next week. But, man, Gemick, it was an absolute pleasure, our first cast together. I'm excited. I'm happy to keep doing this with you.
Thank you, brother. Thank you for having me. Thank you for the opportunity. I'll do my best. Keep on trying to do my best. And yeah, glad to be here, guys. Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to wrap it up for our show. Hopefully you enjoyed here. The action continues tomorrow. It's going to be Trex and Yui doing the cast along with Xena as the host. The matches continue. We're going to be moving in, I believe, the upper bracket and some of the lower bracket tomorrow. Hope to see you guys there.
Have a good day, guys. Bye-bye.
Hey, okay. It's over. Guys, thank you so much. Like I said, that will be the end of today's live stream. It's been a pleasure. Ooh, they turned that music up way too loud. But thank you so much for being here. Tomorrow we will be live again around 4 p.m. Eastern time to continue this amazing show. Powwow with UA and Trex on the desk to be painting that perfect picture. I'm looking forward to it. I'll definitely be here to be able to watch it with you guys. But as always, I'm going to sign out for the day. Take care of yourself. Take care of each other. And I'll see you guys in the next one. Peace and love, baby. See ya.